From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
See the world, and we all insisting to be small. Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls of faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We silence. The future is here to revolt. Go!
Yeah, stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Mech Arena, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome to the big stage indeed. Of course, that does mean we're kicking off the quarterfinals here today. A couple matchups for you guys. OG Nip, Gambit, Vitality, and of course, your resident sleeper studio experts. We do have Yanko, which might be the head resident sleeper. And then there's Maniac, and then myself.
The resident sleeper.
Yes, the original resident sleeper. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is ESL Pro League, season of 14. We're ready to keep the ball rolling downfield. Guys, quite a day of turnouts yesterday, and plenty to unpack right there from the very top.
Yeah, that was a good day for Counter-Strike, honestly. Not such a good day if you're a Forza fan or a Forza player at that. They have to be the disappointment of the day, right? We had high hopes, I guess, you know, placing seconds in their group, being quite impressive with that crazy 17 Mirage, one in a row. Came to an abrupt end at that for ENCE, but it's good to see Snappy win. It's good to see ENCE make it further.
It is, Yanko. Of course, when we think about, you know, everything that we've had in front of us, or at least what we had in front of us, is this about how you expected it to play out?
I think so. I was disappointed that Force didn't really show up yesterday in that series at all. Liquid looking very dominant on that first map. Obviously, in the second map, we had that crazy triple overtime, right? So you can see how it all shaped up in the end. Day before that, we had NIP and Vitality in their respective games, knocking out Mouse Sports and Complexity. So a lot of good games now in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I'm happy for Fnatic. I mean, obviously they lost, but the fact that they made that Dust 2 game a little bit competitive, for me, it gave us enough to dream, enough to
coming
hope.
From behind.
Exactly, yeah. They were fighting back. They had that crazy comeback. They could have pushed it to a third, and now we're left thinking, okay, this lineup has something to offer. It's finally the end of that 200 miles long kilometer tunnel that Fnatic was in, not getting any victories, getting kicked out of qualifiers and whatnot. With this lineup, we can dream. With this lineup, we can look at the future with hope.
Yeah, and hope is exactly what you have if you're a Liquid member or a Liquid fan, or you just kind of like the horse in the logo right here. For Liquid, plenty of hope. And obviously, some of that on the back of Fallen's individual performances yesterday. Quite heroic.
Yeah, he had an awesome game yesterday. It was, you know, a pleasure to see. Really, he was hitting some crisp shots. As you can see here in the highlights, he was really quick on the trigger, right? And I think, you know, what he said in the post-game interview, I've always had that feeling, you know, before I came in to coach that MIBR team, is like Fallen is going to play the best when he's the in-game leader as well and has control of the team and can, you know, call the way he thinks is right. Because then he inserts himself in these rounds into positions, right? He's not gonna tell you every time what he's going to do. He's gonna tell the rest of the players what he wants them to do, and he's gonna do his own thing, and he's going to be really dominant. And I think if he can find that sweet spot, if that's where they are right now, and if that's where they're heading towards, where he can have these performances on a more consistent basis, he's going to make Liquid way more dangerous.
I mean, for me, that's top 5. Fallen plays like that for Liquid, we're talking about a top 5 team. But we don't know if that's going to be the case. We saw obviously some shenanigans coming out of Stu. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Now, look, we talk about Fallen as well. He had to catch up with the meta, right? He fell, and I hate to use that word here. He fell behind in terms of what Counter-Strike was at the very high level. And he said he had to play catch up. He had to know exactly how we were playing right now. And now he's there. He's feeling like he's there, and we can see the results.
I mean, for Fallen, listen, if the guy has a flaw, it's that he's way too nice sometimes, right? So what
do you mean?
Was saying is,
even
like,
bad Fallen?
even in some of these other teams, he let other people influence him, like, oh, we should play the game in a different way, you know? So he started calling, like, according to other people, what they thought was best, and Liquid is more in line of what he also believes in is the correct way to play Counter-Strike. So he's falling back to his roots, so to speak, no pun intended.
I love that.
But I mean, you know, and that's how it has to be. You can't, you know, that's why even coach in-game leader, there has to be synergy there. You can't have a coach think you should play one way, in-game leader a different way. That's why Kassad left Cloud9 after a month on the team. Right? It just, there's no point moving forward if that's not the case. So a lot of positive signs for Liquid. We'll see if they can, you know, we'll see how far they come in this tournament.
Still a ton of positive signs, too. When you look in the OG camp, these guys have been doing the damn thing, and they did it all the way up to the point where they are now. They topped their group, they ran the board, and now they're here to stay. And surely they have something to say as well. We've got Frankie down on the sidelines who actually caught up with them. Frankie, hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very good, thank you. Yes, you're absolutely right. I did catch up with OG. I thought I'd grab Alexi B on his day off, given that they didn't have to play the play-ins for the playoffs, if that's the right phrase. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Round us fell.
So, yeah, we had a bit of a chat about the match against Fours. If you remember that overtime on Inferno, where it shouldn't have gone to overtime, because basically what happened was the A duo, Valda and Nico, got a bit overzealous and was like, they just got D-goals, we're going to rush them in mid and shut this thing down. And then it ended up going to OT a few rounds later. So we had a bit of a chat about that situation. But also, when we finished recording, I like to sometimes kind of hang out with the players for at least one more minute while they can still tolerate me. And he was saying, yeah, I mean, I'm not cool. I'm a fangirl, clearly. But it was really nice to kind of hear how he was expecting to face NAP today, but is also expecting it to be a fairly smooth ride to get through to Gambit. He also thinks Gambit are beatable and has copied my prediction that it's going to be an OG Na'Vi final. However, because NIP just played in Group D and they were in Group B, he's slightly worried about not having the same momentum that they had in Group B from going undefeated.
Yeah, and that has got to be a little worrisome. I mean, they've had a little time, too, since then. Frankie, you obviously say that Na'Vi OG in the grand final, but which one's going to win it?
Na'Vi's going to win it, yeah. I have no doubts about that. Although I am really interested to see Gambit play today, because I also just spoke to Nafany. You'll see that interview later in the show. Okay. But one thing we didn't get time to talk about was Finn, the coach that's rejoined them after a year out. So Nafany did say it's very, very different for them having them there, because when I said, oh, all of the 5 of you on boot camp, he went, all 6 of us. So it's very serious stuff. Finn
what were you thinking?
Count as part of the 6. I think that it's going to be interesting because they were knackered at IM Cologne, and I can say that because I was with them in the bar at the last night. They were all like very relieved to be going on player break, and they were all very proud of what they'd achieved and things like that. But I think Finn is going to bring some kind of fresh ideas and kind of keep them going, should we say?
I didn't know they were old enough to be at the bar.
Yeah.
Well, you can have a lemonade in the bar.
Of course you can, if you want to be that guy.
That's first time I've heard of it.
Look, Frankie, we got to get you out.
I guess that's true.
Frankie, run along.
Have a great show.
We'll see you. Thank you.
Bye.
That's Frankie down on the sidelines. We're going to be hearing from her as she interviews players throughout. For us, let's shift our focus. We told you guys to put your money where your mouth is, and I'm talking about an Epic's GG Rush segment right here. Now, you guys have picked lineups that you feel would beat one another. So, Maniac, I think we start with you.
Yeah, it's like my favorite part of the whole these events where I get to pick these players. Look, I went in with some securities and I went in with some exotic picks. Obviously, Simple is going to be part of my team because
seems pretty exotic.
Why would I not pick the absolute best player in the world? We start with Elige though, because I have the duo. I have the Elige Naf duo from Team Liquid, which has always been impressing me and which I appreciate quite a lot. Now, there is a pick in there that people might sigh about it. That's the Blamef pick. That is the tank. The Earner Mord tank coming in from Blamef as well. He's got Perfecto, who's been improved quite a lot, and obviously the best player in the world. So, Janko, what you got? I think you have like a flavorless salt water type lineup.
That's not the words he was just saying, by the way. I just want to let you know right now.
These are the specific words.
Not what he said about your team in the game. So, we'll leave it at that.
Listen, I just threw all the logic out the window, really, with my team. I was just going for pure firepower. I was just going to pick like the best players I can and let them have fun on the server. So for me, first choice, of course, Simple, best player in the world. Second choice, second best player in the world, Zyvu. Third choice, third best player in the world.
I see what you've done here.
Robs, right? So I just went like all out. I also have the Liquid duo, Elysian Nav, kind of, you know, singing praises to the NA team, right? It's good to see them back on the map. They've had some good games, so we'll just see how it goes. It doesn't make any sense on paper for this team to work.
He's got no chemistry. There's no chemistry. How's that supposed to work? There's absolutely no chemistry.
Headshots.
Yeah, headshots. I mean, there's really only one true way to fashionably settle
have a look at it.
and that's you guys fight in a gladiator arena. No, I'm
Okay,
kidding.
so the question is, what map are we playing? Because my team only practiced a few of them, so I
Inferno,
don't know.
it looks like.
Vito.
We can play any map.
You're playing Inferno.
All my players understand the game. They can figure it out, any map. We're going for Inferno. I'm on the T side.
Yeah,
That's
but
good.
you have the
I'm
best
the
players,
aggressor.
right? So that's supposed
You
to be
see,
fine.
they know. They don't need to corner. You know, Naf is like going back for the bomb. We have banana control.
I don't know what
You're
Blameless-
playing 4-1. Why are you playing 4-1?
I mean, we believe in Blameless ability. Look,
No,
he
you're
puts down the
believing in
smoke.
blind gambles because
he
that's
puts
the
down-
only way you can win.
He
this
puts
map.
down. Now, I would like Simple to rotate right now, Yanko, because Blameless smoke is about to fade and it's about
Let's
to go
go,
down.
baby.
It's about to
This
go
is a
down.
full
Blameless,
B
it's now. It's your
execute with no
time.
in-game
Please show me
winner.
what you
This is how
can.
it
First,
goes.
why does he only have a deagle in that round? Why does he only have a deagle?
Because
Please.
he's the tank.
No. Something happened
That's a
there.
quick
I
flank.
was lied to.
Rob's on the op.
I mean, we are on eco round. Perfecto's playing with the 5s. Come on, Perfecto. Second one with the 5-7.
Why is everyone dying to a 5-7?
I don't know, because that's
He's
how
back.
good we are.
But it's the Liquid duo. They got this.
Come on,
they
Perfecto.
don't
Show
they
me.
don't have this.
Show me. I had to pick it. Show me. There you go. What did I tell you about it? No chemistry.
get
We
it
don't need
diffused,
any
we don't
weapons.
really-
So Perfecto, the best player with the
With 5-7.
5-7 and the AWP.
That's what we
Imagine
learned.
that, and that's what we all.
This
knew
is just
about
like
it.
my coaching career. I lost on Antico.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. What would you say to a post-match interview after this game, Yanko?
I would say like we didn't show up. We didn't shoot them really well. We need to shoot better in the future.
Come back stronger.
They played their A game. We didn't play our A game. If we played our A game, we could have beaten them.
Yeah, and I think we can leave it at that. Congratulations, Maniac. You win. I don't think anything at all. But we get the treat. The winning observation ourselves is bringing in our commentators, who are going to be observing and telling you the story of this game the whole time. And obviously, they've got some things to say about Fallen and the boys yesterday.
We were messing about just then. We were having a conversation. We weren't ready, Trace. So, can
you want to try it
yourself?
again? Let's just redo the whole thing. No, I was saying Liquid yesterday.
yeah,
Fallen.
yeah,
Let's act
redo it.
professional.
Liquid and Fallen.
Okay, Fallen. All right, that's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with Fallen. All right. Oh, we're
Yes.
doing the whole thing.
I thought he was doing
Okay,
that. Sorry.
shh.
Let's bring in our commentators once more. This isn't a rehearsal. I just want to go ahead and run that by everybody right now. It's not a rehearsal.
I mean, it's also
We're
okay
doing
if
it
we
live.
caught them with their pants down. We can't tell
guess.
that their pants are
Yeah.
down. So
I guess.
just roll with it.
Guys, are you there on the other end of the line?
Yeah, here I am in my pantaloons. You can see I am
Flexible.
wearing full pantaloon.
Even with
action here.
socks today,
White socks,
guys.
They match the shoes. It's a whole monochrome thing I'm going for. But yes, Fallen, Liquid, 2016. It felt like 2016 yesterday.
Look, it's good to see Fallen playing like that. I think we're all enjoying it. I think you guys already touched on it a little bit here. With the concept that if Fallen's feeling himself, I just feel like Liquid as a team are going to be playing a much better brand of Counter-Strike. And that heroic matchup tomorrow night, right? I'm excited for that one. That's going to be a good game. I really want to see how that shakes out. But you boys pick some players there. I'm surprised not to see like a Mantu in the mix. He's been all right, or a Hades. Maybe they could have made your team a little bit better, Yanko.
A lot of things could have made my team better because we lost.
Picking the right players.
I mean, he's also an opera. Like I already have Simple and Zywo. Next time, that's a good idea, Chad. I'm building a team of 5 operas. See how that goes.
Just see how that goes. Hey, that might
Maybe
actually work
maybe we
out.
can outdo
Well, Robson
Perfecto in a
Perfecto
bloody
got the
op
AWP
duel.
kills, didn't that?
Probably not. Look, we'll get you guys out of here. I
Or
appreciate
5-7,
you.
Joel.
I love you guys. See you around.
See you guys.
Cool. So that was obviously your commentators for the game, Sponge and Machine, and that is the names they like to go by. For us, we like to go to a break and come back and get into the nitty-gritty of what these matchups have to offer. That's right, we're looking at OG Nip here to start the day off in our quarterfinals, and then we're going to round it out with a little bit of Gambit and Vitality action coming up after the break, so don't move. We'll be RB.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Berserk. There's 2 in that pit. That doesn't even matter because Celsius is killing them all. Finally, he gets in. He won't expect Freakazoid. Will expect Freakazoid. Oh, no! Zywoo is trying to do it all! Ridiculous! Zywoo! Woxing's tired of waiting around, and there it is! 4 kills from Woxing. Maya locks down the A-bomb site. He's going to get the ace there. He's overwhelmed. Doesn't make it look like that. He wants some close quarters, shoving his barrel in their belly button, and he's got it as well. Freakazoid. Oh! Another shot hit by Cold Zera. And another one from Cold. He's done it. NBK in a 1v2 that's certainly not easy. Oh, let's go.
Oh my God. That is just absolutely remarkable.
Oh,
let's go.
Now in with another that survived. Cold Zera.
Fallen, brilliant collateral shot. Fallen for the quad kill.
OG memorably went undefeated in Group B, but Fours had them against the ropes in their face-off, taking them down 16-18 on opener Mirage. OG got their confidence back on Inferno, but perhaps they were a little too confident, getting punished for their aggression in mid-apps and on Banana once they hit match point at 15-12.
I don't want to throw anyone on the bus here, but it was kind of like a feeling call by the other guys. About just wanting to kind of like close the game. Sometimes I might call something that goes horribly wrong, and this time it was someone else just making the call. And sometimes like what could have ended up easily happening on this one is we just completely shut them down and make it seem like we won the game on really dominating fashion. Sometimes it's good when you string some bronze together and you feel the hype in the team speak and you feel like, okay, now it's really time to do this. They have the confidence to pull it off. Then you just don't really want to always keep saying no, right? So this time it didn't work, but I'm sure it's going to work in the future.
In the penultimate round of overtime, Alexi and Mantu found themselves in a perilous 2v4 situation. Unbelievably, Mantu managed not only to plant, but to clutch from a smoked-off position. That hype moment gave the team enough momentum to power them through the rest of the series.
After he did that, I just kind of knew that we have what it takes now to close it out, and we did after that. But before that, you obviously have the feeling in your brain that yes, we were leading 15-12, we would have done this and that differently and closed out this game. But at the same time, I think I and us as a team, we've been in the same situation countless of times, so it's not like it's the first time and it's super stressful. So at the same time, we had the feeling that we won, like it's still group stage games, it's not the end of the world. I don't think we were that stressed, but at the same time, it was really important for us to win every single game.
You're absolutely right, dude. And here's exactly why. You find yourself pitted up against Nip, and after last season, OG went out at the 13th through 16th spot. Not really ideal, all things considered, but this season, quite a different story, quite the turnaround. Of course, going undefeated in Group B, that does say a whole lot about this lineup. Maniac and Yanko here to dissect.
Yeah, this is a high point for OG so far. The display of performance they had in the group stage left us all believing where's the end. You know, Alex CB is talking in an interview about how he could already picture himself play against Gambit, which by the way still have to play Vitality, but granted, play against Gambit, how they would win it. So now they can dream about it. And again, this is the high roller coaster OG type team, but now on the high.
And well, I mean, I guess if we talk about OG, if we want to keep singing their praises, Yanko, what is it about Mantu? Why does everybody just keep saying Mantu?
I think it's because he's just been performing so well so far in this group. He's been doing it all for OG, as you can see. Fourth highest rated player of the tournament, good impact rating, kills per round as well, fourth highest with 0.81 kills per round. And yeah, he's just been doing everything. He's had a couple of big clutches, as we heard from Frankie in that Inferno game against Fours in overtime, right? And he's just been really consistent so far in this group stage. I think that's the main thing.
Look, Trace, every top team of Counter-Strike needs a miracle worker. They need someone, a magician that can win round he's not supposed to win. Mantu right now is in the process. He's going through the motions of becoming a superstar for this OG lineup. I was just looking at some of these S-tier ratings of the past year. You start Katowice 2021, 074, not that great. Then EPL Season 13, 108. It's getting a little bit better, but suddenly IM Summer, 126. And today 128. So these two events, which by the way, second place for OG at IM Summer, he is turning into that superstar that they need. He's turning into not the same height, but the Zywo of Vitality, the symbol of Na'Vi, the one that can make the difference with the AWP. He's going through these steps, and that's why we get to hope. That's why we get to dream about OG.
So, well, okay, so we've got this for OG, right? But what about on the Ninja side, Yanko?
Well, I mean, for them, it has to be more of a team effort because really they haven't been lights out individually. I mean, sure, you look at Rez and Hampos and things like that, but really looking at Device, right? I mean, that's why he was brought in for that huge fee, to be the face of the franchise, really, to be the star player who's going to lead the team forward.
And I don't think he's been doing quite so. I don't think he has been. A man like Device moves from Astralis to NIP with great hopes and great expectations as to what he can do and the kind of imprint he can have as an individual. I haven't seen it quite yet, I have to be real.
What I'm seeing, though, is NIP has moved to a smaller room to play.
What does that mean?
Which means they can fit less people. So less people being around, fewer distractions, more oxygen for the players that are going to pass out mid-clutch. So
condensated skill, maybe?
That happened last game as well, and they won against Mouseport. So I think we have something going on here, Trace. This could be closer than we thought.
It very well could be, just on that condition alone. But also with a bit of an imbalance we've got here. Yeah. Maniac, tell me about numbers, man.
Look, we can talk about logistics and the room and the boot camp and the height of it. I don't think it's going to help their T side, and I just had to mention it because NIP, out of the 8 remaining teams in the tournament, have by far the worst T side. We're talking 42.5% round win, and that measly 33% of opening kill. Just for people to clearly understand, these are needed to win. You need to find openings, and only 33% of the time does NIP do that on the T side.
And they made it to the playoffs. So how have they done that? Yanko hit it.
Barely, Trace. They've done it.
Remember that Mouseport?
Barely, and thanks to Team Liquid, right? That's the problem. In that game they lost to Furia, it was because they lost 7 rounds in a row of T side of Nuke. They had a 13-9 advantage or 13-7 advantage, I can't remember exactly, and they couldn't win a single T side round from that point on.
Well, T-side rounds are great on maps that you know, but what about the map pool? Because this is where the weird curveball comes in with OG.
This gets really interesting. Yes. I'm going to show you guys why. I'm going to zoom this for you. So look at Vertigo and Ancient for OG. They haven't played Ancient or Vertigo at all in the last 3 months. Like, how are they getting away with it?
Wow,
Not playing a single map. On the other side of things, pay attention to NIP's Ancient, right? They have played it 12 times. It's been their first pick every single time. So here is the main story of this veto. Does OG veto out Ancient? Because as you can see, Vertigo, NIP has only played it 2 times. They like to float around it. They have a 7-map pool, but they've lost it terribly to Mouseports when they made that gamble. They said they were prepared for it. I don't think they really were. If they were, they didn't show it on the server anyway. So what happens now is OG, first, how good do they think their Ancient is? So do they feel confident enough to just veto, you know, Vertigo or whatever and let it go to Ancient, play that against NIP? Or do they take the risk, veto Ancient, leave Vertigo in?
Please remove Ancient.
Okay, NIP just did it for them.
NIP just helped them just answer the question. NIP just made life for OG so easy, and now they remove Ancient. We go for an overpass pick. It's a really good map for Rez. I can understand that. Barrage for OG, but the two first items we have here, that makes me so happy.
Well, there's a comfort level to be talked about NIP and OG on overpass, I think.
There definitely is. I just don't understand why NIP is vetoing Vertigo. Unless you've seen OG practice Vertigo, right? And that's the map they want to... But I don't think that's the case. So you just made the life so much easier for OG.
I thought OG would remove
You have
anyway.
no dilemma if you're OG after this happens, right? Obviously, you're just going to get rid of... Why are they doing this? Why are
they made our veto so not interesting.
Like, even if...
by removing Vertigo
even
first.
if you don't remove Vertigo, right? Like, you can still remove, for example, Mirage. That was OG's pick. Like, you can remove something else that you think they're gonna pick.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. And you could force maybe a second wave ban from OG down the line, then to make them a bit uncomfortable on the third one. So I'm not exactly sure about. But NIP have had a couple of oopsies when it comes to the veto. Already the case against Mouseport. So maybe that's for a loser or winner interview.
I'm really disliking this decision because in my head, this was like just such a potential, hyped up thing, and they just. Well, no, we're just going to make it easy for OG. OG won this veto, and they won it hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that sound means just one thing. It's time for Counter-Strike playoff matches. That's right, we're going into the quarterfinals right here. We're doing OG versus the Ninjas in Pajamas to kick the day off, and we're doing it with Sponge and Machine.
Yeah, you'd be so lucky, Stunner. Let's get into it, because already we have pins pulled and bodies moving. NIP starting on the T side of Overpass, and I'm just hyped to be bringing you the quarterfinal. We're getting into the real nitty-gritty of this Pro League, a full month-long expedition into finding out who is the cream of the crop. And, well, Mantu doing a lot with a little. He's got 4 players closing and bearing down on his location. He will have to fall into a more passive stance and call for aid. It's going to be a 3-2 split of the CTs after this spread from NIP.
And the bomb's still very passive here. You can see it all the way back as Mantu takes some more contact here. A couple of P250s in the mix. One for Rez, one for Hampus as they just continue to comb for info here. But Alexi hits a screamer. Nico gets one, and this is looking great now for OG.
Yeah, looking for a response is Plopsky. He's been spotted out on the Slither gap. Nico advancing, looking for another, and that's Linus with the util. Should be round defining. And just about on the last of the clip, does find the head necessary. So call this one OG, and I think now is a better time than most. Yanko feeling like OG won that veto open and shut.
Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense why NIP removed Vertigo, at least from what we know about what's been going on,
I mean,
right?
the Vertigo did look pretty weak.
Yes, but OG don't play Vertigo.
They don't play it.
So as far as we know, OG do not play Vertigo. They also have not ever played in an official capacity Ancient.
Doesn't that leave them pretty vulnerable, you'd think?
That's what we'd think. That's why coming in today, right, you were thinking there might be an option where if Ancient was going to get taken out of the equation, it was going to be, a bit of a gamble, right? Because NIP didn't have to ban Vertigo. They could probably float it through to the second wave. There were so many different things that could have happened here, and I don't think any of us were expecting this.
Well, let's see if NIP can back it up with some resistance early. They have equipped themselves with pretty scary-looking Deagle and Tech-9 mix.
They do have a lot of space here to work with early, but one of the things here is OG know they're up against the pistols. There was no plant, so no AK-47s to worry about. No need to get too aggressive across the map here. As Mantu and Nico, you can see they're defending the A site. And just this slow crawl again here from NIP. Similar as to what we saw just on that pistol round. Now setting up with a bit of util. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes in the mix here for the A site take. As long as they get the bomb down, they can start to deal with this post-plant situation. So smokes are in the air. Defending in front of them now. Mantu and Nico looking for a gap.
That's a good find from Nico. He can tuck in and let Mantu activate. It is only for the one. Rez on long with the frag, and they'd love a plant. The smokes are up. Now is a better time than most. Oh, Device, though, is planting right in front of the nose of Nico, and he will punish. Completely denies the plant. Rez, just the last to fall, taking one more with him.
Okay, well, that's 3 kills in the first 2 rounds of play. So just to give you the context of what I'm talking about there, they haven't been close rounds. They've looked quite clean and easy for OG. They stopped another bomb plant going on down. Now, one of the things I thought when I saw this veto shaking out, maybe not so much with Mirage coming through as the second, but at least Overpass, I'm hoping maybe we'll see a bit more from Device, right? And it's one of these things that he played in Astralis, guys. They didn't play Mirage. Now he plays in NIP, a team that plays Mirage, right? And then there's other maps like Ancient, which is new to the pool. On the T side, you hardly see him AWPing, right?
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, like, a lot of these things aren't playing to Device's strengths.
That's true. That's actually true. True.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one, but I get it, right? If you're Threat, you want to build the team in the way that you feel fit, and having Ancient pretty high up in your map pool, or your first pick in a lot of these situations, is a good map to have. It's a bit of a bogey map, and in a scenario like today's matchup, could have come in handy.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, look, there's a balance. I don't know how much, as a coach, I'd want to be playing into the strengths of my 2x major MVP.
Oh.
That's saved rather, by the Mantu MP9. Did just look to go a little awry there, and he's got to be careful with that duel on Rez's Deeg. Device trying to take space away from Alexi, but I do not fancy his chances. This is unarmored, so he'd have to be the first to be pulling the trigger. Then, yeah, Alexi gets info, nice angle from him. Rez's Deeg still threatening. He's already caught 2 in this round, and with the bomb on his back and time, he can at least have a little adventure. The CTs are going to be divided, or at least that's how it typically sets up. Now, this is actually, dare I say it, Chad, quite a predictable mid-round position from Valder. I'm sure Rez is anticipating a late flank potentially if he does start to poke and prod.
Yeah, this right here, just really hitting that pause right now from Rez, hoping that another kill would come his way or an over-rotation, maybe a step, maybe a little bit of information to work with. 25 seconds left. It will have to be this A finish. Now, he has time to walk up and clear. If he's able to take Alexi out of the picture, the bomb can go down. Valder will be on the flank, but it all comes down to this fight.
Has to be a bloody scorcher. Doesn't clear the corner. All right, that is going to be the third for OG. A flying start for them. And I definitely say would like my hot favorite for this head-to-head, as well as potentially some upset potential throughout the semi-finals. I mean, I know we've got the CIS Wonder Children available and likely to be in those semis.
I think that can be a good matchup. I was curious tonight as well when we do have the Vitality Gambit game. Look at Alexi's locks. They're getting very luscious. Is the Gambit in the head-to-head against Vitality, the last time they played, Vitality beat them. So it's an interesting game against the French.
I think it was Nafany or Hobbit saying he's looking forward and wants to play them again for revenge.
Very heavy B indication here from NIP. They're just going to walk up through Monster. Linus is going in. Going to be lots of pressure here.
Careful now. Linus is looking snappy. Does take down Valdi. And Flames a defensive smoke. He's going to try and play around it, hoping he won't be cleared from the ramp side. And stray bullets, but he's actually set himself up for survival there. Eventually. Oh, he catches another. He's still alive, Chad. No HP. But that smoke has set him up for success. He takes 2. And so does this round for Rez and Hampus. Timing is everything. He's got the lineup to smoke off Heaven. Nico just walks straight in and says no, one-on-one. But Mantu Zorp is quicker. And that will be another for OG. NIP's first buy, and it comes down to a 1v1.
Yeah, well, look, it was a very, very action-packed round here. But Flames, this is just a miracle shot through the smoke, right? Have a look at what he's operating with here. The fact he's gotten 3 in this, like, this is just wild. He's just peppering away. It's unreal that he takes Plopsky out there. That's a Hail Mary attempt, and it sets the team up for a very, very winnable 2-on-2. So great stuff from Nico and Mantu as well.
So, Tech9, Deagle, Cheeky Mac 10 action in there, and again leaning towards the B side. Alexi will be jumping for early damage, and he's found it. 2 nades combined to bring Hampus down to 50. We're rocking and rolling with a bit of short aggro here. Flames considering his options, and the flash is just perfect. There you go, another opening kill for OG. And Flames to wrap things up. Rez is the only one that's been a slight threat on these Deagles and Kevlar rounds, and good God. OG getting more frags than we're getting messages. And there's another for Devices. Deeg! Oh, and Mantu falls as well. Heating up. The Dane shouldn't have any more to say. My God, that is scary. He nearly takes them all down, Chad.
Jeez. Okay.
Like, I mean, one, sure. Two, okay, stop at the third. My goodness, Device, that was a very close to absolute masterclass there. We'll see it again.
Honest, isn't he? Really keeping it honest right there. Oh, wow. Just feeding him the heads. Well, this is what you want to see from Device, right?
Didn't he have that crazy deagle round from back monster overpass as well?
Yeah, as he was coming in from this position right here,
exactly.
actually. So,
nearly this time, nearly. Added
not
one
a stranger.
to the tally, and Device straight through the flames. That cost him 40 points of health. Quite the blood sacrifice. Let's see if he can justify it with a frag. And oh, my goodness. A FAMAS wins out the duel.
He's done a lot with the FAMAS, hasn't he, Flames?
I think Nico's bottom didn't get spotted. He's just tucked in. Mantu, I can't believe he's posted up there with an AWP. So OG getting a little experimental.
This is about to get really weird right now. We've got Rez pushed up towards the sandbag position of short. Hampus is working on this long crawl. Plopsky in connector.
Nico's gone unchecked.
Yeah, but the thing is, if Nico hasn't communicated, oh, he definitely has, because Alexi B, he's hanging out now and he's aware that this is a possibility. So they're leaving Nico here aggressive as a bit of a sleeper, right? He'll activate once they have more information.
Speaking of sleepers, Hampus has just been parked in the Buster spot as well.
Yeah, so this is going to get really, really weird right now. It feels like Valdo's going to be able to do enough from this position to at least get one. And Linus has the bomb. Oh, he's been spotted, blinded up. Linus, huge kill.
Yeah, that changes everything, and it should favor NIP's first. They've got to convert something like this. And down goes Plopsky. Perhaps not such a guarantee. They're still hesitant to walk into B. It's defended by an MP9 on Flames. I mean, it should be an open runway. They're waiting for the flank, that's why. Look at this. Oh no, Hampus has completely whiffed it. He's thrown this one away, and perhaps a little more threatening now from OG. I say that as Flames falls. And yeah, Alexi just looking to save. So NIP, I could be mistaken, Chad, but I feel like that was their first opening kill and they've converted it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me have a look. I'm going to scroll through the old Ghibli Wib.
Remember, we're a couple minutes ahead here.
I know,
we are in that future.
I know, but I can. Don't I get to look at the HLTV Ghibli Wib?
Yeah, but it's
okay.
You're going to be about 2 rounds in, I think. Yeah, so you're going to have a while before that one catches on up. But I think right there, one of the key things which I didn't point out was the fact that Device's Deagle had done a lot of damage to the economy there of OG going into that round. You saw Alexi operating with a SMG, and I do believe Flames was down to that FAMAS. So Alexi having to hold on to this. Quite important for him to do so here because there's nothing left in that bank balance for OG going into round number 7.
I will correct myself. It was on the round 4, Linus did get that opening kill, but that was when Flames got 3. You know, Linus got the first on the way into B, but Flames with the FAMAS and the smoke and the USP and all that.
That naughty business.
The 4th on the board. This was a good catch, though, from Plopsky. Speaking of opening frags, and Linus, this was a big catch as well. Needed that onto Valda. Chad believing that Valda's position alone could defend the site. Linus changing up minds.
Yeah, it's just weird because that position Valda's in, you can see quite deep through monsters. So if Linus was to step out of line there, he could get gunned on down. That bomb would have been dropped and noted, and OG could have pieced the puzzle together. But now they're left in a position where they have slightly invested. There's some Deagles on the board. They saved AK. Under pressure right now. Molly extinguished. Alexi, oh, he's actually going to try and push through this. Bullets through the smoke. It has been noted. They know where the AK is now. NIP can start building a little bit of a mental picture here, and they are just opting for a bit of a default spread. This one, a bit more B-centric. We've got Plopsky and Hampus down towards connector. Rez making sure they can't push the playground, and Linus and Device in tandem watching each of these pipes over towards the B bomb site. Bomb going to be scooped on up by Rez.
I do not fancy Flames and Valda's chances here.
Valda has a smoke, but it depends on how he dumps it. We see a lot of teams put it next to the pillar, and well, that might not even matter. Flames is down. It is just Valda. He needs backup, and he needs it now. Alexi and Mantu on the wrong side of things.
Valda just going to tuck in on a more passive line, hoping to hit one pot shot as he strafes out from ABC. And yeah, call that one quits.
I think Alexi's just going to save again here. So OG, if they can find another kill, maybe grab another AK out of this round, that'd be the best thing they're looking for here. But we'll call this NIP's second. And as the desk highlighted with some of those lovely graphics, the T side is where NIP tend to have some of their struggles. So anything they can be posting here early is very good signs. Now this matchup, it's really hard to tell, right? We know that we had the Mouse Sports versus NIP game, NIP picking that one up. And if you come out of the group stage of Group D, NIP needing to get that win over Gambit, a couple of other results going here, there, and everywhere to actually get them on through after flubbing the game against the stand-in Furia with the coach of Gary. But if they can now come into the playoffs and they can show some really solid signs here against OG, who topped their group, then now we'll forget about that, right? They've made it through where they need to be. They're beating the teams that are in front of them right here. And this NIP story, right? They've been chopping and changing the fifth. There's been a lot of things that have been happening with this team. Really, if you look at the last year, obviously we've had Nork, we've had Twist, Linus has been in the roster, we've had ZTR, Device coming in as a massive one. Plugging and playing all across the ways as NIP now setting themselves up, looking very good here to get their third. It is just this saved Alexi B AK. A couple of Deagles still for Mantu and Nico. Flames and Valda yet to invest. Next round, they do get the 2,400 loss bonus, so they definitely can buy next round.
And we were just talking about it in the car on the way here, but last overpass we saw out of the Ninjas was that Team 1 game, and it went really close. Like, I mean, I think that was more of a compliment of what Malbs and Maluki were up to than it was a criticism of NIP, but it was, I mean, going so close. I think it was double overtime, if not single overtime, against a team ranked as low as Team 1. It isn't a great performance indicator for your overpass, but this closing the gap now is compulsory. This should just be a 2-round gap now as they collect up against USPs and Deegs. Don't forget, Alexi perhaps with the hero AK can make some magic happen. And Rez, he's being loud about this. There's a chance.
Might get found here.
There's a chance. Oh, Alexi's gonna be a bit miffed about that one. 98. It's not 100. That's my analysis.
Oh, that should spur them towards B right now, unless Alexi can find something here in connector. That's a great shot onto Hampus, so he's done damage and he has a kill. This is winnable now for OG.
So yeah, something getting a bit fishy for the Ninjas, trying not to be flustered, and Linus with one. Flames gets something done with the USP, and Device juggling with his weapons has led to his demise. Don't forget the damage Alexi's already inflicted. Rez is limping around, and Plopsky's got his back turned. They're losing to pistols, Chad. That saved rifle, sure, it's potent. But a contribution from Mantu, one from Flames, leaving Rez, who just took a lick of flame, down to 1 HP. You got the 1 HP 1v3. It sounds good to say. It would look even better if he can pull it off in play. Good luck, have fun, my boy. Not gonna happen. OG break the back of the Ninjas over their knee.
Huge stuff from Alexi, right? The fact that he's able to, the initial fight that goes down there against Rez, even though he doesn't convert, at that point NIP can still recover. There's still an opportunity, but this kill right here onto Hampus, that's the in-game leader dead, and he was gonna try and alleviate that Alexi pressure anyway. This forces them into the B bomb site where the pistols, when you're skirmishing, you know, you're scrimming in, you know, it's not as detailed here. The pistols doing exactly what they need to do, just stand up close and personal, getting a couple of cheeky kills, and Alexi B comes in for his third in the round. So great stuff there from just one saved rifle. And NIP trip over their shoelaces. They can get the buyback out. The AKs are here, and Device very aggressive up short. Look at this.
Yeah, he's really pissed. And look at the result. Catching a chunk of damage from the nade. And as long as the CTs don't overstep the mark, they flash. So due diligence is there, and Flames is across now.
Okay, well, dicing with, or dancing with death right there. It could be dicing with it too, but they know that the AWP is back out here for NIP.
Oh, look at the timing on the util. Rez's boost is cancelled. Linus is playing a dangerous game. He's counting on a flash here. Or not. Oh, just running away. Tail between his legs. He actually gets away with it. That is a bit of an odd one.
Well, that right there, you see where Rez was volleyed out of? His position, he can throw a really nice flash there to help Linus come through. So the fact that he gets disrupted kind of changes the plan. So Linus still having a look. Lucky to get away with his life. And now NIP need to start working on the other side of the map here. Bathrooms being cleared on out. If Hampus continues forward towards long, we'll have to greet the AWP of Mantu. Nico's close and Alexi rotating over as well. Oh. They're reading this one well.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to mess with Nico and Mantu. They just look so poised. An AUG and an AWP, their signature weapons equipped. And he's actually going to really push the issue. Tight line held and results in the demise of Rez. Give me another. Nico struggles. Mantu has the shadow advantage, puts the bomb on the floor, the quick scope shy. And it leaves us on a 3v3.
Oh,
Alexi
huge.
needed more. It's Hampus that puts him on the floor. And bomb now planted. Plopsky considers it. Safe plant toilet side, won't be able to deny. And that's Flames partnered up with Valda. Do they give it a go?
Their money's not great here, right? If they go for this, they lose everything. But if they can pull this one off, they can really hurt NIP. This might be worth a shot with the smoke in play.
The smoke in the kit is tempting. But you'd want to take one of these riflers down first. If you catch Hampus long, you've at least got a bit of legs to it.
Here comes the smoke.
Take a fight, perhaps.
Flames has a kit.
Yeah, he's on it. 5, 4, 3, 2.
He's getting away with it.
No!
He's getting away with it.
He's actually nearly. Okay, what?
Wow.
I looked at the bar.
Yeah, it was really close.
It was like half, if not even that, millimeters on the defuse there. They finally catch a stray bullet into the smoke. It looked like they were way off on their crosshair placement. Let's see this one again. So Mansu starts off well. I think the missed quickscope cost him. The fact Nico gets nothing as well left definitely a bit of a problem. And Plopsky, yeah, just surviving.
Look how close this is.
Look at it.
Look how close that is.
I swear.
Yeah. That is so close. All right, well, look what that's done. Mansu's gone into the hero AWP. They've actually forced spot here. Interesting approach here from OG. They lose this one. Obviously, the loss bonus only 1,900 in the next. This is a chance for NIP to claw their way back into this half. Scoreline still quite close here, 6-3. Let's keep this AWP quite mobile here. Look where Mansu's posted up right now. You can see over towards the B bomb site at short with the AWP just looking to see if anybody's taking control. And Linus is super, super passive. It's actually A, where NIP are playing their trade right now. And if Mansu's not in the right position, they're going to have covered a lot of ground where normally the AWP can find so many kills. This has worked out perfectly for NIP.
Oh, and Alexi trying to test his might, and it results in the death of Nico. They can just walk through this now. They're running the show. Shouldn't be much more for these Deagles to say about it.
It's just Mantu now, if he rotates in, he's going to be smoked off, right? He's not going to be in a position that it would be great to AWP all the way down long. Oh, be careful, Mantu.
Jeez, takes the first shot. He did hit Device through the corner of Optimus, and dunking to finish the job. Clearing their corners, looking great for the Ninjas here, and even the hero walk just posted up. Blind to Rez's swing. So that's definitely one back, NIP. I think this one can call it quits from the USP slip up.
Yeah, and losing that AWP there looked a little bit clunky, right? I know that Mantu wanted to help them defend the site, but after they go down, after he's the only man left, you think maybe the save could have been on the agenda. They would have hunted. But yeah, that's going to be the biggest gun. Taken out of the server. Device, does he want to equip himself with that? They always have the option of picking that one up. Maybe they're happy just to rock these 5 rifles. But the one place that Mantu was, nobody from NIP was there to even greet him with a fight, right? He didn't find any traction at all until it was the execute. And that is one of the worst things that could happen if you're going to invest in a rifle like that. The difference is we could just use Alexi's push with the AK. Alexi found 2 fights immediately, one over towards Playground and one in Connector. Mantu found nothing until they were already breaching the site. Molly bank, Molly truck, smoke drop down, nades into the site. What's he meant to do, right? He can't contribute and help his team from this angle whatsoever, and he gets blindsided. Rez just peeling on off, popping him out. And we'll call that 4 now for NIP as they can really now start turning on the rounds here. There's no Alexi AK-47 right now. So the biggest problem is Flames as Deagle. And as long as they just avoid putting their heads into the vice, this is looking very, very good for the Swedes, +1.
We all love a little triple boost action. Who's nominated to go up? It's only the USPs. And this looks like the perfect call again out of the Ninjas. Alexi's supposed to be the little scout. I think his jiggle has been noted. But again, yeah, this is the, in a way, similar to the previous in the sense of OG investing towards the B defense and getting crawled on here to the A.
Nice little progression smoke. So the biggest thing that OG have to work with right now is Flames' smoke. If he can drop that defensively, and NIP choose to run on through it, it can get a little bit interesting, but NIP really, never mind. They've doubted themselves. They've headed back towards B, so, all right, we'll call this one done. Just peppering on through the smoke. Alexi being a little bit cheeky there, gets some good damage, but that's about all he has to note. And yeah, if you're OG at this point, don't even contest this, right? You don't have to. Just go somewhere else, look for an exit, wait and see.
Don't give them the extra 1,500 or whatever it would be, 5 times 3, yeah.
So this one here, just a bit of a stalemate. OG seeing if anybody wants to be cheeky with the peak, start hunting those eco kills. Some players get a little bit undisciplined in those moments here, but being dissuaded right now. Some flashes are going to keep it that way. And maybe just a last second, run up and try and get a kill on the way out the door.
Here we go. For Scotland.
Oh. Om nom 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 nom. Aren't they tasty? We all love some eco frags. Everyone's favorite. All right. Well, Flames, important that he held on to his Kevlar there. He won't have to reinvest in it right now. You know, gets a couple of extra nades on his belt. So here we go. OG back into the guns. No AWP to be held for Man2 here. So not a single AWP will be in play going into round number 12. And there's Threat. Coach of NIP chipping on in, having a bit of a conversation. Alexi B's actually gone for a Famas here to get the util up. He's got a kit as well. So kit watch. The 2 thumbs up from Graham Pitt here. We'll get this one back underway. And, oh, that's not how that was meant to go.
It's a trick nade.
Yeah.
It's like kind of Beyblading, you know. Flames, so brave to have his back like that.
They're just walking in.
Yeah,
guys.
Contact, okay. Valda's managed to at least shut Hampus down, but he went 1 for 1, and that seems to be the cancel. It could have been the full lost sight had it gone a little worse.
Well, this works perfectly now. If you're NIP, you have a 4-on-4, but on the T side, there's a lot more options. If you regroup, you're able to pip a bit of a gap, which Rez is right now. Man2, they're on both sides of you.
Yeah, he's looking the wrong way. Oh, elbow, I think. Nice find again from Rez. He's definitely stepping up for the Ninjas here into the quarterfinals. 15 is tally so far. Up long. Defensive util. About that 45-second mark, Alexi would get some info. I think he saw the bomb as well walking up on Linus, so that is a dream around the 30-second mark. Dumping bullets, dumping util. What happens next? You've only got 3 CTs in play, but you've got some info that favors you. It's going to get cleared now, trying to play anti-flash and vision restored, but Linus better. Flames, oh, he could be the difference maker here. They take a chunk out of him, and Linus is looking very quick. Not only with frags, but in getting that bomb down, plenty of time to spare. Clock extended by the Ninjas, and yeah, Flames' chances fading with every passing second.
Yeah, it's a bankside plan as well here, so even if he was to go for this, he's going to have to deal with Device at long, Linus on the side, and then Rez, who's playing the post plant, very, very passive. Flames has had enough. He's going to get on out of dodge here. Try and hold on to this AK. Device is on the chase. Sticking to that firewall, not trying to give away too many sound cues here, and he has a good idea that Flames is around. Rez is coming looking. They might take this AK away after all. And there it is, Rez. Another kill, 16 for him. I swear if you were to look, right, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if you were to look at Rez's performance up into the Furia game, like include the Furia game, and then look at the best of 3s after the Furia game, I think it's like a whole different player. Like, I think that he's just been popping off in a big way because he was a necessary component in that Gambit win. Now, say about that match whatever you will. He got the kills that came his way, right? That's the best way we can look at that. Yeah. Then he's been a force, right? He's been that second star of the team. I don't even think that we'd be looking to Device to be the driving factor.
It's the contract extension buff.
But Yanko put it the other way. Normally you take a step back, right? Oh, I got 4 years. I'll just chill out a bit.
No, I'm thinking in my mind it's the contract extension buff because he's like, oh, my employment is so secure right now. I just want to frag.
Okay, all right. Yeah, he's got no worries in the world. Yeah. All right.
As opposed to the breathing down the neck, I better frag, oh, I've got to be the playmaker, otherwise I might not get my money.
I'm with you, I'm with you.
That's all I'm saying. Now, it is only going to be a P250 and 3 Deagles, and it does sound like the start to a bad joke. Perhaps NIP a little more vulnerable and a little more apprehensive in rounds like this after losing to just a single Deagle and some USPs earlier in the piece. Admittedly, Alexi B and 3 frags on a saved AK, that certainly helped.
Yeah, you'd hope you don't fumble this one if you're NIP because you've done a great job, right? This is your map choice. We don't have to worry about that ancient curveball in there, right? If you've been Counter-Strike. Well, that's a nice push, okay.
And they're coming up Monster. Couple of heads visible and looking good from Plopsky. Need to see him and partners up nicely. 3 in the feed instantaneously. And so the 7th. Locked and loaded. NIP, what a resurgence. After a very slow start into the half, we saw a 5-0 start, now bouncing back to a 7-6 scoreline. Their pick, as Chad outlined. And they've been like completely emptying the OG coffers for the last, what, 5 rounds in a row? I think couple of 2 saves over the course of 5 rounds for 2 players. It's closing the gap, and it's going to continue now. We get to see Man2 back on his AWP.
Yeah, I think that's a big factor as well, right? Man2, for me, is he wasn't expected to be, but he's the star of this team, and his AWP especially on a map like Overpass, needs to be finding some CT-sided impact. Quite the passive stance from him right now, and NIP icing with this B bomb side again. Hampus and Linus going for a little bit of a walk, been smoked off, and it looks like that's enough to hold them at bay. Oh, that is so close. He had no idea anybody was on the other side of that. Flames is lucky, very lucky, none of that connected. Rez is literally left up to his own devices here. He can go wherever he wants, right? He's on his lonesome. Hampus is just joining him now. Plopsky's still quite passive over towards Connector.
So you think he just sets his own pace?
I think the only other player that he might be considering is Plopsky if he needs help Connector. Ooh, don't put a shoulder out of line here. Device is still watching. A lot of map control for NIP here with a minute on the clock, right? They've got long. They're still locked down towards B. They've got Connector. They've got everything they want. And they're heading back towards B for this finish right now. So Alexi is with Volda and Flames on the site.
A lot of the success NIP have had is hitting the site the Mantu's not at. Well, with 40 seconds left, the CTs drop a monster smoke, but that's not going to deter them. NIP was set up behind that. And a bit of a gamble stack. I like this. You've got Mantu in support this time. Perhaps this could be the differentiating factor. Alexi just chooses to unload. 30 bullets into the smoke and enough onto Hampus to bring us into a 5v4. Rez equalized. Valda's the one to tip the scales. 2. He's so blind. Device has closed the gap. Vision restored, and that will be the 7th. OG, deal with it. And despite all of that map control, that's the first time we've seen it kind of bite them.
Yeah, well, I think NIP right there, just trying to keep the A presence and feet planted. What you're hoping when you're doing like an A fake like that and there's no visibility, this is the Alexi B smoke kill, just holding that trigger down. They have to be somewhere, right? But you're hoping Alexi B that swingman I'm talking about here. Great stuff from Volda. Only has a few kills to his name, but impact right there. Alexi gets caught over towards A, right? Because the in-game leader, he's trying to read the game. He's trying to think what that utility means, but found himself in the right place here, the Finn. And OG can still win this half. Guns are back out. Hampus very quick right now.
Hell yeah, he's definitely got something to prove. Straight up, Nico's hidden. And Alexi doesn't even need Nico's help. He remains a surprise, and that might lead to the end of Plopsky. Device to peek in. Mantu's ready for you, and he will not let that go. 2 in favor of OG to finish this half strong. Missed shots. Rez very brave to be standing around up against the repeats of Mantu. But they have to take some space back. Unfortunately, the door is open, so no sound cue required to start slipping back into the potential party position. Nico's waiting for you.
Oh, he's just looked away. Oh, he got lucky. The reload helped him.
Yeah, it really did.
Oh, they should be more than ready for this B hit. OG are looking great here to win out the half, even though it is going to be the smallest of margins. It's just going to be the all-in monster play. 44 seconds. They're about to have a look. Mantu's waiting. Here we go.
Yeah, is Rez going to throw something for him? Is it just going to be dry? Yeah, dry. Okay, Mantu. Can't believe his luck. Takes down Rez, and down go the Ninjas. It's the smallest of gaps, but it's a gap all the same. OG leading the half by just the single round. It's NIP's pick, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the Ninjas' defense shapes up. Is it time for Device and that AWP to awaken?
I think the biggest changes that we need to have is to we need to find solutions within ourselves as individual, but also as a team within our structure to make sure that we can keep a consistency and keep our high performances in the same level and not drop as much when we have our lows. And I think that that is probably the biggest thing that we have to do as a team.
Hey Future Pros, welcome back to Overpass. Today we have a quick little pop flash for you to learn. It is a CT flash for inside connector. To do the flash, drop into this corner. Aim at the intersection of these lines. Then underhand throw the flash. This should give you an easy kill to anyone creeping up connector.
It's a big one. Winner advancing to the semi-finals. Losers out. Certainly a deep playoff run required from OG and NIP. Expectations set high for both organizations. Machine, I got Chad Sponge Birchall hanging out with me, and we're flying into Overpass in its second half. NIP managing to find themselves a nice close of the gap. It was a strong start from OG's defense. Let's see if they can do the same here on theirs. Rez is dispatched as a solo info play. He's going to have a little glance at Fountain and say, yep, Mom, Dad, you can pick me up now. It's getting scary in the toilets.
And that info right there has forced Mum and Dad, which is Hampus and Device, to rotate over towards A to back him on up here. Linus and Plopsky are working on their own mission as Rez takes more contact. He's seen quite a few around the corner. Oh, okay. Plopsky tucking on in here, wanting to be a factor late. We've got the 1x bet odds here favoring OG. Another line taken. Device spots Peppers, and there it is. It's Rez to find the first blood.
Oh, multiple targets. They're not trying to make any secret of this. Flashes are good. Bit of space, and oh god, a drive-by from the Glocks. USPs are still featured in the feed quite prominently. Nico will end that. Hampus is hiding in the smoke this whole time. Does he have the deny? He certainly should have something. He's got everyone's back turned. Taps into Alexi. Oh, and he's worried about Nico as well. The plant for Vald is not ideal. He's even working with his Glock. Long range, they're smoking it already. Defuse coming in.
And that's it.
And that's the end of the pistol. Well recovered. It's Rez with the double, but Hampus just bides his time perfectly in that smoke.
Yeah, you could see the OG, right? That's not the normal smokes that you'd see on the site, right? Normally you want to create a wall. They've actually gone to smoke off the drop-down position and fight through truck and have that as their avenue to get in towards the site here. So a bit of a different approach. I like it, but unfortunately those smokes were used against them, and Hampus just too snappy.
With 10 HP the whole time.
Yeah, and here with that Linus combo, right, he's always on the smoke kid or he's dropping something, like he's ready and raring to go. So smoke the bomb, defuse, simple as you like, and here it is, OG with the plant. Have been able to get a 4 spine. Ouch, man, 2 down to 4. Just wants to have a little bit of a look, but cops so many nades down the gullet.
Yeah, I guess I'll just, I'll hang out at the back now, guys.
Yeah, you need to take the space because Hampus, he's already rotated back over towards B, and all that aggression that they're scared of and they're dealing with now from the 3-man aggressive maneuver from NIP, it's gone, right? So this is the key with Overpass. When you posture aggressive early as the CTs, the Ts have to respect it. They have to take their time, they have to flash, they have to clear. So we've already seen 55 seconds of play transpire, and well, the only contact was those nades onto Mantus. OG, operating now with less than a minute on the clock, will need to start to get a bit of a wriggle on. Rez, aggressive towards long. Device, the dice box is in sight. And he's got company.
How many can you get on a FAMAS with this line? He should be flashed. Turns it. Oh, he's quick on that as well. He's not even threatened.
He's in limbo, though.
He is, and he's trying to transition back. They're trying to bait, and so the hunt is on. And just some damage, actually. I can't believe Device didn't take either of those bullets connect. No, his scout has rattled off some shots. Hampus tagged up. The nades are good from OG, and this is a very, very threatening round. Device's scout good for the first 2. Plopsky's arrived, and so has Device. That scout good for more damage as well. Nico just kept so honest. And that will be NIP just recovering. It looks so good from OG as the util dump came in. You can see people catching nades, flashes, but no bomb plant and no round.
Yeah, I think this one ended how I think we all thought it was going to. It got interesting with the Rez death, but the fact that Device is able to just dance around with the scout like this, you love it, right? I know you'd prefer the AWP, but the fact you're able to be so mobile, back and forth, all over the shop. Save NIP the round, and here we go. Just one more for them to be getting up to those double digits. It should be likely here. We've got some Deagles coming out, P250. Block for Mantu, he wants that AWP as soon as he can. So no spending for him here, and okay, you won't be jumping that one again anytime soon, Hampus. See you later, mate.
Whew, that will leave a mark. And it's after shots like that where you just go into the server and just try and find the least amount of head you can show on those jumps, and Rez just collecting third as well.
Handled this, haven't they?
Yeah. Couple of shots on him, but that is 10.
I went and I had a look at the stats, right? Because I was talking about it before with Rez. Hold up a second. Just bringing her up right now. So in the first few games within the group stage, so if we're including the Liquid game, the Entropic game, the Team 1 game, and the Furia game, the stats for Rez, he was 0.93 in terms of his overall rating as per HLTV.org. Then it's only obviously been 2 series. We'll have to wait for this one to get tacked on before we have the full picture of the numbers. But he's currently with the
Gambit
series
game
and the Mouse
rest
game,
of the playoff.
1.16.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a difference.
What's he up to? Device first with the M4, now with the AWP. He wants to contain this, and I mean, it's late. He knows there's a timer on this. They could be wrapping around that playground.
But this is where Device should be able to do his best work, right? This is where the Astralis Device is just left up to his own devices, as it were, and he has no pressure coming his way. Mantu wasn't able to get out his big green, so OG aren't operating with their perfect buy. And this is looking like last round.
Why are they so hesitant?
I guess they're really scared of this AWP. And Device is a scary factor, right? But if you're not taking any space, he's just going to hang around. And now that Molotov, he feels a little bit pressured. He drops on back. But right now, there's not a lot of information for OG to be working with.
They don't have anything.
No, I suppose luckily enough, Device hasn't felt threatened at all. Rez is still on B for now, but he will start hedging his bets back towards this A site. Flashes are being heard, upper bathrooms, more utility over towards mid, and a missed smoke as well, so looking a bit scuffed here for OG.
Yeah, and it's not going to be very secretive. They'll boost for the info, and oh, bit wobbly. He's up for the info in time, and missed shot. They're going to continue to push the issue here.
They're close.
Rez straight through off the flash. He sets up for the 1. 20 seconds. You better hurry up, Alexi. Pull up your socks and get jogging. Device denies anyone else on long. The smokes will now obscure his view, but it's way too late. And the frags come one by one. As easy as that for the Ninjas.
OG don't really look like they have a good idea of their game plan, right? They look very disjointed there. The kills and the way that they're approaching the site, there's not a single kill that seems like there's a trade or a refrag available. There was 25 seconds when they initiated this. I think when the first kill, or at least the first real chance of a kill came in, was 25 seconds. At that point, they're just scrambling. They're not even close to the site. These are really good fights for the Ninjas to be taking in there, up to 11 rounds now. So just dispatching of OG. You know, maybe that's why they went for the Vertigo ban. They go, all right, well, we know Alexi B loves his prep. Right? We know he loves his prep. Well, he can't prep if we don't allow the map to be in the pool, right? And OG are always going to be removing that map. I don't know. This is just looking great for NIP here early. Remember, OG topped their group. They were in Group B, so they've had quite a while without officials, right? With NIP, they've had 1 day off. They played their group. They had 1 day off. They get straight back in the server. Able to keep
These are some of my favorite rounds, Chad.
The Tech 9 rounds.
I do love a quick, pacey, overwhelming Tech 9 armor. They've even got like a fair set of util as well. So if this at least leads to OG not spending 40 minutes clearing playground, that will be a nice change of pace.
Well, this could put pressure on Device, right? Because he is on his own with the AWP, and having the pistols come out through the underpass, up through connector, he could get overwhelmed and swarmed here.
Yeah, you're not getting more than one on this. Baits it, immediately loses that territory, and they fly through with a double flash. The rotate is quick from the Ninjas. They know it's a light buy.
The race is on.
Yeah, it is. Truly a rat race into the A site now, and always so blinded. Flames 2, though, and that's the first provided by the AWP. He uses that smoke to fall off, a new one to play around established, and they are pausing. Just pausing and retreating even to some capacity. OG look like they're uncertain. The whole team is here. I mean, the whole team is here. They go looking. Klopsky will have a free one onto Mantu. Now the Tech 9s activate. Valda with the first, but long-range duels. Nico's Deagle a bit better for this kind of exchange. He's been given a chance. An opportunity. Won't get many more. As I say that, Rez's head does go bang, but 12 for the Ninjas, and now it's time to see if there's anything left of the OGT side. We haven't seen evidence that they can plant the bomb, never mind win a round.
That was a great response from NIP, because OG's call was perfect, right? Punish the AWPer in his position. As soon as he takes that shot, they tried to beat him to the site, but there's a Molotov already front site. There's flashes coming in from his teammates who are rotating, and everybody scrambled to back Device up. So that was a great little recovery unit that NIP had in case of that type of maneuver, and it just stalled OG out, right? They were flustered. We used all our nades. We can't get in. What now? And that what now has found them in a place where the AWP is back out for Mantu at least. So nade sails through the sky. Alexi cops that one to the side of the dome. down to 76 points of health, and they've really just set up NIP round and round again. Look at the radar. You can see 4 members on this B bomb site. They have Linus, Plopsky, Hampus, and Rez, the swingman. They are just allowing Device to single-handedly hold A.
And I tell you what, I really wouldn't fancy my chances of going B either. So I think the secret formula is something about making Device feel like he needs help. That's step one. Step
have to pressure him.
Otherwise, you're running into a stack. You have to make sure he feels like he can't do it on his own.
The timer of what would be happening on Overpass is up by now. Like, at this point, Device should have somebody to help him. But he is just comfortably moving between long and bathrooms. There is no threat. Rez can stay planted. They can set up for this B hit, which is impending.
Oh, God. I mean, I don't see a way in which OG are going to crash into a 4-man B setup.
Oh, Rez has rotated.
I'd say that 3-man B setup. Plomsky.
It's clear.
Oh, info for Hampus as well. He knows they're coming. Rez might start to return. OG, 30 seconds, here they come. They better clear him, and they do. Plopsky falls, another falling into place, and now Hampus has to do so much. The damage is there, but it's not enough for all the lethality. 1v3 for Deve. Just shy of the mark. Sentry doesn't quite hit it either.
He flubbed that one. It's in a couple of misnades.
Wow, I'm impressed. They break through.
Yeah, and considering for the majority of that round, it looked like there was a 4-man B stack, so just doubting themselves a little bit there, the Ninjas. Device would do good to hold on to this AWP because this has been one-way traffic on this CT side for the Swedes. They haven't lost a single round just yet. And because of that fact, their loss bonus is only 1,400 going into the next. So Device needs to hold on to this AWP. The rest of his teammates are going to be shy of a purchase. So OG have done well at keeping this at least competitive. Those Nico Deagles, you're starting to see they're worth their weight.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think what's also cool is that, you know, making a call like that, running through a monster tunnel smoke at 30 seconds. I mean, how many times? Oh, he's lost it.
They lose everything.
Every penny, Chad. And as highlighted, look what it's left them with. This is how the gap seals right back up. And as I was talking about, this monster push, running through a monster smoke, how often has that resulted in just a 3-man straight out from jail?
Yeah.
You know, like, it's such a ballsy call, but look what the results, look how they managed to have the chips fall.
Yeah, it's just the timing on that monster push as well, right? Because if you're that player up close, you need to play a little bit anti-flash, because if a flash comes, it's going to be perfect for your line of sight. So OG being able to get one past the keeper here, and you're right, that gap, it definitely can close up right now, avoiding any catastrophes.
Yeah, their hard work in the first half has given them the cushion that they've been sitting there bottom on, but now at least stretching their legs. First T round posted by OG and set for a second as well.
Moments where that could get dicey. Flame's obviously quite noisy. Nades in his hands. Lucky he's got the backup there to start mopping this one up. Device pushed on down to 16 points of health, and it is just Rez. And I say just Rez, 28 kills. Can he make it 29? Man2's AWP. Too good. Rez loses his life, and round number 10, more than likely now. Just 2 more to find, Linus and Device. They're at the right bomb site at least. We haven't really seen a rush out of OG in too many of these rounds here. I don't think that's going to change right now either. It's going to take their time, make sure they get this one done. No flubs, no fumbles. Try not to give anything over. Flame's going to be a difficult player to clear here, and some footsteps being heard now, so this could be it.
Do you think Flubber held up?
The movie?
Yeah. It's an ancient one. Do you think it's actually held up? Do you think I'd watch that now and enjoy it? I love me some Robin Williams. I think it's Robin Williams.
Yes. You'd need to go in with you're happy with a bit of the cheesy humor mindset.
Yeah, okay.
But that's because those movies are targeted towards kids, but they have some elements of adult humor in them.
So when the mums walk past the TV, she has a chuckle and encourages his kid to watch the movie, you know?
Yeah, there's also some, I noted in some of those animated movies, I don't know if you get it, but there's definitely humor in there that is going to go well and truly over the kids' heads.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's the bit I like about watching those movies, because there's some, I don't want to call it sophisticated.
No.
Maybe just...
hidden.
Yeah, hidden humor.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common. I remember looking at some incredible curated thread of all of the adult jokes in Ed, Ed and Eddie. You know,
okay.
You got to entertain the parents, because they're probably forced to watch it. They may as well be enjoying it.
Yeah.
They didn't do that in the Teletubbies, did they? My poor mum just going absolutely mad at these bad, crazy...
aliens.
Were they aliens?
They were aliens.
And they taught us bad speaking habits, because they all just mumbled and spoke gibberish.
Yeah, that's true.
Bang. That's a miss. Device happy, though, to slip away, and I think he might call for help earlier than we previously outlined. So we talked about trying to force Device.
Oh, he's caught.
Oh, but he's alive.
How's he alive?
Why is he not dead yet? Another missed shot. Finally, Flames will punish, and now, okay, OG have done a lot of the hard work now. Alexi surely going to be corralling his troops to convert.
This completely rumbles the CT setup. Plopski's already starting to walk on over and play more retake on B. Linus as well. Hampus and Rez are going to have backup here, so if OG continue forward, it's going to be into what looks like a gamble stack.
Yeah.
Linus is coming too, Alex. It's going to be, it's a full-on gamble of A right now.
But this is where you'd expect someone as seasoned as Alexi to just send an eco probe, a Valde probe, have a look towards the other side of the map, poke and prod just a little bit, 60-second mark, the bomb's still loose, and the frags come to him.
That might force them forward.
Might be. Bit of bad info in the idea of we've taken another one down in this setup. They're very loud about this. Rez confirms his suspicions. He's been cleared, though, and just brutality here out of OG. Making no secret of it.
30 seconds. If they pivot B now, this is perfect, and they're evacuating. So Valde contains the push, even spots one long. They should be able to get the bomb down. This could get interesting. It's going to be a 2-on-3 situation here. The bomb about to be planted on B. If they can find Nico, if they're able to clear out this position of Nico, they might consider it. But realistically, NIP don't have anything to work with. The save is the better option. That's been pushed down the pipeline. Looking like they just want to hold on to this AWP, and Nico might even hear some of these footsteps.
I think he might have heard the scope, in which case he's going to have a prime position to take them all away. First Device, now Linus losing the AWP. If we see this recovery, Plopski could have a go.
They should chase this, see if you can deny it, because next round's only 2,400 as the loss bonus, right? This AWP will be the best thing that NIP have to work with here, so this is an important hunt for Alexi.
Yeah, I think Plopski should be safe.
Yeah, it's looking good for him.
Nice angle to adopt. Alexi charging and trundling up long. Plopski will hear this. Plopski heard it.
Hopefully. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh! Just as the round cuts away. Okay, 12-11. Back in this now, OG. What started looking like quite the flat T side, right? They didn't feel like there was any intent after a kill like this. Well, the game is completely shifted here. They can tie things up. 12-12, no dramas. Just that AWP.
Bit of a bum for Device. I think Flash, you could see his movement. He thought he was strafing round, just got clipped and caught. And it did really translate into an OG round. So there you go. We do see another one in his hands, of course, thrown over.
Yeah, so he's actually opted to buy head armor behind this, right? So there's a lot going into this. Next round, he's going to have to hope that somebody else can drop him an AWP. So there's going to be a couple of concessions for NIP into their next gun round, assuming they don't get a lot out of this. Let's see how far they can push the issue here, because the AWP on Device, if it can find an opening kill, they get a gun on the ground, they can pick it up. They've got some scrappy pistols, CZ for Plopski, P250s for Linus and Rez.
Let's see if that helmet comes back to save him as well. Like, Nico's whipped out a MAC-10.
True, very true. Oh, they're going hard B. Device is actually going to be over here with the AWP. There's impact possible now.
Okay, this could be a quick one. They're run boosting him across. Let's see it. Device looking to activate, and he flies into the whole squad. Only one. And the rest flashed up. This could be a quick end. It's only Plopski with that CZ desperately trying to retreat into the smoke. They do not let him go. Rez, however, equipped with an AWP and losing that sight rapidly. The bomb's already down. Molly was a nice touch.
Make it seem a little bit more threatening than it actually is. I was just talking about the fact that in this next round of play there, so if you're Rez, you kind of hope you don't find an AWP there, because maybe you'd actually go ahead and have a look for the round, see if you could win it here. 29 kills for him. Great to see. But this is OG tying things up, so this game has some legs to it. We got Mirage up next, and Dust2 is the third, I believe. It's going to be curious to see Mirage coming out here. It's the most played map in Pro League, if you guys have been keeping up with the stats. Everybody loves a bit of Mirage, apparently. I'm sure you at home do as well. Smile on Device's face. So good to see that spirits are still high. All right, he got rocket launched into that fight in Monster here. There it is again. The fact he gets one is a bit of good fun. Look at this, just over the top, lands, instantly gets the frag, but traded. So
I wish I'd have loved to have seen it from OG's perspective. Like, how much of Device could they track, or was he just a react? Okay, so Mantu descending with Valda into the underpass. I don't know if it's just for the post-up or whether or not we'll get to see a little more out of him Short water is OG's.
This is the same setup, right, that we saw before, where NIP just kept 4 players on B, but this time it's actually Rez, who I suppose could be a little bit more dynamic over towards A with that rifle, but he's already fallen back towards the top of the site here. So a lot of room for OG. They don't realize this. They will have to go through their spread. They'll have to flash, they'll have to molly if they want to go towards A, and okay. Nico's just been gifted one there. They picked and he's been traded out. Good stuff from Plopsky. Necessary find. This is spurring them quickly back towards the B site. So OG waiting for initiation. They've got it.
And Device has just departed as they made that call, so it's not the worst set for OG. And I do see a whole lot of nades. Do they want to dump
Hampus
them
is
or
rotated as well.
Contact?
Alex, this is all on Plopsky right now.
Yeah, and they're going quietly. Like, Plopsky will have no signs. Now he has a pin pull at the very least. Turns to address it, loses vision. They still haven't cleared him. They still haven't cleared him. There's the shot. There's the frag.
It has to be a save.
I think so. I mean, what's Hampus hanging around for? Just seeing if he can catch him spraying into the smoke, trying to deny. Oh, he's actually gone in. Trying to catch that plan. Can't seem to knock Valder off of it. Fully committed to it. And hoping Device can provide some support first. Found. More to be built off of this.
Well, they're all in Monster. This is about to get awkward.
It feels awkward for OG. They're all one by one going to take fights, I suppose. There's a potential smoke. Hampus has obscured their view, and I'm worried. NIP should have this. No defuse yet. Device is lining him up for miss. Doesn't cost him too much. One-on-one, and Alexi falls. Rez has got time, and NIP, a huge retake to be pulling out.
I can't believe they even looked in for that.
No way.
They lost the site, you know, they're down a man and all that. Hampus basically committed them to the retake, right? Jumping in like the madman that he is. That kill that comes his way is huge. It opens the door. And then you're taking a look at these post plants, right? You're having a look at where everybody from OG is corralled. It's just in the mouth of Monster, right? This here from Alexi, I don't think... Oh, it was onto Valder. I thought it was Alexi B. Never mind me. It was the flash assist there that actually was his undoing. And they're in a horrible position, right? They've given up the site completely. They didn't have any utility left to defend with. And Rez up to 31, so a round that should have been OG's is stolen away here by the Ninjas.
Oh, they are going to feel absolutely robbed from that one.
It's a hard one to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, even Valder's death, like, it's just super skew-whiff. You know, he's just got the bomb down. He's team flashed as he looks to set up. He was not expecting contact that soon. But fair play to Hampus, he took a huge gamble. You know, as that bomb's going down, he loudly announces his presence and leaps into the site. It works well, and now NIP have been given that gift of a 13th. Game on. I will admit, OG, their T side hasn't looked as threatening as it has on previous maps.
Linus copping so much damage there, and he has a lot of nades on him to go down through the smoke. That would be miserable for him. He would love to be able to keep Monster Smoke, use that molly. And OG are using... They're using the shadows in their favor, right? Like, that last round, because Nico, who is the B anchor, died to the trade, Alexi B used the timing, right? He's going, okay, so they're not going to be expecting anybody else in backyard. They think that we're going to be working on the A progress and use the timing. And again, they're kind of using this silence, the unknown against NIP. It's Rez jump spotting towards the top of the site. These nades destined for Plopsky's head here. This could be big.
On your head, son.
See you later. Oh, he lives. Okay, well, 2 players on B softened up now. OG, that's unconfirmed damage. They have no idea that Linus is low, and Plopsky even more so.
But is that enough to plant the feet of the full 4-man stack? Like, we know how they're doing it, right? Rez is now trying to solo, and he's just going to walk through this. Flames, complete disrespect. This is faith in Alexi B as well, and Device is yet to pull the trigger, so just staying silent, as you discussed. It's working well for OG. They've got some room, and Rez has no info. He hasn't called for help yet.
30 seconds, here they
now
come.
he'll start to hear them. A smoke. Device still hasn't moved a muscle. Rez starting to realize there's way more than one here. Catching flashes, drops one. Oh. Nice catch in the smoke. Nearly takes down Alexi. OG, hard done by in the previous. They are getting the bomb down successfully. Will we see another Ninjas retake? All from that bank side.
They got flashes.
They do. Kits as well on Linus and Rez. Device begging Nico to peek. And Valder's dealt with the first. There's more to come. NIP's looking to commit to this. Nico spotted more around that smoke.
Are they going or are they saving?
That's the end of that, I think.
They pulled the plug. I can't believe it.
OG take 13.
Oh, they get one back, right? A number advantage. Post plant going against them. Now a number disadvantage post-plan going for them. So I feel that they got their dues, right? They kind of felt like they should have won the last round, so getting one back here. And NIP, you couldn't tell if they were committed or not until the final moment. Those nades just a little bit shy, so a chunk of damage done there, but it's not enough. Rez, it feels like here, getting damage through the smoke. He's done a lot on his lonesome. Oof. Okay, all right, well, we play on here, 13-13. NIP do have some questions that they need to ask themselves here. The loss bonus for them, it's 2,900. So if they half buy on the 2 players who died, which is Rez and Plopsky, they will be able to buy into the next round, and they have 3 rifles to work with. So this is actually a pretty good situation for them to be in, all things considered. We're at the tail end here of map number 1. Their economy isn't completely siphoned through. They actually have the loss bonus working in their favor at this stage of the game. If they can pull this off with these saved rifles, they maybe even grab a couple of AKs and carry that through the next. And if they don't, we'll see them with guns in their hands anyway to contest against that 15th attempt from OG. How much can they get out of this here, NIP? This time it's a completely different setup. Heavy over towards A, Device, Rez, Hampus, Linus, all here. It's just Plopsky, the lone defender on that B bomb site.
And the first contact is taken. Plopsky catches the monster walkout. Balder down, actually straight through the board. But Plopsky's hearing all of this. They've taken so much territory off of them. And well, Chad, I don't want to write them out too soon, but the 3 people that had rifles in this one still have their rifles.
Yeah, so it's nice that they get to keep what they had, but this is going to be the 14th now for OG. So there was a moment there, you could see Hampus trying to make a bit of a Hail Mary play right through the smoke with that M4 in his hands, not being able to make any magic happen. And NIP are under the pump now. Right, I did say that the loss bonus was working in their favor. They're going to have residual cash on these 3 individuals going forward as well. So this is going to help them out, but if you don't get around, it doesn't matter, you're just going to lose the game, right? So they have good opportunities, but they need to get on the board here, and it feels like OG now are kind of calling around them, right? They went for more of an aggressive A lean there. OG find the path of least resistance in towards that B bomb site. So what started as a pretty disjointed T half is starting to look pretty damn good. Yeah, once Plopsky goes down here, it's great for him to get 1 through the boards, right? But the fact that he's asked to do so much more, if he gets another, maybe, just maybe. But here we go. Buys are in. Everything they could possibly desire here.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if Mantu can activate into our second map of play as well. He's top 5 of the overperforming players. That is a rating that's got the largest disparity between the next highest on his team. So really leading for OG in the fragging department. We do see them cross long. Device aware of it.
Very aware. He saw them. They didn't even consider Device's position. He's about to be flashed on off, though.
Uh-oh, dead Dane. And more to come if Rez does strafe out. Takes down Alexi and no trade possible for the Mantu AWP. That doesn't seem to be dissuading them, though, Chad. Valda's actually on a bit of a project here. Who's walking up.
Hampus needs to be careful. Another misthrown nade just there, so a little bit deeper, may have found some damage here, but they're just crawling in on him. They're about to get a rude shock on this site.
It's time for the util. Hampus, Rez looking to stand their ground, and they have for the first, but that's all. Bomb to be planted. Plopsky, Linus, not much they have to say about this one. Okay, OG, lovely return. Again. I mean, in the last, how many rounds of play has it been now? 4, 5, 6. In the last 7 rounds of play, we have seen OG just convert 6 of them. NIP forced into these kind of situations all too often. We've seen, what has it been now, like 3, 4 saves in a row?
Yeah, no more of those at least.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to have to go for a couple of these rounds now. They are on the death knock of the first map. This is their choice. Remember, Mirage coming up next. Us 2 will be that 3rd if required here. And OG, in case you missed the group stage, they topped their group. They were fantastic. This man on your screen right here was a huge factor in that. And it's good to see them carrying that across, right? They're coming in, I don't want to say rusty, but they haven't been in official capacity for about 2 weeks now. So it's good to see that they're able to get things underway. And OG is a team here that I think we all know has some really nice pieces to it. We just want to see how far they can really push this squad. Plenty of money here for OG. No omissions into the buy. NIP, through virtue of the saves and the loss bonus, are looking great too. And the double AWP that's been called out here to defend and try and take NIP to overpass. One for Hampus, one for Device. Let's see if we got any difference makers here.
I'd love to see what wallbang Hampus just tried to do from spawn there. It looked very naughty.
Well, again, right? NIP, they've postured forward early with Device. Now he's dropped on back. There's just so much free territory here for OG. They're not worrying about getting picked. Not worried about any of those dramas, as a Monster Smoke will dip on down at about that 23-second mark. This time it's more of just a standard hold from NIP, right? They're playing 2 players over towards A and 3 over towards B. There's no hedging, there's no crazy leans. They'll be noting all these sound cues. Rez and Device relaying that to Hampus and Co. And it's a 5-man A crawl right now from OG.
So
no presence towards B.
If they just walk up toilets and Long starts having contact around the same time, this is going to be very interesting about the spacing and the pacing here from OG. So like they're up Long now and they're making no secret about it. They smoked up the mouth of Long. So Plopsky is going to be summoned.
To bank smoke there, so this is about to heat up at A.
Device going looking and has nothing to report, and Alexi slipped the gap. Suspect the bullets may not be cleared, and both of them are hitting shots. Rez and Device partner up for a very solid defense, and more to come. Mantu does dismantle Device. Bomb planted, safe toilet side, and now this 2v2 retake. Chad, they better as hell go for it. We don't have a smoke, but we do have a kit. Linus equipped, and he's been very, very quiet on these retakes, forced to save often, so now we get to see if he's got anything left in the tank. Can we play on? It's not going to be easy with the AWP and the bomb planted for him. Their chances starting to dwindle. The flashes would have to be brilliant. Linus has hit the shot of a lifetime. He's taken down Mantu. One of them has to be defusing, and defusing now, just in the nick of time. I think Linus has extended play. Wow, what a recovery from the Ninjas, and when needed most, Linus with some impact frags.
Good at defusing old Linus there, but the 2 kills that come with that, they are impact frags, right? Because Hampus is the player trying to oversee business. He has the AWP, but he doesn't have a kit. So if Hampus shoots and misses while Linus is on the defuse, the round is completely lost here. OG had a chance, and they've dropped the ball in this one. Linus, only with 7 kills up until this point, gets himself up to 9, gets himself the impact of that defuse, and now NIP to take us to overtime. Here we go, round number 30. What is going to be the approach here from OG? Looking like the default spread. Nico over towards B, the Extinguish. And this is quick from Flames here. Might just want to go and fight Device. He's flashed, AWP noted.
Yeah, that's a lot of info already. They know it's the Device variation, not the Rez variation. In fact, both of them are hanging out together for now.
Well, that was the key to the round, right? The fact that Device and Rez combined were able to get so many kills from that bathroom position.
Yeah.
And they were able to make that one interesting for a 2-on-2, all things considered. But here they go. The crawl again, this time more bathrooms presence.
There's a timer on this. Device is aware of it. They could slip banana side at any moment. Now he addresses it himself, and actually, wowzers, trousers, they have no idea. Okay, so they're doing a long side hold this time as opposed to the toilet side of previous.
It's going to be really on Device here because Hampus still has to swing on over. It's on Device. He's going to get caught off. Device has been caught out. The side's open.
He was supposed to just have a glance, and he's ended up with a bullet in the brain. Rez has to do so much now. And this is all for all the marbles. The last hour of play on Overpass, your map pick, and now Device forced to watch as this retake has to take shape. Rez, though, the unknown entity, looking to strike. First found, Optimus is clear, the round-the-world maneuver in play. Alexi's falling as well. Perhaps the retake is on. And Hampus delivering another.
They got
all these
smoke.
frags. The smoke's already down. Mantu trying to put bullets into the smoke with an AWP. It's not the weapon for the job. Valda's not going to check it.
They're sitting it.
They're holding it. Overtime, locked in. Another defuse from Linus. And OG NIP need more than 30 to be separated. We are going to have to take a quick one. But overtime, baby. MR3, 16K is on the way.
Someone is shooting.
Oh,
kar, sluša.
They've started picking, a map like Train over this at times. This is a big nade. The spam to follow. Syntax is a genius. 3 kills. That is so beautiful. It even gets a 4th. Go for the ace, and you're going to get it.
By Astro Gaming is Sergey, and I have to get some words for you about this young player. He is a monster.
Yeah. I'm feeling thank you.
I'm feeling thank you.
Let's go! Oh, and don't go heaven! Where do you want me?
Dude, I have the worst luck ever.
No, yeah, but if you're smoke, doesn't matter.
Not on it, not on. Pushing.
And Tizian gets the shot. Great mid-round calls from Big, from Guppy, and now it's on to Electronics. Trying to isolate. Oh, himself! He raised it! He raised it! And an arc! A power surge right through 2!
Look at it from this 7 seconds to blow the bomb. They're trying to build pyramids, but it's no more play. Stewie from the round. We go to overtime.
Talk about the Pirates! How have they done that?
Patiently, as Cloud9 sets the push up. Oh! Cloud9 are your E-League major champions!
10 seconds left. Rops has to hold on to his gun. Chicken blocking the door. I've not seen that before. If that gets him killed, oh my god. A chicken blocking the door just got Rops killed.
Love to see it. What's going on? What's going on?
Is Glaive actually just doing like some crazy code just to coordinate the troops? What does that one mean, James?
Dupree's always been dodgy. Tizian taking the shot, hiding, getting his reload in, just trying to be the bait. I think it's been doing.
Did he kill? Did he kill?
Right.
No Molotov to use as a smoke on the site anyway. Forrest has picked up 1. Can he go any better than that? He knows it's been better. Oh my god! Magnifique in Marseille! That was ridiculous!
One sec.
Orb is B. Orb is
Where?
B. After the nades, let's go back to A, guys.
Yeah,
Maybe they push behind us. Nade, go back to A. Sneak.
Quiet.
Be fenced and not re-smoking much. Let's start sneaking now on A. The Orb was B, guys, trust me. Don't stay long. Bank more.
Dead.
Upstairs coming. Upstairs now.
Smoke.
Bank.
Bank. One more stairs.
Up bank.
Kill Nico.
Up bank. Just
I don't see behind.
Pick on
I have one off.
Running away. Saving.
Nice, boys.
Nice, oh, nice goal, Alexi. Nice kill on Nico.
It was a nice call from Alexi B, and I'm hoping for more because OGs are starting their overtime campaign on the T side. Let's see if this one shapes up any differently, and it already has. Device bringing some aggression to the mix, Rez in support to hold him safe from the underpass, and even Hampus is ready to conflict with anyone through that underpass. So keep your eyes on Valde and Alexi and Con. One expert leading OG's way by the slightest of margins, and this is a very active defensive setup from Rez.
He's been left now. He's on his
abandoned
own.
now.
Yeah, that's probably the time to call that one quits. Are back on out. So it still results in the same. NIP quite passive on A, but the clear change-up has been them having to play 2 players defending this site consistently now. Hasn't been any more of these 4-man leans, and now OG can start conditioning this B bomb side, even though we did have to go the full 30. They're getting their way.
Oh, Jail just out of his periphery. He's seeing some tips of heads. Taps away!
Huge from Plopsky.
Wow, Plopsky saves him. Saves his teammate and maybe even starts off this round for conversion. Flames in the meantime has cleared out a lot. Admittedly, long clear. Toilet's feeling pretty damn clear, at least on T side. Bit deeper, Device lingers though. And that flash is not a caught in. Flames will have to be cautious, and they are back to the A side of the map. And 2 jumps across. Device has been spotted out, and now Alexi. Oh, wow. Device goes forward. You'd think he'd use the smoke, but he's caught them on the hunt. That's wise. He's far too wise for you. And he's going to take the AK and continue to hunt. This is why you can leave him solo on A. He's done so much work, and Hampus just to finish off the job. Flames is caught. Mantu even cancelling his plant. That's perfect from NIP. You couldn't ask for a dreamier start to overtime.
Yeah, I think the time there is why Device hangs around, right? Because if that smoke little gimmick comes on in and Alexi's been able to find some space, they flash, they go, they get into the site. But with so little time left on the clock, Device ready for the fight. This boost, you got to feel real hard done by. You just in the tips of the head. You get so much damage done to Linus there. And you don't convert the kill. And at this point, it's scrambling. 15 seconds. Device, well, he's not combat AWPing. He's picked up the AK. And he's been able to slow them down. So here we go. NIP, double AWPs. Rez wielding one this time round. And in towards Connector here. So just throwing everything in the kitchen sink their way. AWP noted Connector.
They want to pop here.
Oh, that nade. Good chunk of damage done. 3 players on B to defend, and here they come.
They are charging in. Plopsky, vision restored in time, and he's kept on it. It's an Alexi double for OG.
Great from Linus.
Linus continuing to hold the line. I mean, he's locked in. Look at the molly. Look how deep it is. It actually enables him to peek. Oh, he's burnt Mantu out.
Wait, look at Boulder. Oh, he pushed all the way up.
All the way. My God, Linus to finish the job right here. And now look at how powerful he looks in what's supposed to be a mega vulnerable corner.
Yeah, that Molotov there, we've all had it before in a game where you've thrown it and it's bounced further than you want. I think right there, it's just saved Linus's life. Force Mantu back, put him in a position right now where he's in a 1-on-3 with a minute on the clock. But what are you going to do? You've got the bomb. How are you going to make this one work? Your HP, you got no nades.
I took a trip to the future.
All right. How's it look?
It's bleak. Mantu doesn't even hit another AWP bullet. Doesn't even get to pull the trigger.
Do we get back to LAN?
We do, yeah. And it's more than you could have possibly imagined.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Do you remember when we used to have players trash talking each other and being in front of each other and shaking hands, lifting trophies, confetti?
It all comes back.
Crowd.
Oh, that right there has a bit of a gap to work with. So Mantu's in at least, but immediately traded. So great stuff there as Rez gets his 38th kill. And that's 17 rounds now for NIP. 19 the magic number in overtime numero uno.
Just cleaning my ears out, Chad. It sounded like you said 38 kills.
Yeah, he's been having a bit of a game, Rez. And this is great to see. It took losing to Furia and the coach, I think, to start getting the best out of him. But now we're really starting to feel his presence. He has been a force for Ninjas in this game right now. Next closest in the server is 25. That's Flames.
It looks like a nice bowl of cereal as well. It's one of my perfect snacks for a Counter-Strike day. Nice choice on the fan cams. Device, Aggie. Ah! And Alexi does not go down. He's lucky to be alive. Trying to pluck him out of the air is not always easy. Fallen did make it look easy just yesterday. And
Rez wants to fight.
Yeah, he wants to finish it for his squad, and they're not ready for him. Still faffing around with nades, and he might take another. Alexi keeps him honest. So that fountain aggression could lead to some more action on the monster aggression. Nico spots out Linus, who's been a real thorn in his side.
They both get a tag right there.
Yeah, they do.
And they're both sticking around. Device is not giving up on this line right here. Mantu, pick back in, he dares you. Great shot there from Device. Can't believe how long he's hanging around, right? You're expecting a player to come up connected, maybe a flash, maybe a Molotov divided. Device taking some liberties here in OG. They might get blanked here in OT.
Yeah, nothing to show for it. I do think some of the change-up and adjustments from the CT side of NIP are wise and well-informed. Linus. Hard roll to play, but he plays it perfectly. Again, strikes. And considering monster aggression, he walks straight into the spray. Plopsky reminds them who they're playing up against and gets at least the first. There's the last. That is a perfect CT half into the overtime. OG have had a very tall order handed their way. You got to match a perfect defense. Otherwise, it's going to be the Ninjas converting their map pick.
Yeah, okay. Well, double OT, or we're quickly on to Mirage. Now, this has been a game. It's delivered. All right. When you get to overtime, it's definitely delivered.
I mean, the finest margins in some of these retakes at the late stages as well.
And this man right here on the screen, the rookie, coming in clutch a couple of times, right?
Yeah.
With those diffusers, with a couple of important kills, and there's a chance for Device. Another miss. Nico gets away with his life.
Well, does he? The flash is confirmation that he will live on. Sigh of relief for OG fans in the chat.
Mantu's not over towards A with the AWP. When we saw Mantu here before, over towards Sandbags on the B bomb site, it was when he had the saved AWP and everybody else had pistols, and NIP just managed to avoid him and head over towards that A site. If they continue on their current trajectory, right now, NIP are going to do exactly that. It's Hampus in connector. It's the rest of them as a nice little snake, just walking a formation up through the bathrooms. Mantu's out of position here. He will not be able to contribute.
Is Hampus keeping an entire B site busy by just ball banging from the con? Looks like he has. If anything, they're getting deeper into it. So Nico, you better get this info safely. Okay, spots a lot and just swings out. That's the end of him, and that could be the end of Overpass. Alexi seems to disagree. Drops a smoke for him to play around a little later on into this one, and now the rotate's on its way, as is the plant. Plotsky should have Valda dead to rights. Mantu keeps it interesting. Flames caught by Device on the flank, and it all falls to Mantu now. Looks like the Ninjas have done enough. He's got a full belt of util, may as well make it interesting. A lurky smoke pulls another flash out of the boys of the Ninjas in pajamas, but yeah, this defuse seems so far away. A distant dream. NIP have got this one in the bag. 19, they close it out. There you have it. 41 at the tippy top of the scoreboard. Rez definitely has awoken into these playoffs, and now NIP converting their map pick, set for Mirage. We'll see if OG can have a rebuttal.
Black monster right here. That's right. I don't know why we call it that. I'm going to have a... Hear that? Cracking open a cold one. Duncan, you got a problem?
Okay. Do you like the taste of that black monster?
Let's just go to the game. This is getting out of control.
Not only does Steel... You need to give him the first bomb, Steel. Come on. The cameraman.
Green, what's your problem, Green? What is your problem? Missile alone ramp. Missile alone ramp.
Hold off the rotation. Oscar's gone. Chris isn't. Op still in the picture. Op still very much in the round. Oh, Chris! He's found 3. It's down to a 2-on-2. Chris, can he close this with an ace? Oh my God!
Device just had a really rough game. Flashed. He's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. And now they're pushing. Oh! You've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one.
It looks like we got over here. It's going to be Zywoo that rings out first.
No way!
He's had enough. He's going to keep going through it. He doesn't really care, does he?
There's 4 here again! Oh, get him out of here!
Nitro's gone as well. And Twist in the corner. There should be no way out. My God! How has he done it? Picking up a quick triple, and he's going to win the round. Absolutely godlike!
What is it like being in front of this amazing crowd?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Zywoo, have you got anything to add?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Man, Zywoo, what do you think of Shazam just said? Trolling with Zeus's.
I don't know.
You don't know? Again? Zywoo, a man, a few words. What have you got to say about winning this game?
No.
Back to back! A strawless again! It's out of it!
Oh, so y'all thought OG was going to win that first map? Well, I think a lot of us did. But that is not how the story unfolds. The cookie crumbles, whatever you want to say, however you want to put it, doesn't really matter. The Ninjas of Pajamas came to play. I've got Maniac and Yanko here with me to understand exactly what's going on here. And we're going to start with you, Maniac. What is your professional diagnosis of the situation?
I just had to handle my jacket. Now it's done. Now I'm here. I know you're throwing me under the bus, but I'm ready for that one. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you looking at me. Look, for NIP, obviously this is great, able to push it over the line at the overtime. But I was kind of surprised. I thought OG had it in the bag, honestly. If you consider the second half and how Alexibi was able to find solutions and tailor these solutions, I really like that. The adaptation coming in from OG. The first going around is basically flat and flavorless as possible. We start wondering what the hell is OG doing, and then there is an idea. Then there is a plan. There's a change of pace, change of bomb sites. NIP look out of it, and a couple of clutches saved them. So missed opportunity for OG, and they have to bounce back from Mirage.
Got to, Yanko. Gotta.
Yeah, and you feel like Alexi was let down a little bit by his teammates at the end of that game. You feel like they should have closed it out with the clutches. I mean, the calling was really good. The calling means you need to put your team in a situation where they have a good after plant, in a situation where you can win the round. And they lost at the end a 5v4 post plant in the A bombs. I don't know how they managed to do that. Well, we know how, because they just planted in the middle of the site.
That makes me really mad.
And
that
then
makes me
everyone
really
fell back.
mad.
2v2, well, that was a 2v4 turned into a 2v2. So there were rounds at the end where they had an advantage and they couldn't close out.
Yeah, exactly.
This is wrong, but this is why they lost the game, Trace. Okay. Actually, this is why they lost the game. Why? Because they're 4v1 against the Deagle and they lose 3 more guns, Trace. Why? Because first, while they're speaking, trying to play the Fade Smoke, Nico has a flash, Mantu peeks before his flash, Device punishes him. Alexi shot at him, he knew where he is, he saw the flash, he knew where both players are, he gets 1 more kill. What happens? You're 5-0 up, you lose 1 round, you have 1,400 money. And then, after that point, NIP just won 7 rounds out of the last, 10. And I think that was, for me, the key reason. Because that just tells me, you talk about OG, how can they not make the next step? When are they going to make the next step? They're not if they keep doing things like this. There's no discipline in that round. And if they can't win 5v4 post plants in crunch time, right? All the players are playing scared. They're running away to hide for cover, not realizing hey, if the bomb is planted here and we all fall back and they just smoke the bomb, how are we going to, it's just going to result in blind trying to spam through smoke. So this makes me mad because this is
it's going to be okay.
It doesn't have to be all right. It doesn't have to happen that way, right? You can just, and that just ruins their economy for the rest of that half. Because even when they win the round, they get reset 1,400 again, and they just played from the back foot the rest of the half.
So you go from round 5, you go to round 7, and then it's well, okay, so this one round has cost them a game, and that's pretty wild.
I mean,
okay, that's an exaggeration.
You exaggerated, but it did have a lot of impact on the economy.
If they didn't lose as many players, their economy would be better. They could have won more rounds. They could have had more rounds to play with. They had to equal 4 times in the 7 rounds that NIP won.
So speaking of the OG side, what about what is there to say about them kind of morphing and changing throughout this series, Maniac, when you think about adapting on the fly?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to pay respect to Alexibi, and as Yanko said, the fact that how they played their T side was interesting. I had a couple of rounds I could show you. This is the very beginning of the second half, and this is where things looked really dire for OG, where they played so slow, they played a little bit shy, scared. You could see the clock is 58 seconds. They haven't really took any map control, and finally when they attack, there's about 25 seconds left as they make their play onto the A side, but the rest of the defense is already in position. This is an OG that was absolutely not scaring NIP in any way. We see smokes being deployed at the mark of 15 seconds. 15 seconds left to be able to enter the site, and there is no mystery right here. They're going to get absolutely flashed. But what I like about it is that later down the road, they will accelerate the pace and find solutions.
Mid-smoke, of course, as well, on the 15 seconds. Doesn't help it either. But yeah, I think this is just, you look at Rez obviously having an insane of a game, 41 kills, right? And we've always known him to be a menace on that CT side towards the A bomb side, getting a lot of information. Even in this round, he was getting flashed through, getting some early info. So for OG, just very difficult to mentally reset after a game that could have won at so many different points.
But when you flip the page, they're not out of it. As the best of 3 goes, they got Mirage in front of them, their pick. So certainly there's something more to show here, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be, but as Janko was pointing out, I don't think the mistakes, or I don't think the fact that they lost Overpass is inherent to Overpass. It's about just knowing how not to make a couple of mistakes in key rounds that apply to all the maps out there. So lucky for OG, they're in bootcamp now. They can talk it through together. They can make sure that's not going to happen again. Because if they do, the same mistakes are going to happen on Mirage. I don't care what map it is. If you play, empowered clutches 5v4 the way they played it, if you give away weapons when you're supposed to just wipe out a Deagle, it doesn't matter the map. You're always going to put pressure on yourself and allow NIP to fight back.
Yeah, and that's what we've got our eyes peeled towards, because we do need to go to Mirage. Nip and OG are just about ready to go, as are we. We're going to have to go to a short break so that you can go get your lickies and chewies from the kitchen, and we will be back with the second map of the series.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Running across the tiller, I'm going.
Okay.
Two. I think they're looking at me, Rush. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, water. Nice. I'm gonna go left towards radio, okay?
Where?
Radio. That's where I'm gonna go.
And what you see?
One more here. Oh my god. This guy looks stacked, dude.
Where is he?
He looks pretty good, man. I'm gonna try and see. Dude, I think he's ready.
Wait. Hold up.
Put them all on him.
I want to firework him out to water. You ready?
Yep. Oh, there's two people on me. You're probably dead here. Backup system if you got it. Okay. Oh, okay.
You got it.
Shifting around on the coast. Okay, I'm going for the last guy then. He moved. Oh, here now. Okay, nice. Yeah. Oh, one guy there with armor, so that must be one of them. Yeah, two at the sea container here. Last two guys. Nice. Jimmy scouted while I was in the zone. Don't know what they were doing out the zone. Alright, I'm going. Wish me luck. Nice.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, go for that one. Alright, I'm doubling now. He's down there on it.
Behind the tree.
Yeah, I got him.
Alright, well I got a Goombin there.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with more Counter-Strike. So head into the second map. It's our first quarterfinal of the ESL Pro League's 14th season, and we're flying straight through into OG's pick. We get Mirage, Overpass, quite the intense affair. It did go all the way to overtime, but NIP looking undefeated and managing to convert a 4-4-0 to get that MR3 locked in. Now we're ready for map 2. And I'm hoping and crossing all my fingers and toes we get a big competitive one here, Chad. I don't want to walk it over. I don't want to be talking about another stompy 2-0. This is the quarterfinals. OG got here for a reason, but so did the Ninjas. Let's get into it with a first pistol out of the gate. Alexi's T side.
Comes straight towards A here. Smokes in the air. They're already up the ramp. Lots to find on A. Flames is out.
Lots to find. NIP head and shoulders above them in the odds, and you can see why. Alexi B and Nico need a couple more of those, and it's not enough for the P250. We didn't even get to finish our sentence before Rez finishes the round.
Yeah, Rez is really on one, right? He's really, really on one. I was talking about it before. His stats up until the Furia game, and the Furia game, they lost to Furia on this very map. After that, it's been a different look in Rez. Now, that Mouseport series, he didn't have the greatest stats, but in the Gambit series, a big game, great stats. Seeing him here today looking fantastic as well. We just had 40+ kills on that last map of play.
Yeah, he's definitely been padding his numbers in this series, looking very good and looking very quick as well. Damn, 3 headshots on that pistol. Look what he's brought out. Straight M4, full armor. He's not messing around here. He wants to send this full Glock eco. I say full. Damn you, Valde. Close enough.
Yeah, Linus, he got activated as well, right? You think about that round where they retook the site on Overpass, in case you guys missed it. He got 2 kills with the AUG when he was in the 2-on-2, a must-win retake. Since that point, he was on 7 kills. I think he finished on 14. So he doubled his kills with those last few rounds of regulation and OT. So Linus had a lot more impact in the tail stages of Overpass, but here we go again. This is going to be... We need a name for this. This... maybe they're being, I was going to say, like, environmentally conscious. You know, because they're going out there and...
Well, okay, here's a great, not an answer for the term, but you know how Yanko just used Device's Deagle 4K as an example of how the economy got screwed?
Yes.
This is a smaller version of a Device 4K pistol. It's the other way around. You're not killing them. It's going to be hard to kill them, but it's not hard for them to just waste time and waste util.
Yeah, and they've done exactly that here. It's just Plopsky with a smoke and a flash. I guess it's just being... economically mindful.
Economically mindful. Love that. Let's build upon that, but I agree.
We should all be economically mindful at home.
Yeah.
I know that, you know...
Oh, you know, Hampus missing that spray will give them some room. That Glock has taken him down, and that should be the end of it. Thank you, Rez. Flames has found another with the recovered M4, and I'm getting nervous. He's hit some more. Valdez D, good for it. The bomb retrieval will not be easy, and Linus has arrived as well to finish the job. It's not ideal. Flames has got him one-on-one. Flames can.
2 bullets.
Could finish the job.
Bullet.
But that's it. The last bullet out of the USP saves the boys of the Ninjas.
Linus isn't used to getting kills, so he just gets all the damage done so Plopsky can give him some assists in the feed right there. Plopsky was out of ammo. Out of ammo with the last shots.
Yeah, he had nothing left. Truly nothing. This is how Alexi beats an M4 with his Glock. It did look good, but it really falls apart. 1,
4, 3, 2, 1. Last bullet.
And so Flames cancelled his reload, opts for the Deeg as well. Well, we'll just forget about that one, I think Threat says. You got it. A win's a win.
Their buy's looking much better on the OG side now. Everybody with AKs. NIP are limping after that one here. They're lucky to get that second round, all things considered.
Yeah, and now look at the buy, dude. OG should be highly favored.
Well, softened up there. Not some badly placed nades at all. They're onto Alexi B, down to 48 points of health. And these constant smokes in connector making life very jarring. Rez, I think he's going through this, you know?
You madman. Flash is coming in. No need, I guess. He does it dry, trying to catch him on a timing, I suppose. But look what it's led to. OG, the man advantage, crawling up short into Hampus' position. He'd do very well to get more than one, but he gets none. Yeah, NIP picked apart here, and now just looking to pick at what remains, pick at the bones. Plopsky's MP9 should not have much more to say about this one. Even Molotov him out.
Perfect stuff right there. Really crossing the T's, dotting the I's. It is just Linus, MP9 in hand. I'm sure he'd love to upgrade this into something other than the SMG that can. Now, damage on the other direction now, right? You saw Yanko talking about the device moment. Let's see if Linus here can keep OG's economy a little bit humbled. Now, the T side, the bomb plant, things being a little bit cheaper, they're not going to feel the woes in the same way, but NIP surely are. So the ramifications of that Glock round immediately felt here. They're not going to have any money to spread in the next of play.
Ooh, maybe there is a chance for an AK after all. It won't be easy. Mantu should trade off should Valde require. He does not. And so you get the perfect round. There you go. Doesn't get better than a T-side first buy than that. Even 5 AKs still alive. And eliminating all 5 of your opposition. So all sent back to the Stone Age, maybe the Bronze Age actually. They got some pointy deagles, a couple of spiked sticks.
This can be interesting if Alexi's not ready for Hampus's scout, right? If Alexi calls something a little bit more loosey-goosey, right, they just spread around the map here, then at that point Hampus can find some tags. If they do something with their utility, get some smokes in window, like you can see right here, that scout has a lot less traction. Rez already on notice. Damage done, however. Flames does cop a scout bullet. Hampus lucky to get that one. Won't be knowing exactly how much damage has been done here. But big control taken very, very early from OG, and it is a B-side lean from the Ninjas in pajamas. Alexi B and Flames are crawling up that catwalk, so if they do opt for the B split, we'll be susceptible to this. Vent room cleared.
I mean, Nico was lurking Palace. You'd think he'd have a look.
He's actually been called back now, right? So, or actually, maybe he's been sent forward. Nico's having a look at A ramp. So while this is going on,
well, that's going to channel him into B, you'd think. Mantu's
some
looking
problems.
at. Alexi's lost his head. Plopsky's jumping for info, and he's been spotted out now.
This is very losable.
Oh, very losable. I think Nico would have to try and like kill Rez and then just immediately rotate that bomb through mid.
Oh, Flames doesn't want to move from vent room here either. So Nico needs to get all the info. They need to be able to safely rotate back from B. There's enough time to do so. Still 45 seconds left on the clock. Rez could ruin all of this for OG.
Yeah, he's already found one to ruin the day. Oh, and he spots out Nico. That's the death.
They're coming back.
Here they come.
It's going to be a race-up connector here.
Yeah, and Flames might be actually activated from that ladder room as well. He hears them. Will catch device on the rotate back. Bomb to be planted. They will have time.
and that's it.
What a way for a Counter-Strike round to play out.
Wow. Oh, that's a huge exchange there. Nico onto Rez. Saves this one for OG. They were walking into the stack, and now, unfortunately for Linus, Hampus, and Plopsky, they just have to sit idly by here and try and save to have a double dip with these into the next round of play. It didn't start great, but it definitely ended fantastic here for OG. Going to get their second round on the board. Could even keep all 4 of these players alive, so yeah, pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, and their gun rounds so far, these back-to-back rounds, they've lost 1 frag. I mean,
not bad.
It's going to be nurturing the OGT side economy for Shizzle.
It's going to be interesting to see, right? Because as I mentioned, NIP did lose this map just the other day, right? It was a 16-9 loss to Furia. But their result before that was a 16-2 win over Team Liquid by IEM Cologne. So a lot's happened in that player break, right? A lot of things have changed and different levels of practice, teams coming out maybe a little bit rustier than others. So that result, the one before that, the IEM Cologne play-ins, was a 16-8 over Mouse Sports. But before all that was a bunch of losses, a loss to Mouse and MIBR. That's at Gamers Without Borders. I don't count those results. So really, if you look at their results right now, it's a pretty 50-50 mixed bag. Just on the other side of the player break, losing to a coach, not great. So there's a real opportunity here for NIP to get this done in 2. And we have the vent not being broken in middle. That'll come in later if we see some window boosts. This time, stacking A. So NIP, quite the variety in their strat book. Stack B, stack A, maybe stack mid. It's good to see.
And Alexi can do the call of going A, but then going B.
As we just saw, actually.
Yeah, that was the classic.
He's well-versed in that, old Alexi. But this one here should be looking fantastic for OG's 3rd round. They're very good at finding the info, right? As we just saw, we just witnessed. Oh, Molly with a couple of flames trickling on over. Don't want to give up anything under that shadow position. And yeah, this slow crawl, a bit reminiscent of Overpass. You know, we saw a lot of these rounds where it was stalled out. A few more bullets through smokes on Overpass, though, I might add.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I can't believe he's managed to pull that off. That momentary gap for information, and he's taken down a fully equipped AK on Mantu.
That is insane.
He might be able to do more here. Oh, and he has takes a chunk out of Flames. Hampus has really set this, supposed to be a non-factor round.
Alex.
The bombs still are not planted. They haven't found Plopsky, and now Linus is causing chaos as well. The denial, oh, it's fallen apart. Plopsky with 2 huge frags, and OG have got nothing left. Flames the last to fall. Plopsky with a high-impact CZ3K. And look what they're leaving with. My God, they came in with USPs. They leave with AKs and AWPs. That's going to leave a very distinct mark. Let's see this again. Hampus, the smoke just
this
fades.
Is mental,
he
man.
pops the head off as it pops again, and then Plopsky buying his time. He played that corner, but he didn't give him a single bullet, a single step. They didn't know he was there until the denial came in.
You see in Threat in the background having a bit of a grin on his face, like for huge reasons. That is mental. We do have a bit of a tech issue called here, guys, so we should be getting the round restarted. No damage done, so give us a moment. That right there was quite crazy. We're going to have to reflect on that, and I think we will get the opportunity to do so.
We need to play around. What?
All right, well, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'll keep track of that. It's just odd considering I thought the no health rule was still in place. I'll keep track of that.
We're underway, we're underway.
Game on. Players agree. 75 seconds for them to work their magic. You know, when we watched OG's Mirage last time, Manta was such a good factor of just catching those B players off guard. That was against Fours, I believe.
Oh, it is definitely a B fake right here. They come.
Oh, just as they start to rotate off. And the trades are good. Device keeps it level for the Ninjas just as he arrives on CT. Not going to be easy to plant. They don't have a smoke, Chad. This is going to be a really Hail Mary plant from Valde. He is just crossing his fingers, his toes, his hairs. Oh, and he gets away.
Singed.
Just about, yeah. Burnt down to 20. Just as it spread, he's in the open, but that doesn't stop the headshot from being delivered. Hampus crawls up the connector. Device suppressed. Alexi impressed. And Device shouldn't have anything more to say about this one.
Wow, what a response here. Back again we go. 3-3, we're all tied up. I'm sure there might be a bit of a tech issue called here, guys, just to have a conversation or two. Or if not, we'll just keep the action going.
There's an odd one there, but I mean, that is the worst case scenario for Linus, right? You've been holding Palace this whole time, and just as the action starts to unfold, just as you're called upon to address something else, you fall out of your position, you look away, avert your gaze, and out come OG is a waterfall of bullets.
It was a nice fake as well that they, with those smokes, right? I think Alexi had thrown something actually from T-spawn to help contribute to that B-side fake, so...
Wow.
Nice little move there.
Do you reckon Mantu's even going to consider this? Nope, it's the answer. He's looking elsewhere, and Device is given a lovely leg up into the round. Quick reactions out of Nico to at least do the housekeeping, stop the AWP from being easily retrieved.
Well, they're having a look over towards B right now, so he's going to get a duel with Hampus here, who you can see just over towards the van position. We'll be using just the cusp as soon as Valde's head tips over the top. We'll go for a pot shot, and actually... Molly, not deep enough here, so balcony will have been cleared. Hampus gets to stay in the van position. It's actually drawn Device over as well, so Plopsky, Hampus, and Device are currently over towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, I like the way OG have played that. That's all it took. It pulled Device temporarily, but with nothing to follow up on. He's returned to scout out the mid area. Util from Alexi, destined for jungle side. And here they go. Linus and Rez. They hear them, they spot them, and they're not worried about that angle. Not sure. Nico gets completely booked, and Val's looking the wrong way as well. Not anymore. Warning shot from Device, but bomb will not be planted. That's denied, and this one falls apart. It's just taking it in turns, I think. These perfect spotless rounds, one after the other.
Yeah, so out the gates, right, we had 2 rounds from NIP. Then we had OG coming in with their first gun round. They've managed to get 2 consecutive, and since then, it's been back and forth. NIP with 1, OG respond. NIP rally that one back over the net, and now we have OG in a bit of an odd situation as far as the finances go here. We can check this one out again. This is how it opened on up, and Device with a lot of impact in this round. That AUG being a real menace. OG will reinvest here. Got themselves 2 AKs, 2 Galils, a P250. The bigger issue is the light on Util, and well, this is looking like it is just going to be an A explode here. They have 2 smokes. Valde coming through the underpass again. Needs to be careful. Has a player just above him of Hampus. Over towards that vent room.
Oh, Valda is not being held currently. They'll have a look. Oh, and he just catches Rez completely back turned. He might go down, and he does. Flames fell as well. Nico into the site. Need another. His device is playing around the smokes, but kept even. Hampus wants to push Sandwich. They may not be ready for this if he was to drop down. Waits for the fade, catches Mantu on it. And now poor Alexi wishing he had a weapon in his hands. And he's peeking into 2 rifles with only a P250. There's no real hope for him. Plopsky confirms our suspicions, and NIP will pull away. They buck the trend.
We've been trying to sell in-game leadership wrong for all these years, right? We've been trying to sell it. You got to micromanage all these players. You got to hang back a little bit. You got to call the shots. You got to do these mid-rounds. Just do what these new in-game leaders like Hampus and Nafany, Alexi from time to time, what Carrigan likes to do. I know he's not a new in-game leader, but lead from the front, boys. Yeah. Put yourself in the position where you get to go in the smoke fade. And if anyone calls you out, you go, well, I was making, oh, it was an info play. You know, you just get, they just go for all these crazy plays. Think about all the times you've seen Hampus now pushing smokes, in smokes. Well,
fast flank on Ancient as well. He was desperate, gagging to be behind people.
Yeah, so if you want to be first in, getting all the action and making your teammates flash you, become an in-game leader today.
Okay, you know what? That campaign could work.
Yeah, I think we just need to frame it a different way.
A distinct lack of in-game leaders. That's also because I think new players to Counter-Strike have the anxiety of just being perceived, never mind making calls for other people.
This got out of hand before.
It did, and it might again. They actually landed a dink. Someone finishes the job. Valda has. It is. They can plant.
Rez is flanking fast.
And Nico with a recovered AK-47 could have more to say about this. Nade to get across. They're set up for something. 2 rifles in play, no armor, don't forget. And it's Rez that will be that first contact. He hasn't finished his meal. Oh. And then more from Valda's pistol. Now all falls onto Mantu. He knows where they're both coming from. Jiggles are just too good. Rez has bailed the ninjas out on multiple occasions. This is one of them. And he's sailing through the top of the scoreboard. Double digits are found. And there's only 2 players with 10. Rez and Plopsky.
Okay, well, that was another salvage round. This B bomb site seems like it has a bit of a leak time and time again, doesn't it? We've had a few rounds where OG have been able to waterfall out with nothing other than just Glocks. You know, maybe the slight upgrade of a P250 or Deagle here and there. But this is great from Valda. Has to respond because that pressure from Rez is coming in through the apartments there. Does his very, very best. Mantu, not enough bullets in the gun to get it done. And the scoreline now will settle at 6-3. I went a little bit New Zealand there for a second. New Zealand. Mantu's into the AWP again. Let's see if that can be a difference maker right now for OG. This is their default. 2 top mid, 2 working on the underpass. And it's a bit more of an aggressive stance from NIP here. Linus and Device committed. Rez really with a lot on his plate holding middle. He is on his lonesome here.
Yeah, he's used his smoke already, so he won't be able to stick around unless Plopsky provides one for him.
Yeah, Plopsky could hook him up here.
For now, though, a more passive stance, and you can see if they do re-smoke window, he'll be able to play the light. Not gonna show their hand too soon, though.
The opportunity for smoke gimmicks through connector has been huge, right? There's been a real possibility for somebody from OG to come on through, so that needs to be a question mark in the back of NIP's mind. And look at this aggressive A-hold. It hasn't moved. Device and Linus have not moved a bloody muscle. They have just been locking this down. They have so much early info. Linus has to protect Device if they come out of Palace here, and it looks like they're going to be forcing the issue through connector. Rez has a lot to do here still.
Oh, it's a nice molly. That might even force them forward, but they aren't going to flinch. And here comes Alexi. It's Rez with 2, when most would find only the 1. And now the setup should favor the boys from the CT side, even more so now. Hampus strikes that double orb, completely rules out the cross from the connector. Oh, Valda. Oh, Valda. Not expecting Plopsky, I suppose. And now multiple targets, every angle for Nico. And he's only got 14 seconds. Good setup and even better from NIP.
Ooh, starting to run away from OG now. This is their map choice. Scoreline 7-3, quite the sizable margin here. And this was great from Rez. The fact that he didn't hear any ticks with the molly, right, keeps him on high alert that they're possibly already in that smoke, right? Well aware of what maneuvers OG are going for. And I just can't believe how long NIP stayed in that setup with Device and Linus. They were just happy to stick to their guns right there. So huge stuff and back down to these pistols. Again for OG, they just have the Galil to boast on Valda. Max loss bonus in play here, and they need something. They need a hero. Because Mantu, he was great during the group stage. He's absent now, 1-7.
Yeah, where you at? Big man Ting. These Orps are about to have a fun day at the office. Anyone else on the repeat? Campus is ready and collects. Valda on the next. Okay, it's just going to be 3. And NIP, yeah, you said running away with it, but I mean, to be honest, their CT side hasn't looked like it's broken much of a sweat.
No, and they're retaining these double ops as well, right? So they're finding a lot of success with this. Device immediately taking out Alexi, not giving him the room to in-game lead from, and Hampus as well, which is like, oh, well, we found one AWP, let's run into the other here. So clearly want to retain this setup. We've seen Rez do some secondary AWPing on Ancient. We're now seeing Hampus doing some on Mirage, so some flexibility here in who gets to pick up the big green. But yeah, they've kind of been stumped right now, OG, and a timeout necessary to talk things through their first of this second map. Now, winner of this will progress through the playoff bracket to the semifinals to play the winner of Gambit versus Vitality. We have that one going on later this evening.
Should be a banger.
Yeah, I think that, look, ZywOo back in pretty decent form, like to ZywOo standards, right? It is always an exciting prospect. And Gambit's trying to return to that #1 spot in the world.
I just think it's going to be really interesting to see how loosey-goosey French T sides interact with hyper-rotatey Gambit CT sides. Could be an interesting game. Good util set to force one of the 2 back. I don't know if Alexi heard it, but Rez is close by. And that's the fight. That's the change. That's the difference maker from Alexi. Oh, and more provided. Oh, huge. God, it's perfect. Flames takes the entire B site down, and they're even going to tap away at more. Nico will finish it off. Okay, well, that one's a bit of a write-off. Everyone just won their duel.
That's huge. That is insane right there. And you got to give it to Alexi B, because as soon as the first piece of the puzzle crumbles, the rest of them are all trying to scramble back for Rez's territory here. So Flames, the fact he gets 2, insane. And then they're just walking out to C2s who have no idea. Okay, well, we've just lost our entire team. Are they going A? Are they going B? They got no idea. And some good shots. So OG putting up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, consider that one a necessary 4th.
Important round right here coming up. If OG are able to win this, they break the bank of NIP, and they could bring this scoreline back to something more respectable here. Early damage done through the smoke. Mantu put on notice, down to 32 points of health, but that's not going to make him shy away. Needs to protect his friend of Flames, top middle. As Rez, he's got a new position this time round. He's playing from short. Hampus to contribute from Connector, and no double AWP setup available this time round. They're playing a retake A, so this is a real change-up. Device over towards short with Rez. Hampus patrolling window. That's the 3-prong attack here to lock down middle.
Rez is set for this frag onto Valda. It's a question of when he's given it. Oh, lovely catch. Flames has tagged him up, I think, just into the elbow. Enough. Another pixel spotted. Util denies Hampus really having a voice into the cross.
They just walk in.
They're in. They're fully in. And now breaking the Ninja's bank. They're going to be completely money ducked if they lose it all.
Yeah, I think Hampus is hanging around here. Maybe not the educated decision. Picking up the AWP. Plopsy's grabbed one as well, so they can retain 2 AWPs into the next round to play if they want. Much better than what their buy would have been looking like otherwise, but that was great again. You could see the setup. The molly it was the real undoer because Device is unable to contribute at that point. Rez is marooned. He's left on an absolute island there, right? Device has to respect the molly. He can't stick around. If he fights, maybe that even draws their attention to Rez, who gets found out regardless. So a good one there from Flames, and now OG are finding some traction, right? It looked like they were getting blanked here. Now they're up to 5.
It's just been determined by those opening kills, though. Like, that catch from Flames, he's done it twice now, 2 opening kills, but whether they can count on that going forward. NIP have got the double AWPs in play again. That was very successful, but that's what I wanted to see. How much was he working with initially? I think it was just enough to force Rez off of his lip, and the rest, well, it's history. You can see how quickly they fell into place. Good to see Mantu's name in the feed, albeit a bit of a constellation frag onto Device. That AWP has been saved, and he gets to whip it out again.
They're going for a full buy here, NIP, right? So they're scrounging together their money here for round number 14. The next round of play, they're only going to be looking at 2,400. So this one is kind of do or die for them. If they want to get 10 rounds, they definitely need this one here, and the double AWPs are a great way to do so. Mantu quick, he's not deterred, he gets an opener right there, and they continue to fall for Mantu. Now he's activating.
Woo! Doesn't get better than that. The double straight out of your scope. You can hit pause for as long as you want now, presuming it's less than 1 minute 30.
Oh, Hampus has been spotted for the second AWP now, and he's been taken out. Volda, nice stuff, and that's it. Call this round done. They just need to filter into this site, get this bomb down. You don't even need to chase for the kills, just deny the AWP recovery. And that's as good as it gets right now. Another 8-7.5 looking likely here in this series.
Yeah, they've felt very similar in that respect, haven't they? You know, strong starts out of one, late T resurgence out of another. Previously, this was NIP's T side that really got the ball rolling over on Overpass in the later stages of the first.
I wonder if they're going to be allowed to hold on to these goodies here. You can see it's starting to siphon through the B apartments now. Everybody from OG getting their marching orders. It's going to be quite the run for Flames, Mantu, Nico. They're the closest right now to go find these rifles.
It feels a bit half-hearted, doesn't it? Just, yeah, you know, Flames have a look.
Yeah, if you find them, that's cool. If not, it's all good. Plopsky will retain this AWP, so we're about to see if it does come back and bite them. But the buy that you just saw there, it's going to be similar, right? It's going to be another similar buy because the 2.5 loss bonus coming on in. Or 2.4, should I say. But this was it. Mantu, only his 4th kill off this second shot just here, but great. That secures them around, right? It puts them in a great position financially here for the final round of play. Their buy is going to be looking a whole lot better than 3 Deagles, a Famas, and an AWP. Sure, there's bucket loads of utility. Sure, the armor's in play and the kits are there, but OG have everything they need here to get this one up to 7. And back towards this mid play. Mantu out, Flames, Alexi, Nico, they're bringing the fight.
Quick, very quick, and this time Device bests Mantu right out of the gate, looking for that tight line to punish Ladder. Now I'm going to give it to him immediately and waiting for that smoke, letting that pot shot ring out. B has been punished multiple times. This time is one of the best opportunities they'll have. It's just 2 Deags to receive them on the site. Sure, if you're waterfalling out of the apartments, it's one thing, but they've spotted out Hampus. They know he's van side, and yeah, Rez trying to slow them down with util. They're ahead of it. Device is Zorb collects, but Flames too quick, does not let him hide out. Rez just a Deagle, recovered on the AWP from Plopsky short side. That could be a good bit of help. They don't have to rush the plant, though. Rez is still in this smoke. Find him, find him. Flames has got 5 bullets left, and they haven't. Finally, he's knocked down, but that's the trade. And now Flames has to come up clutch. Oh my God, Plopsky didn't take the shot. So they both know. He knows that he knows. But which way is he going? Nobody knows. Fakes the steps again.
He's juking him here. Flames goes back towards B. Plopsky's going to be completely out of position here. Sure, he's got a kit, he's got a smoke, he's got a molly to work with right now, but Plopsky's absolutely gone hook, line, and sinker for this bait. Flames under a bit of pressure here. You can see him in 2 minds at how he wants to use this molly.
Oh, just plant the bomb. He's given him a nice little early warning that the bomb's going down on B, but it is going to be coming in. It's a crucial one to finish with that 8-7 Make good on all of your shortcomings in the opening stages here of Mirage. He's being walked on. We'll check. Bit of a messy spray. He's worse for wear now than Plopsky, but a lovely finish. Flames makes it 7. And OG NIP inseparable. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back to see if a 3rd map is required. All right, let's get it started. Second half, second map, first of the day. We've got some bangers and mash for you today, folks. I'm telling you, Counter-Strike is going to be good this evening. That's an Alex Machine Richardson guarantee.
Yeah, obviously the entry that you guys paid to be here. If you don't have a good time, you can hit Alex up. He will refund you.
Full refund.
Full refund.
Full refunds. Hit me up on Twitter.
Not on the snacks, though.
No, that's at Rushly, R-U-S-H-L-Y. 1 to 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll find me on Twitter.
For your refunds.
Any refund complaints, file them over there.
He pays pretty quick, I heard, as well.
Yeah, very quick turnaround. He's got fast fingers, that kid.
Okay, well, NIP are the favorites.
Is this the new variation of the info jump? I suppose it's pistol safe, at least. Device trying to scare him with some loud P250 shots from the ramp.
They're getting a free window boost right now. Oh, no, it's not free.
Oh, no, that's the worst case scenario for Nico. And Hampus takes 2 of them. He called it out. He's saying they're behind you, they're there, and watching as it all falls apart. Perhaps more to fall apart here. Alexi needed them both. He could have had the bomb and a 1v2 on his plate, but NIP, they'll take a pistol.
Hampus went and killed 4 players before the bomb had even entered a bomb site.
Yeah, and you know, like, I can fully empathize for Nico. It's in the back of the head. He's all wiggly and biggly.
Hampus doesn't even turn around. He don't care.
And he kills everyone. You know, you're Nico, you're just screaming at him. He's behind you, Mantu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That is massive. That is huge. What a huge round from Hampus.
Yeah, straight up the window, and he's feeling himself straight into the AK and the full belt of util. It's only USPs.
I know it's early, and I know that OG definitely brought us back in a big way in that first half, but let me paint you this little picture. OG are going for the full eco. They're going to buy in the next round to play here. NIP, if they get away with a clean one, if they get away with a clean anti-eco here, they get the bomb down, they retain a lot of these guns, their buy next round is going to be looking just as tidy as that as OG's, and they could win this one out. 2 for Device through the smoke. Rez responds. He's going to grab 2 quick headshots as well, and there you go. So they've only lost 1 gun, and they've upgraded the MAC-10 into one of those. So it's all good. It's all good for NIP right now. The thing is, OG are buying, and you see a lot of teams on the CT side. Most of the time, they're going to go for the force buy in the second, and then they're going to go for the eco in the third. You can see why you'd want to opt for that, because as far as the utility is about to go, NIP have OG covered every day of the week. OG do not even have a single Molotov.
They've barely got a kit.
So they've scrapped this together, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
A lot of eggs into this basket of this type of a buying configuration.
It's like, do you want to have this, or would you rather be conceding 1 more round and having all the wibblies and bibblies?
Yeah, see, they'd still be a little bit light on. The thing is, they'd have maybe a molly or 2 to help one out. It's just...
Let's see. I mean, let's see. This is a gamble they've taken. It was a full USPs just in the previous, so they wanted to swallow just the 1 bitter pill. But it could be a whole lot more than they bargained for. If NIP can find an opening. Don't forget, their T-side stats were bleak. Maniac brought up that stat. You can see NIP's T-side conversion rate lower than 40%.
Oh, that's too easy for Hampus.
Ooh, and there's a good way in. Mantu's fallen as well on the moonwalk. Device catching him. And OG, yeah, Chad, I know you said it was a bit early, but this one is looking like it's set to fall by the wayside. You'd need Valda to step up if they do come knocking on that B site. Oh my god, and as it fades, there's one in the open. Hiding in plain sight, though, doesn't lead to his demise. He lives on. Device reveals himself, so they know there was one mid. Now Util's being dumped B. Nico trying to at least get some info, and he has. Valda controls the spray. 1-for-1. Linus again
he knows
called upon. He does. Now he's got Util, no smoke though, so that bomb plant's not going to be going down anytime soon. Nade looks right good for on the money, and he's taken down Nico with it.
What an arm.
Whew, strong. Good trajectory. Asking Flames to clutch, it's just too much. NIP will make 11. Very short work out of that. Great recovery between the two of them as well.
The fact that Nico gets a freebie right there and Device is unable to trade, that felt a little bit odd to me, but they recover it regardless here. Now they've set themselves up for what will be 12 rounds of play, right? They're going up against what has to be a light investment again. This exchange right here, like Nico's like, okay, yeah, and then he even gets to walk away with it. So thought Nico maybe has done enough right there, but this nade was great. Completely changes the tide in the conversation we're having in this.
Hey, I'm talking about a smoke. Little did I know, the nade, oh so positive. That's all he needed. And speaking of nades, that one's cost Hampus his life. Maybe even the round.
Flash!
The flash from Alexi. Oh God, not another USP round from OG. This could change everything.
That's 2 guns they've just picked up.
Yeah, it could change everything, Chad. Device might be able to punish them if he can get them on the retreat.
Spotted.
Did they see him?
Have to have.
Nearly takes them both down, but now another falls idle. And 2 remaining for the Ninjas to recover.
It's not the end of the world for NIP. They can buy in the next tier. It might be the end of the world for OG if they put themselves in a 4-on-2 situation on an eco round, and then they lose it. 2 players over towards B of Flames and Nico. They're being crept upon here. They're on their own, right? They're on their own because Valda and Mantu are so far away. Mantu's getting information that might spur Valda to rotate, but it's really on Flames and Nico right now.
Flames gets some info. Don't you dare peek again. Survives the nade. It's a T-molly. Might have gone a bit off.
Mantu's coming through spawn. He's not going to be there quick enough, especially if NIP push the issue now, but they're just parking the bus. They're just waiting for the kills to come their way. This timing window might start to operate against NIP here.
Yeah, Flames is so concerned about the...
Oh, they think they've dropped back through the underpass. So Valda and Mantu now have headed back towards A in case it's an underpass play to A. But it's not, it's still B.
Okay, Nico and Flames to be tested here. They're low. It's about that first bullet. Oh, and it's right into the head of Rez. That line is looking the wrong way. They collect. What a big round for OG. Facilitated by a flash. Flames with the push. Hampus caught pulling out the pin of his HE. And you said they'd have enough. It is going to be a bit of a weird one. They'll just about piece it together with some Galil. This is what I'm talking about.
Let go of W. Look at that.
Whoa.
And that flash, you know it's coming, right? Alexi's called exactly what he's doing right there. So it's great to have somebody like Flames in your team. You just send him forward, picks you up a massive round right here. I think that was 4 for Flames in total in that one. He's up to 17 kills here. And yeah, NIP, they scrap this by together. The AWP for Device, it brings on out. They know it's in play. And Mantu, big kill for him.
Ooh, felt like a bit of an alley-oop there. Admittedly not to the same player. But you show a little cheeky leg in window and let your AWP have a look up connector at the same time. That's great to find a first.
Oh, they've just used 2 smokes towards connector here, so a little bit panic from OG. Regardless, it will hold Plopsky back. Nico ready to clamp on down with Alexi being play, but the fade of the smoke here, Loser's going to favor.
Oh, Plopsky's going to have the element of surprise after all. Alexi, you better be ready for this. You might have heard him mantle. He hears that. He definitely hasn't. He's looking the wrong way. Looking the wrong way. Still gets it. Alexi lives on. Shouldn't be a problem for Flames. He's got Linus to contend with. Aware of Palace presence as well.
Save now.
Rez and Device now running for the hills.
They just got locked out. The util there from OG was great. How are you going to get into this one? Sure, there's plenty of time on the clock, but what are you meant to do? You got 5 OG members to find on the other side of this. They have the bomb. They have everything they possibly need here, OG, and wow, the pistol round win. It's now going to really come back to bite NIP. Alexi B going around the world here to make sure that they haven't been able to scamper away anywhere. And if they want to try and push the issue and take away these guns, they have a little bit of residual cash to do so. You don't want to give too much into this.
How punishing would losing these be, though? I mean, round 20, 5 seconds left. They are loudly heading towards the Palace position, or at least
Or are they just signaling, we know where you are?
Hello, you can have them.
Yeah, that's all right.
go.
We'll let you off the hook this time round, huh? Okay. Well, 11-9. Some twists and turns left in this one in a big way here. Alexi almost getting caught off guard there, but the awareness, it's a big one. And at this point, as they're limping out onto A, Flames being able to get up the ladder, get away from the molly. Palace is smoked off during all this. There's no trade potential. And I think OG are starting to feel themselves now. Have another buy here from NIP. The saved guns have been brought around with Deagles. Device is quick for this.
Yeah, very quick. He's looking to disrupt. Didn't catch anything on the connector peak and it's paused. Look at the gap you're working with there, Rez. You've got some younger eyes than me. Oh, Nico, he's on his own. Completely booked, isolated. The nade could finish the job, but it's Flames that finds him. Damn, Alexi didn't need to throw his. Flames from downtown has dropped him. Keeps it level.
Is Alexi going to one-way around this? I think if he jumps up on the box, he might be able to do something actually pushing to the opposite side of connector and through here. What a risky maneuver from Alexi here. Spotted, damage done. Plopsky put very low, 5 HP remaining.
Well, that's no fun for Plopsky, and yeah, Alexi will dump his util. That's another 15 seconds bought for the mid presence. What do you think the intention is here? Like, I mean, seeing devices up, you'd think he'd want to go looking for frags, but it's not really been much given to him.
Well, that's the thing, right? As an AWPer on the T side, sometimes you've got to manufacture your own picks here, so device has to get activated in this one. Has a heads-up duel with Mantu in the back of the site. It's not going to be an easy fight to take. Actually going to throw Linus in. His body on the line, spotted, and device will profit. The bait and switch.
Yeah, really nice. And he's trying to make a bigger play here. They want to pincer A through the jungle position. Flames is held fast on A. He's the only man there, and he's taken 2 of the required. Now device with the 1v3. First shot found, and bomb retrieval. Valdez holding him. Doesn't fire a bullet. Didn't catch a glimpse. They know where he is. 10 seconds, and there he goes. Between the two of them, Valder on B, Flames on A. They hold their nerve and hold their sights.
Good stuff here. Yeah, Flames, 21 kills for him. That was kind of late in Overpass where Linus got activated with some impact. He's sitting at 8 kills right now. Maybe he can find some of that impact I'm talking about here in the final stages of Mirage. 11-10 the scoreline reads, but likely to be 11-11 here as the pistols are brought out for NIP. They've just got a couple of Deagles, a couple of P250s. That's the best that they're operating with right now. It's not like OG have the cash to splash here, right? They've posted 3 consecutive rounds now in this CT half. They'd love to keep a clean one. They'd love to be able to keep as many members alive, hold on to all their goodies, hold on to all their guns, make sure these reinvestments are few and far between. Right now, just dispelling NIP from any easy finds, not putting your head in a pickable position. So they're starting to turtle up a little bit now. Nico and Vol, they're passive, the Danish duo on that B bomb site. Flames in tandem with Mantu and Alexi B, the swingman. Flash forward, Flames not able to get anything done right there, but holding them at bay.
Oh, that's gone a bit off the mark, bit off the beaten track. Uncomfortable exchange leaves the B site open for business. Valder's rotated in, they catch the boost, and Nico got multiple targets he's aware of. And now just the one P250 he hears rattling off shots in that underpass. Device was last spotted on A and just catches Flames. Easy collection for him. Make it 11-11. It's time to make a wish. Done?
Done.
Nice.
All right, well, we do have Dust 2 coming up next if we do need it. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen right now, the decider will be on the Classic. No Inferno here for the third. Timeout called. NIP using their first timeout here to have a conversation with Coach Threat by themselves. 30 seconds. Chip on in to see what the play is going to be. As far as gun rounds are gone, not a whole lot for NIP to boast in this T side. And once again, we'll remind you of their lackluster T sides. No AWP this time round for Device to be wielding here. It will just be the 5 AK-47s. And that technical timeout has come to its close. Freeze time trickling on down now as well. And here we go. What is going to be the opener from NIP into round 23? Smoke top mid Hampus and Rez working on some control while Plopsky, Device, and Linus are tasked with heading over towards A. About to see if there's some pace behind this. There's a flash from Rez that's going to set Hampus up with a quick peek. Oof. Caught on a bit of the clipping on the wall there. Maybe not able to go as wide as he'd like, but now they're going to play under this window position. We've seen Hampus find a lot of success being boosted before. They're going to try it again. Vent room to trifle with here, and Nico, he's been spotted, he's been peppered, he can't really peek into this.
Yeah, but he has deterred the window boost at the bare minimum, and nade on the nose. Does report some damage, a second even better. Shaving some off of Rez. That puts Hampus and Rez within that dink range.
It's chased him away, but it hasn't kept them completely at bay here, right? They could reinitiate for another window boost. Hampus has a smoke. He could drop that and then boost into that window a little bit more safely. They're waiting for re-aggression, nothing to be found. And meanwhile, during all of this, oh, almost spotted.
Hampus a bit ahead of the pack here. Oh, and he could have caught a glimpse of Flames. Flames has actually been flashed through. Will he clear it? He will. And Hampus with no vision at all. OG sees him. Man advantage. Rez is trying to work the smoke. Flames, how aware are you? He could be blocked by the barrel. Timing does not favor him. Rez looking to catch him on a timing and has. NIP pincering A. Mantu been pretty quiet. He's going to have to do a lot here. He's called upon Valder as well for support. Rez is dealing with the B rotate.
Oh, he caught the boost.
Just about. Alexi paid a heavy price for that. And now the bomb's down. Mantu strikes, catches Linus. And they're running out of players fast. Everyone from OG's taken one with them. And now Device up against the entire OG squad. Four to find. And their health doesn't matter when Valder's as precise as that. A full team ace. Everyone contributes.
Valder was the only one Device really needed to deal with there, right? Because look at the HP. Mantu 31, 8 for Alexi, 25 for Nico. At that point, those fights, it don't have to be headshots for Device, right? He could have a stray bullet going left or right and still get the kill, but this is great. They really just use Flames going forward. Think about the occasions, even when Flames hasn't gotten kills, just where you've seen him be activated, right? He got them back into this with that underpass push. The 2 kills with the CZ.
Right.
He's been close A ramp, getting flashed in, just got flashed into connector there. They just use him, send him out not only for info, but the kill, because this kid is worth his bloody weight in gold. 23 kills for him, leading the server right now, and NIP scratching their heads. AK back out here for Hampus, just dry across middle. Window is smoke, sure, but lots of risks being taken here as NIP is setting up for a B finish. Nico and Valder standing ready to chime on in. Dynamic Danes here as nades are felt. Plopsky's ears are ringing, but here they go.
Valder, very naughty little smoke, and he's hiding within it. He'll take 2, nearly the 3rd. Rez limping his way through the apartments now. And Mantu has been summoned. Whether he's needed remains to be seen. It looks like Nico's done enough. And so has Alexi. Okay, 13 for OG. That 3rd map conversation becoming all the more real.
Oof.
Rez has got a hand cannon, though.
Oh, they get the max loss bonus, right? So NIP can buy in the next. If he can just continue to do a bit of damage here, and NIP are able to get around back and make sure this is less of a spotty T side, then there's a conversation to have this one go the distance, but we're yet to see them break on through, and there's Flames again. I love watching Alexi there. It just felt like his awareness of making sure he's locking down any of these lurky plays from Hampus, right? Because Hampus isn't contributing. There's no flash assist. There's nothing. Like, he's not seen in the feed. And Alexi, in connector, did not move, right? You see him get that kill. It's not like he transitioned there. He was there the entire time. So ready for Hampus's hijinks. And, well, another timeout called immediately here again for NIP. So lots to discuss. And you understand why, right? They're not getting anything done on this T side. They need a solution. Hampus, now your in-game leader, is going to have to operate with a suboptimal buy. It's either going to be a Galil with util or a AK just with that of head armor, and everybody turning their attention now to the coach of threat here. Listen on in, boys. He's got something to say. Big conversation to be had right now, because it wasn't looking great for OG there in the early stages of the first half, even the early stages of this half. They've turned things around, and I think they've used potentially back-to-back timeouts here. They don't hate to see it. You actually quite love to see it. Give themselves as much conversation time as possible. Plopsky's bought in, yet to buy his nades, maybe waiting for the marching orders of what the strat will be. Buys are following through from the rest of them. You can see Hampus has actually opted for the AK, so the in-game leader with no utility in a round like this. What's the call going to be? What has Threat advised the team of here and now?
Oh, wow. Okay, you're taking the AWP for the underpass peak. That is something. That is definitely something. There's no one going to receive it, and Rez is charged up mid in the interim. No smoke on connector, and he's got no information on the cross. But, oh, what a catch. This time, Hampus wins his head-to-head with Alexi. That might change things. Now he gets to work his magic and without the watchful gaze.
They're not expecting Mantu, though. There's no way. Like, Rez isn't going to look down here.
You're right. And he has to piece this one together. Eventually gets himself enough mouse mat to frag. Trying to peek on the one-way, but pushed up is Hampus, and NIP have got every frag they have desired. Nico would have to hit a couple of bangers, and yeah, just the one. 3 out of Hampus this round. That's the difference maker.
So the thing is, as well, with Nico being in that position, right, he potentially could have hidden. I don't know if he got caught because he's a B defender.
Touche.
Right, they had Valda.
But he just jumped down in front of his face.
Oh.
Nico?
Nico?
He was in the dark, wasn't he? That was the last man alive? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. He did jump in his face. But it's just like he was in a more open line fighting first. So maybe there's a world. But regardless, that's an IP getting a big round. And it was through Hampus' opening. And there's another one. Hampus, the AWPer.
Oh, dear. Oh, my God. It wasn't far off as well. Cool your jets, Hampus. He was getting a bit upset with the lack of impact he was leaving. And so returns with 2 very impactful opening kills.
Oh, someone had to do it, right? So Hampus, yeah, we always talk about this guy as one of those in-game leaders who likes to get involved, but the AWP trainer in his position. Nico now timing just against him. Hampus has slinked on down through the line of sight in towards the underpass here, and well, with the bomb currently residing on Linus's back with Plopsky in the apartments, it is feeling very much like an A finish.
Yeah, they've got the right read. I mean, Flames has been brilliant for OG, but I wonder if that smoke's going Palace. If it doesn't, oh, it's not. Okay. Wow, Flames has got so much to deal with, and he's right in between 2 of them. He flashes for it. Holy moly. Straight in the flash. He's caught Hampus. Oh. Alexi not only finds the flash, but the frag. And he's found a second as well. What a great recovery. Rez caught on after the first. The AWP is activated. And now Device, first found, and they both see each other with knives out. The flash does breed some uncertainty. Nico was last spotted connector side with the AWP.
They'd love a plant, you know.
He's faked it. Hoping to catch Nico closing that gap, but now the bomb planted. He's bought enough time for Valda to perhaps check it. He doesn't. And he will. Okay, Device doesn't get to set himself up for success, and instead, we get 2 saved AWPs and an OG defuse.
Someone get on it, boys. Don't do a G2 on us right now, all right? You would have had 40 seconds to fumble that one.
That would have been very impressive. I think at that point, Rugger's just going to be like, you know, coughing.
Could you imagine? Imagine 40 seconds where you just didn't defuse the bomb. That would be mental. But
Impossible.
Flames again, through a smoke. The spearhead of this.
Like, I saw him tucking into stairs. It makes perfect sense. It's the perfect call. When you're feeling all that pressure, you've gambled. Why not flash through and get the confirmation of your apprehension?
And the thing is, they could have a bit more stock in this because Nico was so aggressive in B apartments, called it clear, right? So it was either had to be middle or it had to be A. So a great little info play there after Hampus gets the opening with the AWP. Last chance saloon for NIP right now. They've spent their money. Heading over towards B, and, well, Alexi straight up mid, the Hampus versus Alexi duo. There's a couple more conversation to be had about these 2 in-game leaders going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, they're looking to pop B. Wonder how the Danish duo is going to handle this.
Very deep nade there. Only a little bit of chip damage to report. They're ready for this, though. They're not looking towards short at all. Both of them are poised and ready to fight this balcony, and Nico might even be able to bait here for Volder. They can lock this out.
Very much so. If he can continue to be a bit of a bait, and there's the switch. Valda, only the one. Hampus again, saving his squad with 2 huge frags. Alexi's gotten away with murder there. He silences Hampus, swings back in for the swing of Linus. He is playing with fire, and it's worked wonderfully. Alexi disappears in plain sight, denies the plant. And now it's Rez and Device.
They're smoking for him to play around here. This is huge.
I love it. Now, Rez is still a threat, a very big one, and they're all there. Mantu's AWP does not miss the trick, and so Device. Familiar turf for him, a 1v3, and it does not favor him in any capacity. Looks the wrong way, and Alexi strikes. OG, 1 round away and 3 opportunities for it to take us to our 3rd map. A very competitive series so far. Overpass required overtime. Well, 3 opportunities now for Ninjas to force the same.
Oh, we're getting a really nice quarter-final here yesterday in the round of 12, right? The fours matchup that we had yesterday against Ents, that was finished before 6 p.m. Right now the time is about 6:30. So this one here, just getting towards the tail end of map number 2, delivering, giving us a show to watch here today. And window smoked off, the call's been made. It's just biffed through middle. Look how many bodies.
Lexi gets 2 of them. There was a third there. Device rattling off shots, but Nico's here to finish the job. Bit chaotic now. He is going to take one with him. And this one's fallen just short of the mark for NIP. A lovely conversion at the end there. The CT lockout. OG taking Mirage. And all that does is set the scene beautifully. Our quarterfinal to be determined on our 3rd map.
North to defend, and he nails the first shot. Second, maybe the third.
He's going to give it a good shot. Nork's found another one. Anybody else?
No.
He's going for the ace. He's got the 6K!
Yes, to me, that's the storyline. To keep that river just continue.
All right. Thank you so much, security. Virtus Pro the credit that they deserve. Hello, gentlemen.
You can get higher than that, guys.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting a shot. He's getting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable.
He's going to do something insane here. 1, 2. There's 4 to be had for Santoris as they're challenging his position. There's another. Oh my goodness.
At least 2 kills that have a chance in the round. There's the first, not bad at all. There's the second. It's working out. Let's go, Nexa! Every single time. Still winnable. Fallen needs the ace clutch. He's got 2.
Oh, come on, Fallen. Yeah, the blood's flowing now. Fallen, another. Oh, he gets it.
Wait, he's dealing with the kid. What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb? No.
No one's
No.
Oh,
there could be absolutely no way.
This can't be real. Oh.
No, G2.
Holy shit.
Side B long A doors, and here is Pearson. What?
Fine, again, it's Creep versus Orp, and precise as always. It was 6 in a row. He's got 2 in a row. 4. Zach jumps into the jaws. And he's got 5. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Does Breezy actually get a plant?
Oh no, the Kriegs are coming.
The Kriegs are coming.
Oh, wait! Maybe more!
No way. Oh my goodness.
Versus 4, and ladies and gentlemen, they've done it for the 4th time. The Suns win the major in
I'm Santoris. They're throwing something above con.
B up's clear.
1, 2.
B clear, B clear.
One flash for them.
B fully clear.
In the smoke, Nico. He's in. 2 guys.
I'm behind mid, can you not be?
Down mid. Down mid, last guy. Close con.
There's some con.
Nice! Well, it's all fun and games until we go into that third map. Of course, OG pushing us there. Nip faltering, fumbling, and then stumbling their way across Mirage. 16-12 goes in the way of OG, and that sends us right into that third. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back to the ESL Pro League Season 14 playoffs. We're deep in the quarterfinals as it stands. Also, a quick shout out to all the homies in the fan cams. You know who you are.
They know. They know you.
Guys, third map. Who saw it coming?
We all did, right? No, I think for OG, great game for them. A more dominant win than the result perhaps shows, because they didn't win either pistol. They had to fight in those gun rounds in the second half, especially, you know, the locking down on the CT side without even their star player, you know, contributing that much.
Yeah, Manto is not exactly doing what we need him to do right now, but Flamesy picks up the pieces, right? Flamesy was an absolute god in that CT had. They won 9 rounds out of 10 at the very end. And this man, the man that we have on our screen right now, was one of the architects of that comeback from OG. And I really like the way Alexi B sets him up, right? You will see Flamesy being super aggressive, most of the time being helped by some utility behind him. And look at, for example, the difference he makes and the duels he takes. I'm really loving it, how reckless he can be.
Yeah, and okay, so let's just point out something here, which is, you know, we build up Mantu, we build up a player. It doesn't even matter if it's Mantu. And then somehow it just goes a little sideways. Well, how does that work?
Well, sometimes players just have a poor game, you know. A couple of times it's just maybe not being patient enough, right? There was a round on the T side, he's in con, holding short with the op, and, you know, Hampus just peaks it with that second op for NIP and just wins the duel straight up, right? Because Mantu started moving around. A couple of situations where you're just not in a position to have really impact because maybe your teammates are dying around you. But yeah, so far he hasn't had that sort of a performance that we've been hyping up and that we saw in the group stage.
No, and I think had NIP won this Mirage game, had it been a 2-0, that would have been a very hard night for Mantu, honestly, because not only we pin him as this, you know, superstar taking over, I think he knows when you have played that type of performance in the group stage, you come in here hoping that you can bring that type of performance again in playoff when it matters. First map, I think he did just about enough, but not qualifying as any good performances. And here, he was completely absent. His teammate bought him a chance to have an impact. And if now he shows up in the third map, he wipes the slate clean. And now we move on.
Because 32 ADR really does speak for itself.
It's not good enough.
It really does speak for itself. You know, for us, there's a lot of things to still grab onto when it comes down to Mirage, Enko.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the early rounds from OG, particularly round number 6, right? They did a really cool thing. So I'm going to show you guys. So this is the very beginning of the round. You can see the time. They're throwing the A-Rush smokes really from T-spawn. They're going to catch bench and stairs. So you can see this. But what happens, you can see them moving in apps on your screens all the way here. But what happened in the meanwhile, I'll have to switch the feed. So before them peaking, what happened was they had 2 players, one in B apps, one in T spawn. And what those 2 players did is they threw the 2 smokes for window and for shore. So they're basically doing, so what happened? Like we had the smokes here on A really, so it's not a rush, it's a fake. So you're thinking, okay, it's an A rush fake going into B, but no, it's a double fake with those 3 players going into apps. And you will see as they're walking out, they just run out with 1 flash from Alexi, and the smokes popping on B just pulled the device who's in CT spawn for just 2 seconds. That allowed the apps players to go out, trade on the CTs in the side, and once the device was back, sure, he got a kill, but they already gave up a lot of ground, as you can see on your screens now, to OG. They could plant the bomb, play the post-plan situation, and win the round, which was a reset round, really. NIP won the previous round. Unfortunately for OG, they couldn't, you know, latch onto this round and win a couple of rounds in a row, but it was just a really neat way of throwing some misdirection. You could just see everyone on the map moving a little bit when those smokes popped and then just pouncing on the A-bomb side.
So, Maniac, as we go into Dust 2, I'm just curious, you know, for both of these teams, this would be a statement to make a run through the playoffs. But, you know, just does that add pressure on top of an already growing competitive series?
Yes, both teams have pressure, Trace. Both teams have pressure. They went into this game with the attribute of potential semi-finalist, and no one has an easy day. There's no team that has more pressure than the other. I think if you're NIP, you must feel a little bit deflated. You had it in your grasp. You had that Mirage game. You were 12-8 up, and you had that beautiful overpass behind you. Now you're moving on to Dust 2. You have to reset. They're all together. They can do it. But for OG, I believe that's all they needed. I think that's all OG needed. You know, scrap that first map, play a bit of Mirage, have that comeback at the end, carry over to Dust 2.
Dude, you know what I want to see?
What's
for
that?
real? I want to see Mantu and Device like do something big. You know, a very important round, crucial round. I want to see you go and make a play for your team. I want to see you be the deciding factor that's going to make your team win some of these crucial rounds and ultimately the game for Device, because he's been this Mr. Consistent, right? And Astralis constantly, you know, top 3, top 4 players in the world. He's like not even the top 30 players for this tournament. And he has been anything but, he's been consistently average for NIP, right? And for Mantu, sure, he always has like good series here and there, a good group stage, but you know, it's crunch time now. It's the decider map in the playoffs. Now you show your worth. Now you earn your money, right? You show why you're the main opera of this team. So for both of them now, take like the game in your hands. And not in a wild way, like I'm going to do whatever I want, but step it up.
What's crazy is that actually Mantu and Device both at the pit right now. Mantu 5th player, worst rated, Device 4, so they got to pick it up.
Not as fun as it sounds now, is it? But we do change our attention over to Dust 2, and I invite you to ESL.gg/fancam. If you can get in, of course. Pretty VIP, so good luck with that. We'll be right back after this break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
come the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go make the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, let's go, what it takes to fight.
Well, it's knives for the third. Our quarterfinals have begun for the Pro League's 14th season. NIP in their lovely Swedish boot camp. It does look rather futuristic, but, I mean, the future, is it bright for the Ninjas? You reckon they've got the edge here?
Ooh, I think this one's going to be tough. I start to lean in OG's favor now that we've gone the distance and made it to the third, but I love the gauntlet that Yanko's thrown on down here to Device and Mantu, the primary opens for either side. A big play. Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to find some impact here. Both haven't really been in their groove so far this map, well, this series.
Yeah, and I mean, can Flames keep this up? I mean, his Mirage was fantastic. It'd be great to see if that individual level can carry over to a map like Dust 2. I mean, OG would be dreaming of a Flames in form for Dust 2, and we are ready to get this one started. It's Pistols, third map winner, off to the semi-finals. I'm so glad you're joining us. Let's see, CT start for OG. Alexi whipping out the kit and looking to deal with the Ninjas' Glock stack. They are, in fact, stacked up, all of them throwing their bodies towards long, and already contact has been found. Flames on the retreat. I think he's brave enough to get himself up on the site, spots the pit drop. And 1xBet agrees with you, Chad. Just a slight leniency towards the OG boys, and here in the third. The veto from our analyst said heavily favors the boys of OG. Let's see if they can back it up with a pistol win.
Well, right now, we've already got NIP with full long control. They've got the two smokes, one for Res, one for Device. There's a P250 in the mix as well, and Flames is taking a little bit more flak. Bullets just whizzing past his ear. They're set up to contest this here, and this is where the Alexi B flashbangs are going to come into play.
They're in such a premium position.
They're pushing.
Everyone's here. It's time for deathmatch on Dust 2, and a nice calm collection from Mantu. Quite the contrary for NIP. They're just catching bullets. Absolutely ruined. All of the USPs there, all of the USPs connect, and OG with a spotless one.
Yeah, but it's there's layers to that, right? We were on Mantu's POV during all of this here, but look at Mantu is tasked with just fighting the guy Pit, the guy Passive, who is to get the other two. The other two guys who are stepping out, I think it's Flames and Volder during all of that, they're the ones who are tasked with killing the players close to the smoke. The fact that they walk away with that flawless by initiating aggression, close range to the Glocks, that is mental. What a round there to win for OG, and just the style they did it in. I love that.
Yeah, and dude, how many people just got free upgrades into the helmet as well? Like, look at the weapons. They're extra threatening now. Juicy sacks of util as well. I shouldn't say juicy sacks. Harry's arrived in the studio. He'll start making silly jokes.
Oh, dear. It's a PG-13 broadcast until Harry rocks up. And you guys got to put the kids to bed.
Certainly. That's why he's on the later shift. Past the watershed.
All right, well, Nico's ready to mow them down here. If they go out mid to B, which is what Device is trying to usher the red carpet for, he's been fought. Mantu's found him, and in the head-to-head early, Mantu looking good. One out the doors, he dares you.
He wants you to come through, and Nico does too. Only the one on the UMP. Mantu does have to be passive. Still taking all of the shots and hitting them too. 3 on this scout. NIP falling apart. And only the Hamper scout, 2 taps is all it takes.
Okay, so Device into a scout there and everybody else on Glocks. Maybe you think you found yourself in a bad matchmaking experience, but no, Device wasn't going to be able to have the AWP in the next round to play anyway. He might just rock the scout again, try and do a similar job as to what you'd see him do. Actually, no, Plopsky, turns out apparently he's Device's best friend over there at NIP. Doing a bit of a Sanji job right now, giving Device the AK-47. Plopsky apparently happy to wield the Deagle here. Mantu going to keep that scout up, so the scope advantage reigns with OG, and they are pushing up mid. They are straight up the guts. This is nuts.
Yeah, I think the comms and the communication was go fast or go home.
Deagle for this.
Yeah, but it's fine. Nico was looking the wrong way. Alexi has wrapped through suicide. Maybe it's the bait and switch that could lead to some mega frags. Yo, this is such an unchecked position. I don't think they're accounting for it, you know. The longer that Alexi bides his time, the more likely he is to have them caught out.
Oh my God, the timing on this for Alexi's worked out fantastically. He almost got caught there. The biggest issue is Hampus in tunnels right now. So Alexi needs to get something out of this scenario, and he should. Unless Counter-Strike timing plays a hand again. MP9 at range, burst, dead. So locked towards long, 3 of them. and that molly will close the door behind them. But remember, Hampus is unknown right now, still towards the upper tunnels. Alexi wants info, but this could be the demise of the round here for OG, just walking on in. Rez as well, cavalier as you like.
Wow, and that came so easy to Rez, and Hampus will take the open B site now. This is where it gets weird.
Mantu's back's turned right now.
Yeah, this gets weird. Mantu's tucked in. They both choose to aggress up mid, so they might pass each other. Hampus is still the unknown entity, but through long, it can go wrong.
Hampus can't kill anybody, though.
No, they've avoided him nicely, whether it's awareness or not. They're crossing now. Flames is still on this site with an MP9. It shouldn't be more than one, but he has got a little bit of support from Mantu.
Well, no, he's CT now.
Yeah, they spotted him out, and there goes Flames. Good catch. Device with the drop dem. Ooh, AK, but the M4's only good for the one. Valda did arrive. And now Mantu's going to go galloping off to see if he can find something a little better. Alexi's corpse should have something for him. Thank you.
That'll do, I think. Get Mantu out of there. Money's still quite good for Mantu. So keeping this, we might see OG go for a bit of a menagerie of a buy here, right? He could drop that. He could buy himself an AWP into the next round. He's still got armor. He's got a kit. So that would be nice. And NIP getting on the board in what was quite a confusing round there for moments. There was patches where it looked like OG had just completely stifled them on the bonus. There were others where NIP took all the power with the Hampus flank. And they will walk away with this. Now, it's interesting to see that seems to be the new T-side way of dealing with the CT response to the long all-in, right? So the Ts go long all-in, the CTs go, all right, well, we're going to clear out close mid, we're going to clear out lower dark. Some of them are going for the double upper dark tunnel push, right? Teams like G2, if you remember rightly, Hunter would always go for the walk through B late when they'd rotate to deal with that long play. It looks like Hampus is doing a little bit of that here. So let's see if that's a common thread that continues. Because they only knew that he went through, well, they only knew he came through CT, right? They don't actually know if he came through B all the way.
Yeah, and Alexi inspecting his mouse after that one.
Maybe it skipped.
It was an odd skip.
Yeah.
It looked like it really flicked way more than he was looking to do. But yeah, it looked a bit miffed after that one. Could have been a very impactful frag onto Rez if he had found it.
Well, they have bought behind this, right? Mantu did go into the AWP. Alexi got his hands on that rifle. Flames involved it into the Famisers, and it will just be Nico down to the Deagle here. So trying to make this one work. And Device only with a scout. So Mantu has the bigger of the scope rifles in this one. Hinge smoke for Hampus deployed. And Mantu can get a kill here. Shot goes awry. Flames will take the space.
I mean, that's something, right? He can just park it now. Long door's set for success. He has a shadow advantage that might just equal out the FAMAS disadvantage.
Right now, there's still a lot of options here for NIP. They've got Hampus quite aggressive out the doors. Rez chiming in here as well, posturing for this mid to B, and the two smokes could be the commit.
Full mid to B util, Chad, and they just smoke off the tunt in response. They smoke off the window in response and have nothing to report from B side. Now Plopsky's just charging in. The bullets through the smoke have been caught. Alexi down, Valda hiding in plain sight. It's only good for the one. So NIP, they've taken the site. It looks like Flames isn't done yet. Mantu a more passive stance to keep hold of the AWP if Flames doesn't find anything off his first spray. Is there an M4 retrievable? I think there is CT. That might be the comms now.
Yeah, get on back, save that gun, keep these rounds as competitive as possible here, and AK is even better. So they're walking away with the best of the bad bunch here, OG.
Yeah, but NIP have already shown us a couple of different looks. We've seen the long all-ins and looking potent, at least with the weapons.
I think a good thing that happens there as well, just to go through like the in-game leader brain, it's unlikely that there was going to be two AWPs, considering the lay of the land right there. So as soon as you identify Mantu's AWP is long, he takes that shot, you know that he's likely just playing mid-long. He's not floating doors. You know how we see the AWPers float doors, stay around that angle? So he's not there to make the mid to be difficult. Two smokes, they can't do anything whatsoever, and you can see what happens. You put those traces through, well, you become a very, very juicy morsel.
Yeah, and you're talking about those AWPs as well. It was really interesting when we dove into OG's overpass comms. We had like a little bit of a player mic check, and you could just hear how frequently they were spotting Device. Wherever he was, they just say AWP is X, AWP is Y. It's not just one, it's AWP. And I think that's an important and integral component of the comms. And very brave of Alexi to try and cross back. He tests Device and does get punished for it, tagged up.
Mantu waiting for the flash here. Will peek on out. Oh, and
two
has
opportunities so far.
They're aware as well, though, right? The fact that he cops some bullets, they know these moves are coming, so Hampus continuing to look for space here. And this is the position I was just mentioning. Mantu with the slither gap through the doors, has another crack with the AWP.
Oh, so blind and eliminated. It's only a USP alongside as well. That's perfect from Hampus and NIP. They have dealt with it. Looks like Linus could deal with this as well. Goes down to the Flames AK. The bomb should have an open path, an open runway. It's just up to them as to when and where. Heading to B, it looks like. He's ahead of the smoke, so perhaps a bit more of a deterrent than they encountered for. Flames is still being pushed on. I like the reposition.
You're in the smoke against them now. He doesn't have to worry about tunnels.
Their backs are turned, looking for the reaction out of Alexi. And he's hiding bricks. They're looking the wrong way. Flames, that's amazing. He's given OG a bit of a chance here. I say a bit, more like a lot. Unfortunately, though, Rez is actually going forward.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, 30
Straight
seconds.
into Alexi.
Is he running into Alexi with
He's going to clear this. Surely he's going to clear this.
30 HP.
No.
Oh, precise headshots. And Flames combined with Alexi to finish. What a valiant defense that was from Flames. I'm impressed.
What was Rez scared of on the B side?
I mean, that's the question. I suppose around the world, right? They had no info tons. Maybe that's where Alexi was going to emerge. This is the frag. Gets Hampus and then repositions just to the bricks position. Plopsky's caught looking the wrong way. Incredible string of frags.
But I don't know. Like that one, like Alexi, the pressure on Alexi right there to hit that shot, it's not an easy one anyway. We can diagnose that later. Let's get back underway here. The AKs are out. There's no AWP for device. Long control taken.
I'm
we
still
got
in
a game.
recovery, bro. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, boy. And they're walking straight into Alexi B. He gets the info. They might want to test their limits in the Flames. They choose not to. And it's brave of Flames to continue. Is he going to be set up for something? They want to boost on the box. They can fire off shots.
Oh, my
Not
Lord.
far off, and they stagnate onto the toes. That's perfect. Re-smoke. They've got a perfect read and a denial of NIP. They're posturing so heavily for short. They're trying everything they've got. And then NOA boost late. Oh, it could catch him. The smokes will fade on Device's position first. Waiting to strike. Vision's restoring. Flames another. And Flames with it all again. Another round out of this dude.
It's just Hampus now. He has long, sure, but the fights have all gone down. His teammates are in the grave. Would have to hit some absolute bangers here. And, well, that's the first. Flames finally falls.
Yeah, Valor just ducks out.
He doesn't have the bomb. Like, how's he going to do this? 48 points of health here. Gets a chance. Nico a little bit cheeky with the jump, isn't he?
I think he thought it was a safe way to get info, but yeah, had Hampus hit another one of that spray, it was his way in. But with 20 seconds left, the poor guy's booked. Too many angles to clear, not enough time to do so.
Oh. And he's going to take the save himself here. So that was wild, right? The fact that Flames, right? We had that round. There was the man to AWP, and there was the Flames AK, right? Flames actually got helped out. I think it was by Hampus, who smoked tunnels, which meant that he could just draw his attention over towards that B hill play, right? We're going to take a look at it again here. So he kills... He's in the site. He's got the bomb. There's 30 seconds.
He's so worried about B.
He was in B. Like, the only place that he should be concerned about would have been tunnels in that environment. He could have planted safe.
And of course, it's a silenced USP, so that swing
just
is
no idea.
It could be, he's thinking it's like long car, it's anything.
That couldn't have worked out better for Alexi.
Yeah.
Huge stuff from Flames.
I mean, that's really given OG a lovely bit of momentum.
Some pep in their step.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't want to contest long right now either, OG, right? They know that somebody's out. They've heard that extinguish. That guarantees it. And they're just rejigging the CT setup. So they're happy to play for short control. Let Flames just sit and deliver more of what he just did. Mantu now towards the top of A, up in Goose here with the AWP. Best weapon for the job against what is Hampus's AK. Just have to take that one out. And they've actually run boosted the player across, have they?
Yeah, some damage onto the only armored member. But Hampus's AK still takes down that AWP.
All right.
I mean, he's got no health, Chad. The rest of them have just got blocks. If they could pull a plant out of this, that would be impressive, but it would require another 2 frags.
Are they going to run boost again? They kind of have to open up all these avenues of attack.
I mean, it would be over Alexi on that elevator position. He's not currently actively holding it, and neither are... Oh, Alexi takes down one of the long players on the extension. And they'll all swing in for contact. It's just too much. Overwhelming them. Last is there, and finished off neat and tidy.
Okay, 5-2, the scoreline reads right now. Really starting to get some wind beneath their wings here, OG. They have that CT side at AWP in Mantu's hands again. I'd love to see one of Nico Evalda throw that AK to Flames. He's a bit of a monster here. He's carrying that Mirage performance through. He has 13 kills. The next closest on his team so far has only 5. Flames has had so much impact in the early stages of this game. He's really set OG up with his buffer that we're looking at now.
Yeah, he's a sicko. I think like Spinks as well, like I do also think that Flames just, he's living in a fantasy land when he gets to sit down on that boot camp 10 ping.
Yeah, what is he looking at actually? Yeah, he's not playing on 11 ping every day of the week,
No,
I'll tell you
not.
that much.
He really is not. So this is an absolute luxury and he thrives when he's given that. It's like he's been training with the absolute disadvantage, the extra leg weights on of the 50 ping fragger.
How long is it going to be until we see NIP with everybody with a rifle in their hands?
Yeah, there's always one caveat, isn't there?
Yeah, and I guess that's just due to the Hampus save, but Device at least has his AWP. And Yanko wanted something out of either of these AWPers, so let's see who steps up to the plate first. Mantu with another near miss.
Yeah, but Hampus is so ballsy. Not many people are going for dry peeks like that into the AWP, just trying to use the flames of that nade or molly. Catch them off guard, hinge smoke deployed to enable the mantle up Xbox safe. And it's a 3-man B lean out of the OG camp.
They're thinking of mid to B's coming in. And that worked against them before, remember? So, not a bad little contingency being called out here from Alexi, but about to have some trouble as Rez and Hampus are working their way up short. Still no real intent. You can still see the bomb on Device. Flames checks towards long, sees nobody at home. If he goes too aggressive, he might get caught out in a biff, in a fight. And actually gets away.
His crosshair is just bang on all the time.
Surely he doesn't want to continue with this.
Still wants blood and he takes him on the pixels.
That's so important.
That is such a hard fight to win as well. Plopski's got all those ratty car angles. Now Alexi's got a lot to contend with. The smoke buys time. That's the T1 though, so they might boost over that. Just got forward on it. It's perfect. Rez jumps to survive. He does just elevate himself out of the line of fire. The nade's got him booked. He's still kicking, and so is the NIP chances here. Linus, ready for the first. Walking up long, and the pressure is coming from multiple fronts. Alexi, however, has taken down Rez before the concern.
Gap.
For that bomb cross, and Mantu does deal with it. Poor Device, no chance to hold his AWP here, and the swing from Mantu's a bit short. But nothing to complain about. OG are up to 6 already, looking good on this defense.
I really can't stress enough how crazy this fight is from Flames. It is just Alexi B on the bomb site at that moment in time. If Flames dies, Alexi has 2 choices. None of them are great. One of them is play in A and hide. The other is go take a fight either long or short. Actually, give him a third option. He could have played retake. Flames was the only other A defender, and he just pushed the issue against somebody literally waiting for that push twice.
Yeah, and a professional who knows all of the ins and outs of those exchanges as well. Flames just books him.
Like, there's no backup. There's not like there's a safety net AWPer here, and OG are feeling themselves now.
They're into B, need a couple, and Nico's provided it. Bodies drop and NIP melt. That's 7. It's one of the quickest rounds we've seen on Dust 2. They're running straight towards that 8th. They could take the win on the half here in the 10th.
I wouldn't want to be NIP right now. The fact that OG have this kid who it seems like they've just let him off the leash. Like, I can't explain that fight he went for other than they're letting him off the leash right now. This duo of Nico and Volder, they've played together in a lot of these B bomb sites, right? Like, it's quite the duo to have. Put your Danes, who are known for being able to anchor down bomb sites together, it's a lockout.
I love watching Nico's replays because you can just tell when he's firing. You know, his eyes wide and his lips pucker. Mantu got an opportunity and he does not let that one go. Hampus caught just through the door. Flames and Plopski, the standoff continues. And this time it's Plopski taking pot shots.
Yeah, Plopski only 1 kill so far, right? So having a bit of a rough time here on Dust 2, but it's not like anybody on NIP is popping off right now. This setup looking really, really good for OG. They've been able to get the AWP back towards A. Alexi, the swingman, Flames locking down long. He's got so many luxuries, and the double setup on this B bomb site. And that's where it's looking right now, where NIP want to finish. Volder tucked in.
Well, yeah, he's actively fighting. And he'll be the first contact. There's 2 of them there, and he takes them both. Oh my god, Valda doesn't need help. OG are just taking multi-kills on their own. Valda's not only won the round, he's taken the bomb down, he's locked Rez out of it, and he's just left wanting. Like, anyone want to feed me a frag, maybe 3? That would be nice.
It's felt really good for OG, right? Like, even when they have run into some problems, their info plays have been great. And then on top of that, their individuals are just hitting everything. So this is Rez with an opportunity. Could have threaded the needle here, actually. He knows Volda is around. Does he know that Volda has slipped towards T-spawn? The answer is no. And Rez will actually get past here. So Volda playing this one safe.
Yeah, very safe. Nice headshot to finish. That's a quad kill out of Volda, and what a defense. He had nothing left, right? Nico was still flirting with the doors, but he's actively holding just enough of an off angle that NIP were looking elsewhere. I don't think either of them were looking at him.
This should be 9 right now. I think we have to see something that's a bit more pacey out of NIP, right? If they're going to go for maybe an all-in, they have some long spawns on the likes of Plopsky and Rez here. They could opt for something quite aggressive, but there needs to be a bit of a pace change now. The scoreline's 8-2. They're in this max loss bonus territory, so they can definitely go for a half buy like we're seeing right here, right now. And it is out long they go.
Well, look who's here. This time, Flames will call for a little bit of aid. He's actually backed up into the site quite quickly.
There's problems already. Nico's just neutralized lower dark. Mansu has complete top mid information. Alexi B now grouping up just to make sure all of this is clear. They know that it's going to be the long play. And with these lower buy weapons, it's not going to be easy. They're not going to be able to take these fights. They're going to have to hope for a skirmish here. So how much are OG going to give them on the cross?
Cheeky one way. Alexi's got a lineup. We'll throw it as his team communicate the cross. Nade looks good. Oh, look at this little set of util. Softens him up. Drops his smoke.
It's late.
Oh, it's a bit too late, yeah. And now a missed AWP shot as well. Suddenly that bomb site becomes very realistic. Great molly. Nearly took down the bomb planter.
Mantu can re-molly.
On his retreat. And then re-molly does come in. Hampus, however, is getting more frags done. Another one into the head of Flames. NIP. They needed him. And he has delivered. Is it enough for a round? Bomb now planted. They are on light guns, don't forget. So Valda and Nico's presence is still leaving a foreboding feeling, and as I say that, they back it up.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they're not even going to have a look in for this. Things have been going so good. Maybe now, Volda can still come up catwalk here.
You'd think.
They've just...
You got kids, boys. It's light. Device, it's planted for him, but he's only got a scout. Your AUG is safe bet in that head-to-head, and Linus brings the fight. Goose to be cleared. It's getting a bit light on time, and yeah, Device hitting a shot with that scout is enough to send Valda away. He'll try and be threatening. Doesn't really have the time for this, so just baits the shot, confirms Device's presence, and should just about get away from that radius with 2 HP to spare. Woo-wee, NIP, they get one back.
Oh, Device lucky to get an upgrade there, right? I know the round is what they came in here for, but you don't want to be stuck with a scout into the next round to play. This was great stuff. Hampus just continuing to fight. And these mollies, they would have just been harassing. This is using the smoke against them, right? Alexi B died dropping this smoke and then able to use that against them. That is a bit of a fumble right there from OG. Everything else has been looking really good up until this point.
Yeah,
so dropping the ball on that one. Threat's going to be getting fired up and back towards long they go. Mantu's here this time round.
AWP action.
Double!
Oh no, they both go down, holding hands and skipping through the long doors. Mantu crashes the party.
That celebration short-lived, slap in the face right now, and look at this, Volda taking space as quick as you like. Short or mid to be are the only 2 options right now.
Oh, it would be the perfect call to counter this. I mean, it's on Nico, but he's going to be smoked off. He might unload his mag, but they're going to be through. 2 smokes, it's clear where they're going. Valda's going to have to run, but oh my god, Nico catches them with their pants around their ankles. This round is done. Rez getting shot at from every angle through the smoke. They're closing in on his location. A nice try. But OG are right back into the driving seat of this one, thanks to Mantu.
Oh, where are you meant to go, Rez? You still think Volda's on the site? He's had tunnels for about 30 seconds now. Bullet in the side of the head, call that 9. What a great round. And Mantu, we wanted some impact right there, just blinded on up, uses his spawn to his advantage, and here it is again. Just gets a glimpse of them before that flash goes off and walks away with a double. Wouldn't have had any idea that had happened, you know? The boys celebrating.
Yeah, I don't want to be hypercritical when it's a 3v5 and you're doing something on the fly, but it was odd that he got so, like, 2 backs turned on that CT push. I mean, it's a very common little push. Often you have someone housekeeping. I suppose they had to focus their attention on B.
The timing of that flash would have been just off, right? Like, they needed to get that flash out just a second earlier. Not even a second, a millisecond earlier. Oh, walking through the smoke. Here's Hampus again.
Oh, they can both go down here. Oh, the nady knows. He suspects
Oh, they
it.
know now.
Oh my god. Everyone just holds down mouse 1 and it ends in favor of the ninjas. That's big. And actually, he's kindly provided one of the 2 smokes they fancy. Hampus can get some serious space, and Valda's so concerned about Hampus, he's evacuated B as they edge through the smoke tons. Maybe Valda can catch him off guard here. Hampus is wise to their tricks, but the flash... Oh,
behind you!
Didn't clear him, and that's the end of that. Bomb down.
It's the pistols again.
Twice.
And this time...
They're gonna save.
Yeah. Well, it's the right call, right? But the fact that they're having a hard time against the pistols, but having an easy time against those rifles, I shouldn't call it an easy time.
Yeah, well, it helps when Hampus does what he just did there.
Yeah, and that's why when, you know, we do see the buys that are Hampus on an AK and everybody else on Eagles or something of the sorts here, it becomes easier to justify, but this got really messy. Great shot there from Hampus, such a force. And look, they've got no idea where this man is. Look at him. Take all day hitting that shot. So bomb's about to go off. There's enough money to drop some guns across and make the buy again for OG here now. You'd love to walk away with this half with at least 10 because you've been owning them, right? You've been absolutely owning them. The score at one point was 8-2, right? You had a 9-3. You don't want to finish the half 9-6. So one more for OG to put in the back pocket, take to the bank. Coach Rugger will be happy with that. But NIP have given them a lifeline. They've manufactured it with these lower buy rounds time and time again. Let's see if they can actually apply some pressure here to the international squad that can.
I mean, last time they got the full buyout, Mantu cancelled the round within the first 15 seconds. I suspect with the corner smoke dropped and just Flames here on long, it's not going to have the same fate. But NIP again with their long control.
This is where OG have been great. They've had really good mid-round reactions, right? They understand the timer that they're working on. They know what territory that NIP have, and then from there, they just try and grab a couple of bits and bobs of info to set themselves up for the post. Upper dark needs to be cleared here, and that smoke is going to hold Hampus at bay. Nico pushing up mid. He's on a solo adventure right now. Starting to get the inklings that it will be that long finish. So Nico's position secures them. They have to go A now. Flames and Alexi top site. Mantu to cover off mid, and Volda just to deal with that lurk of Hampus.
Oh, Flames dices with death, puts his head very
Device
briefly
isn't
in the
looking.
crosshair.
Device is not looking at all.
Considered it.
Well done.
Okay, you wouldn't go for more, Nico. This could be greedy. Yeah, he'll take Device down before it gets out of control. Linus has found 2 in the way in, and Rez needed that. Now he's down, the 2v2 established, and Mantu seems aware that Hampus's mid-presence is, getting very pushy. Oh, what a shot just before the flash pops, and Linus last seen on A. Trying to piece this one together. Linus has been pretty good for a clutch or 2, Chad.
He's been really good in these situations. Usually up against 4 players, not just 2. So this time round, 30 seconds off the clock. Yeah, this is a chance for Linus here.
Does he just knife out to B? I mean, that's the question. Mantu's asking the same.
Time's such a problem for him, isn't it?
Yeah, he has to go loudly now and confirms Mantu's suspicions. Some good connections out of the AWP there. And that is the 10th that they were so seeking.
Yeah, I think if he gets that one, you might have to start doing some Linus clutch tips because the guy has actually won quite a few for his status, right? Like, if you go back and watch just a few of the clutches he's won in this group, they've been beautiful.
Yeah, and convincing, by no means, you know, fed to him. Mantu finishing the job, though, and 10. OG, Rugger's going to be absolutely elated, and the fact that there is a potential for an 11th as well, Chad. It's not dreamy for the Ninjas. It's been the case this whole T side.
These are the type of rounds they've been winning, though, where the buy hasn't been great. So let's see. Fast up Cat, Hampus and Rez leading the charge. Alexi rotating over as quick as you like here to just cotton this one off. Flames is actually pushing long during all of this.
Yeah, I wonder how far he pushes it, though. It's smoked. And they will be fully gathered up short. They're so early and with so many nades.
They have everything they need right now for an A execute. Like the mollies for ramp and side. They have the smokes to make Mantu's life a little bit more difficult. Utility in exchange right now. It's on.
Yeah, here he comes. The fierce Swedish entry fragger does it again. Hampus strikes. And worming his way into the site now. Device posted up to punish the scout. Not the best weapon for the job, but he's kept 2 players busy.
Oh, more tags.
Yeah, they've got no health left, Chad. It's the last round of play, and Flames, had a chance. It's short-lived. Mantu is on long, and he's made that clear, which keeps Hampus honest. Another one from the AWPer, and he's aggressing. He wants to put more pressure on to combine with Nico, and another stunning headshot puts Rez on notice. He has to come up clutch now. He's been asked to 1v3. They are so low. It's so attainable, and he will find the first two. Valda's his next victim, and that's not enough. Valda too quick on the punch. And so 11 acquired. Very valiant attempt out of Rez.
Oh, they're just having a bit of fun here. OG setting themselves up 11 rounds to 4. There you can see NIP. They're going to have some crisis talks here heading into the break. We'll be right back to conclude the first series of the day and see who our first semi-finalist is going to be.
So how far we can go in Pro League, I think that we can reach the top 4. We want to reach the top 4 at least. But to that to happen, we need to step up our individual and as a team to just play better as a team. Because yeah, as Linus said before earlier, we have been pretty inconsistent. And I mean, we can beat any team, but we need to be like really good as a team and individuals to that to happen. And I think we're really close, but we just need that little bit of a push. And I think this Gambit win could definitely help us in that.
No. Could be.
Window
one
last guy. 1v1. There's
Open
an
doors.
orb who's down there.
Yes.
And kit, bro. I have kit. Window.
Coming.
Let's go!
Why do they want to come to you, bro?
I don't know, man.
Why do they want to come to you, bro? Valda asking the right questions. Why do they keep coming into Flames? And Alexi with a ridiculous clutch at one point. It definitely was the swing point, right, Chad? I mean, we saw how things spiraled out of control for the Ninjas upon that loss of the 1v1. I mean, Flames with 4 kills on that B site in that round.
2 of their rounds here on that T-half came with crippled buys, just some Deagles and AKs kind of thrown together. But here we go. What are OG going to throw at them here? Rez taking a little bit of contact in mid early.
I just read the chat as well. Hampus has been researching in the break which crosshair Flames uses. You think he wants to steal it?
Oh,
simple in the making, they say.
Oh, those 1x bet odds have definitely
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Quite the heavy turn here against NIP, and it makes sense with this current scoreline. Plopski's gotten away. He's head down, bum up. Oh, and only one kill for Plopski. I don't know if it's going to get better, Alex.
Oh, he's being pushed, bro, and yeah, they're just into the belly button, a little bit of lint hit, but that's about it. Hampus, he has been the shining beacon for the Ninjas, but this time it's just a step too far, and I fear, and then that sharp inhalation of breath from Chad Sponge Birchall, it does mark the beginning of the end for the Ninjas in pajamas.
Linus has got his favorite, well, actually, it's Rez who has his favorite combo here, the defuse kit, no smoke. That's one thing you need, at least, for the retake here, but they're not even going to get close to the side. Absolutely mincemeat right now. 5 players from OG stay alive, and that's both pistol rounds in this map that they converted with everybody staying alive. They just completely dismantled them.
Flattened.
Yeah, just destruction.
I mean, I've got one tiny shining light. Here it is, Chad. That NIP on the T side were good at winning the rounds they shouldn't.
Yeah, this is just feeling like hopeless now, right? Yeah. This is the OG that we remember from the group stage where they looked great, right? They just went through, they ran over everybody, they won every single
I mean, topping your group is quite the achievement considering who was in it. And Flames continues where he left off already. Some chip damage caught onto Device through that smoke. Intentions for a B finish, it seems.
Yeah, there's no rush here. I think we'll see OG kind of take their time about this one. They were very thorough in the previous maps against these rounds, and when it looked like they were going to end in a stack, the last-minute play and last-minute info came on through, and they were able to avoid destruction. And that was a great shot there from Mantu. Now, look, it hasn't been the carry-level performance, but he's been contributing more so in this map. He's up to 14 kills. Been playing his role here. And when the scoreline is currently sitting at a 12-4, likely to be a 13-4, this is a well-oiled machine right now from OG.
Yeah, it really does look like, you know, OG have got their ducks in a row. Everything falls into place, all the individuals doing at what is demanded of them. Valda's been a very quiet 16 frags. He was very potent on the B defense component of it. Valda's pulled out the very limited util they had. In fact, Chad, there you go. Check the mark. It's 40 seconds, and they've got rid of every CT util.
Yeah, now they're grouping up for a mid to B here. So unless Nico gets caught off guard by the Hampus push, they should be set for success here. There's the push. Bullet hasn't landed to the dome right now, and now Nico can capitalize on that, just keeping him busy while they come out on the mid to B. He gets the kill, but he's lost the sight.
Yeah, that's quite the price to pay, and smoked off, he'll have to just bide time.
Probably going to call it a day, actually, here, because Linus Device, they're nowhere to be found. Plopski's top middle. Unless they can do some damage, unless they can unravel Valda, who's so up close and personal, they might just be done in this one. Oh, felt like Valda had all day to adjust to that, and they're falling. They're giving up. They're forced by what they had invested into this. They could have carried through for another crack here, but NIP lambs to the slaughter. Just one surviving Plopski, who's had a really, really rough game. But a really rough game of this. He's just going to do his best to find a consolation kill, maybe try and get himself out of this funk.
Yeah, bruh, that is a tough scoreline to be posting on a third map of a quarterfinal. And in stark contrast, you take a look at Flames, similar in age, delivering an incredible performance here on our Dust 2. Puts him up to, what is he now? He's in the 20s, I think. Yeah, 20-7. OG really did find a little uncut diamond, didn't they?
Yeah, it's great to see, right? Still more and more talent being found. Is that Richard Lewis in the camera?
Is it?
That's Richard Lewis. He's in the bloody fan cams. Hello, Richard.
Richard Lewis fan cam experience. Go catch him now if you can.
You've only got probably about 3 more rounds to do so. So go say hi.
Yeah. Get us an autograph.
All right, well, the B-bomb side is the open runway right here, so might just be the finish, the second letter of the alphabet here again for OG. They could fumble and fall in towards this A stack, but 3 USPs, a CZ, and a Deagle. I'm not super concerned. Something would have to go extremely wrong here.
Plopski CZ 5K. And that's something.
Yes, and they can still, you know, there's a little bit of traction.
Nade he just threw it, catapulted towards Linus.
Nico still in this upper tunnels position. And they're just going to evacuate. So a couple more bits of utility to keep NIP busy over towards this A site. They're smoked off on the rotation. Nico now taking a glance in through upper tunnels, and the mid to B again here to put the 14th on the board. Only a matter of time now. Hampus with some shots on through almost guarantees that Device scrambling for whatever space he can handle. And well, that's not a whole lot on the receiving end of Valdez Galil, and this would be quite the comeback.
Yeah, it'd be just shy, wouldn't it, of the record-breaking Dust 2 comeback. I think that was a 15-3, Ents VP. Oh, and they're going to lose everything as well. Yeah, absolutely everything. Galil falls to the floor last, and so they'll be presenting everything they can. All of their schmeckles invested into what will be round 19.
And only the second timeout called here for NIP, right? In a game that's gone quite horribly wrong for them. You maybe think an extra buffer here or there. I suppose it doesn't matter. They tried it on Mirage. It wasn't enough to get them across the line. They couldn't quite crack that nut of their T-side, and those T-side woes coming back to haunt them here. Pensive music plays. The buys come on in. And any last discussions that they might having here to withstand OG. I don't know. This is looking bleak. This is looking very bleak right now for NIP.
Looks like morale not entirely broken. Conversations back and forth being had and making good use of that extra time.
Popsky even with a slight smile on his face just there. So, yeah, things
all right.
Maybe not as bleak as they seem. Let's go, NIP. What do you got left in the tank here? Device into the glass cannon. Bit of a stall out here with the start, right? No early long presence. It's a bit of a late mid-biff, so wait for that Xbox smoke to land, then barrel on down. Alexi just holding that W key, and they're so quick on this.
Yeah, Rez was thinking about a reload. He's just been run down. Linus caught fully flashed. What a call. And look how quickly the round ends. Alexi's just nerded on him there. Like
he just
bought
paused.
a max 10.
He carried it through. He just paused, though. Like, he could have upgraded. The guy had, like, 6 grand. They're happy to run that strat. Like, that right there, he has called that exactly what they've done there. Okay, I'm just going to hide in suicide. He's just going to sit and wait. And then as soon as the Xbox smokes lands, he just barreled down mid. He just barreled straight down mid, and they just had mid to B smokes ready.
And Rez had just finished, conveniently, his smoke spam. Just caught on the reload, rushing through.
You see the Xbox smoke, you're not expecting him just to run out mid like that.
No.
Like, it's just pedal to the metal, just absolute insanity right here. Mantu still has the scout. Right, like, literally, he doesn't even need the AUG. You know, he'll upgrade into the AUG. Why the hell not? Alexi got himself an upgrade into an M4 as well. They have only lost on this T side. I know they didn't need a lot of rounds here, but it's only been 3 deaths in these 4 rounds. It hasn't been a competitive map whatsoever.
Yeah, this OG streak's starting to get potent into the semis if they can convert, and this is what we were just talking about. Lovely body shots. Fully flashed, it's perfectly synchronized with the jump out from Nico, and this is looking like the same OG we saw take down G2 3 weeks ago. Complexity, I mean, to be fair, you know, they looked impressive in the games. They were pushed by the likes of Sinners and Fours, but this is the OG we've seen in their victories. It's very dominant. A change-up, though. An NIP opening kill.
Look at this aggression from Hampus. So you can tell it's desperate out there. He might actually get something out of this. The bullets just land. Volda dead, and now a 3-on-5. Oh! Okay, maybe there is a round here for NIP. Alexi the Walking Wounded, 9 HP for him. Device and Rez are both posted up in middle. Plopsky, the lone defender of A, and Linus, well, he will have backup if required, and maybe it will be required here.
Yeah, I don't fancy his chances on this. I mean, he's not got any smoke or incendiary to drop, so he's just going to play a little headshot angle, try and catch them on the walk. Lurk smoke drop. That will be where Device likely gets summoned.
It is just on Linus.
Poor soul. Poor soul. They smoke the doors. Device gets ahead of it, so he can at least back up his teammate. This is for all the marbles. OG could finish it here. Will they clear Device? Playing it passive, the flash for Device's position. He has to tuck in. It's perfectly played by Nico. And now Linus kept honest with just the one. NIP, hopes and dreams hinge on a 2v2.
Dream scenario.
Wow, will it end right here and now? Plopsky involved in it. He requires more kills in this round than he has in the entirety of Dust 2 so far. Can he find it? Chipped away already. Nades have landed, buying time. And Flames is going for it. Perfectly timed. He puts one down. He can't finish the job. It's Plopsky to save the Ninjas, and it's too much to ask. 16-4. That's domination right there from OG. Quite the closing statement. And we're looking forward to seeing what OG can do. The first team locked in for the semi-finals of Pro League Season 14, and they send NIP out in quarters.
think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
I think the reason why we're playing so well now is probably because we developed a lot as a team over the last few boot camps we had. I think like day by day we're fixing our mistakes gradually, and like we're always looking to improve the strats we have, like the strat book. I think we're looking to other teams, seeing like what they're doing, and then feel like every week we're like adding a new play to the playbook or a new strat. And I think that's super important, obviously, when you're facing all the best teams all the time. Is you got to be super aware of like what you do as a team, what kind of plays, what kind of strats you're running. So I just feel like we're getting much more like gathered as a group, and having a deeper strat book probably really helps us out since we play tournaments all the time. So that's like the main thing for me, probably.
For me, number one thing I would say is teamwork, just because I think every single person in our team knows what they have to do in a strat or default, let's say. And once everyone, of course, knows what to do, I feel like the individual skill of every player rises, and everyone plays a little bit more calm individually, just because they naturally know what they have to do. So just the whole skill level, I feel like, especially in this group stage of like our team just went up really high. And yeah, we played a really good group stage.
I'm gonna hold tunnel sometimes when
Just hold yourself. Smoked in. Best above window.
Maybe for tunnel.
Don't see tunnel.
On
inside.
Window. Doors low, really low. Nice, boy! Holy shit, man.
And here it is. ESL Pro Tour and DHL present the DHL MVP. Vote for your MVP of the tournament. Let me tell you how this works. We've got a selection of characters, and by that I mean players, that you could choose from. And then you use your Twitch channel points to vote. We'll catch up with the winner at the end of the grand final. Again, this is the ESL Pro Tour and DHL MVP. There's a whole lot of it going on around here. And as you can tell, we've got the likes of Rez, Alexa B, Flames, Valde, and Hampus. Make sure you just type their names into the chat, and that's how the points work. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a semifinalist.
Yeah, I think it was a very dominating performance from OG. Obviously with the 16-4 scoreline in the end, just closing it out in the second half, not giving NIP a single round. And, you know, if anything, they could have done it even in two, probably. They had a couple of rounds towards the end of regulation on overpass, but they had favorable situations that they let slip away from them, and I have to give them praise for the mental fortitude not to crumble after that. It used to happen to them before in some games, really, and they just came back into their own map pick, won it there in a difficult game where they lost both pistols as well, and then just completely destroyed NIP on Dust 2.
Yeah, and Maniac, we could look at this from afar. There's a lot of question marks. I'm sure that OG are ecstatic about how things are right now. If you're Nip, you're definitely not happy about this, and you're probably not happy about how some of the numbers played out either.
No, you're absolutely not. I mean, you have star players, people supposed to be carrying your device, for example, with 6 frags. Poor Plupski at the bottom of the pit, 2-16 now. I just want to put a message out there. When you have a team that gets smashed like that, you might want to be jumping on that guy at the bottom, but let me tell you, this was a team loss, right? Plupski missed the mark, device was absent, but as a team, they got wrecked.
Yanko, would you agree? Would you agree that Nip, obviously out of the tournament now, out of the running, but could have done better today?
They could have done a lot better this whole tournament. I mean, you know, I would have hated if they won this game somehow, you know, if OG crumbled and they're making top 4, because they're not really playing good CS at all. T-sides have been a problem this whole tournament, right? Even in this particular series, the first half on Dust 2, just one gun round, pretty much a couple of rounds with pistols. They had more success with pistols. Also on Mirage, they won one gun round and they just converted the pistols. So it's just not good enough at the moment with the way they're approaching the game as well. A lot of times, you know, Hampus just on the opposite side of the map of the rest of the team and trying to do these like long lurks, backstabbing all the way from the B bomb side. I think they need a little bit more variety to their playstyle.
Sad story, sad story. But now I want to flip the script. Talk about happy things, happy stories. Flamesy, oh my God. Oh my God. A player like Flamesy. The impact he had on that Dust 2 game, I cannot overstate it. I cannot possibly overstate it. Obviously, it starts round 5 at the very freaking beginning of this third map in the quarterfinal, where he creates, he alone, himself, with the USB and then the AK. He gets out of a rabbit hat right there. I have no idea how he made it work, but there is basically just a needle that he can thread. That kill on Hampus is sick, and then you will find his repositioning. More than just the action, more than just this highlight, which obviously triggers a chain of reaction, which is insane. OG is going to go on to win 6 rounds off the back of that. Flamesy, this entire best of 3, the man we see, he's been daring, he's been willing, he's been taking fights. Sometimes he makes mistakes, sure, but that's how I want to see a rookie. I want to see a player taking risks. You have time to erase these mistakes. You have time to optimize what you're doing. It doesn't matter. But the idea is here, making the difference, taking responsibility, and he is the star of that best of 3.
Having kahunas, Yanko.
Yeah, and just a momentum swinging round, right? Like they saved gun and a couple of pistols. You can see right the round after that, he's still being aggressive. He's pushing up cats. He's searching for those fights, for those duels, and he's winning the majority of them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Flames wanted to see, so we brought him on here so the whole world can see him. Are you with us, bud?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, man, congratulations. Big day for you, bud. You did pretty great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so let's talk about this, and perhaps maybe you're not part of this process, but the map veto at first, did it weird you out? Did it scare you?
We thought they're gonna pick Ancient, so we didn't prepare anything on Overpass. But we know how to play Overpass. We practiced. We had a good idea, but we just kind of couldn't close it out at the end. And
so you expect
they kind of surprised us.
So you expected NIP to veto something else and not Vertigo?
Yeah, we expected them to ban Mirage because they play like 7 maps, and then I don't know. They just kind of surprised us, and it worked out well.
All right, cool. Because it was a bit weird for us to see it here as well. Hey, man, you had a great series, especially on Dust 2. You stepped it up. We showed a couple of rounds. I don't know if you've seen it. Can you tell us a little bit about, how come that even early on with the team, are they giving you a lot of space to do your own thing, like pushing you, like, hey, do this, you can out-aim these guys, you can win these fights? How does it work?
We came to Dust with, like, Alexi was telling me, push long every time. Like, take duels, don't be scared, fuck them. And the amount of space I have, like, I basically control my space unless we have a base strat of the round. It's like, I don't know, it feels really great to just, like, sometimes you can just go and take duels against players and they don't expect it a lot of the times, and it just works out well. So I feel really comfortable now.
And to bounce back on that topic, first of all, you had an amazing series. I just want to say congratulations for that out of an individual point of view. He's back. He's gone. Oh, no. You're right there. You need some help?
Yeah. No, I'm good. My team is bullying me again.
Got to tell them to respect the MVP. No, I just wanted to ask you, there's a lot of flashes being thrown for you, and I hope you can hear me because I have no idea what's going on. You can still hear me, dude?
Yeah,
You know what? I think I just want to say congratulations. You played great. We're gonna leave it at that. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, we could leave it at that, Flames, but honestly, if you could just tell the people in the room, just kind of like lower it down, maybe put down the chainsaw or whatever's going on there, that'd be okay.
You guys could be quiet a bit. Well, be quiet. Man, they're telling you to be quiet.
Authority.
God, guys, come on. Anyway, now that we've got it back down to a reasonable level, look, you guys stay alive today. You've got Gambit or Vitality on the other side. Who do you want to play against?
I guess, it's the easy answer to say we want to play against Vitality, but I guess if you want to win one of the best tournaments, you want to win every team, and I want to win Gambit.
Hell yeah. All right, man. Well, congratulations, and I guess keep it up.
Thank you. Have a good day. See ya.
Ciao. Yeah. I mean, I heard
was that
15
I don't know what was
Yeah,
that was too much. Was that Valde, the prankster?
I couldn't see.
Dude, this heroic thing hit him so hard. He's wearing a t-shirt with a Norwegian flag. He gave up his country.
Well, we haven't given up just yet, and we won't be doing that to you anytime soon. Team Vitality versus Gambit in another quarterfinal coming your way right after this break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
We've been tested to our limits. Don't hold back, won't surrender. Take it to the edge of a reason. Never give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in us. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage.
Last time we saw you in a playoffs was at IEM Cologne, where you had a shock quarterfinals exit to FaZe. And then the last match we saw you play was that Group D loss to NIP, despite a fantastic run. I'm just wondering what those matches have meant. Are they wake-up calls for you as a team?
First of all, when we lost at Köln versus FaZe, it was like our first experience at Big LAN. For us, it wasn't like Big LAN because we don't have a crowd, so we can't say like that. But still, it was like good experience for us, and I believe that we can be better after this loss. At our group in this tournament, we lost versus an IP, and I won't say that it wasn't like we were like we was worried about this game, and we want to win for sure, but something went wrong, and we make some fixes after this loss, and now for sure we are better than before.
Your opponents to date, Vitality, they're extremely good in pistol rounds and then converting those in the second, but so are Gambit. I'm just wondering how you're planning to win those pistol rounds today and secure the early advantage.
I mean, pistol rounds, it's more about like headshots, so we're just trying to kill everyone, that's all.
But knowing you have such great pistol players on your team, does that make your job easier as an IGL because you can kind of plan to take the lead early on?
Sure. Because like Exile, it's like best pistol player in CS, I will say, in my opinion. Also, we have like Shira. He's also beast with pistols, so everyone is good in our team with pistols, to be honest, except me, I will say.
Why would you say not yourself?
Only with dual barrets, I will say. Only with dual barrets.
You know what? I respect the Julies. Thank you so much for talking to us, Nathani, and good luck in the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you too. Good luck.
Well, you didn't have very long to grab your snacks, but it's time to jump back into the game itself. Counter-Strike waits for no one. Of course, Vitality and Gambit don't do that either. And we welcome you back to ESL Pro League's 14th season here with Maniac and Yanko. And we're ready to get started in the conversation. That is a quarterfinal, best of 3.
That is correct.
It is quarterfinal. Not to be confused with anything else.
Yeah, I think this can be a quite interesting game, right? Vitality having a lot of confidence going up against Gambit, which is not something many teams really do have. And Gambit, sure, they had that loss against NIP, but you know that was a game in which they already secured first place. Really, it's hard to motivate yourself, no matter how much you try to hype yourself up and talk about it, right? Like it's just in the back of your head, you're kind of on just standby mode, really. So we'll see here. Now this is for all the marbles, and they're still in the race for the Grand Slam too.
Yeah, it definitely is for all the marbles. There is no second chance within the playoff bracket, so that's something everybody's got to keep in mind as we continue to move forward throughout this bracket. Also to keep in mind would have to be the pistol rounds, and I think that would be a good place to start a conversation.
Yeah, I think for this one, we picked it because you look at both teams, like they're really good. They're right up there in terms of pistol round win percentage, conversion, and also the round 2 break. Like they're top 5 in all 3 categories, either of them, and that just is a huge part of their game, especially a team like Gambit, really, right? It helps you so much having that early advantage. It helps the in-game leader to call, to set things up later on in the game. And I think this is going to be a big point of contention for the series.
I agree. I think for Vitality, this is key. We've been talking about how momentum-based they can be, and we know obviously it starts with the pistol round. Gambit, a bit more able to fight back from a deficit, but in any case, that's gonna set the tone for the best of 3.
Yeah, which is, it has to be. It sets the tone for an individual map.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Nathani touched on it a little bit in that interview in sense of, oh yeah, it's so easy for us, like we have great play. He says, I think, in my opinion, Exile is the best player in CIS with the pistols. Well, newsflash, he's #1 ranked in the world in 2021 in pistol round. Shiro's #3, Hobbit's #5. They have 3 players top 5 in pistol rounds. It's like, no surprise that they're winning so many, but yeah, it's quite a luxury for an in-game leader to have 3 of those guys on his team.
Yeah, here's just the numbers to back that up. I think Nico slipped right in there. Simple, well, he kind of holds that spot for the most part. But this was only for top 10 teams. If you include them, like if you include like top 20 teams as well, then it changes a little bit. But even the fact that Exile's not #1 here, but that they still have 3 guys in the top 5, only playing against top 10 teams, it's really impressive. Yeah, and for us, a lot of comparisons, contrasts we can make here, especially when we start to talk about our U.S. Air Force Aim High head-to-head featuring Hobbit and Masuda. And these are 2 very influential, very impactful players for both sides. But why, Maniac?
Yes, there is a context to these numbers I'm pulling right there, Stunna. First of all, these are the numbers from the very best of 3 where Gambit lost to Vitality. And this is what makes this series so interesting. This is why Apex can back it up in an interview, say, you know what, we feel comfortable going up against Gambit because they've beat them. But the 2 sides we see to that story are 2 extremes of a continuum that happened in that very game. We're talking Mizuta having a breakthrough event at IEM Summer. This is the first time he's taking over the server and being that second superstar. And we're talking Hobbit missing completely the mark in an entire series. I think he had 21 kills in 2 maps, and that just doesn't happen. This is not the Hobbit treatment. He is consistent. He's always there for high games. These were the conditions. These were the setup for that 2-0 win of Vitality over Gambit. I don't believe this is happening today. I think this was a one-off.
One off.
And also the maps might be different this time around, Trace, right? Like that time Gambit had...
they picked Overpass.
They didn't pick Vertigo, right? Which I think is going to definitely be the case this time around. The vetoes are straightforward, no Ancient, no Nuke. And for Vitality, right, the Overpass has been going really good for them, right? But I don't know how they're going to approach this. They decide to go for Inferno because Overpass, this was the map Gambit was king on early on in the year, right? That Katowice run, they just picked it in playoffs every single time. And even though their win rate wasn't the highest, like the success rate in important games was really high. So I think that's what caused Vitality to steer away from Overpass.
Well, also with the Overpass side of things, you think about, showing mortality against Complexity just the other day, right?
Yeah, that was
like a 16-9.
That was complicated. Also, you have to consider that, again, Overpass was the map that Gambit picked last time if Vitality won it. The Vertigo for Gambit is a safe bet. It's a safe value. They're the reference to go to right now. I believe Vitality had a choice to make between Dust2 and Inferno. I'm a little bit complex. I'm a little bit perplexed by this Inferno pick. Remember, when Vitality had this period where they were changing players over, they had Nivera for a moment, then he was out. Inferno was the map where the lineup was changing the most. Shox was not even playing the map at some point, so they had to go through a whole process of changing around positions. Now, Cyber plays on the B side, like a sort of an anchor. It's a little bit bizarre. It's a little bit weird. And I hope that Vitality have a plan for that.
Well, here's another one. You say Shox, and, well, what normally wouldn't follow that is support player. But he's got the stats to back it up for this event as well. And how crucial is that for the side of Vitality, Yanko?
I think obviously when you play against a team like Gambit, everyone has to step up, everyone needs to perform. And I'm interested to see how Vitality, I mean, they have had to expect Vertigo, right? So the thing is, what makes Gambit great on Vertigo is that they can just react really well to things. So you have to disguise what you're doing if you're Vitality, especially on that CT side a lot. We'll see if they try how they approach that, if they try to do it. And for Inferno, I think it's an interesting one for both teams. We saw Kyojin as the rookie playing that pit position on the CT side, being able to sometimes just get multi-kills based off his, really good aim. That's how Vitality is using him, mostly as a turret. So I am curious to see how Gambit approaches their T side.
And remember how good RPK was on Inferno. Like, RPK had a few maps where he was definitely putting in his way and making the work. These were Dust2 and Inferno, if you ask me. In that pit position, he was key. For Kyojin is a name that we have to mention because against Complexity, unfortunately, we had a little bit of all the colors of the rainbow, if you will. We had Kyojin taking over, being very influential, taking risks, being confident, being deadly, and then we had Kyojin disappearing, nowhere to be found, no sort of impact at all. If you have that kind of performance versus Gambit, it is over. There's not going to be a chance.
And I think when you play Gambit on Inferno, when you're playing your T side, you have to be disciplined with your crosshair placement and like your pathways coming into the site, because they do a very good job of switching up the setups in terms of like Exile's the pit player, right? But sometimes he will play on top of balcony and you think there can be no one else in pit playing bike, and then Inters is there. They have these like bait setups where they change it up and you're not quite sure. And so many times when they get a multi-kill, it's because the players coming into the site after a trade, they're not even looking their way. So if you're Vitality and you're like, okay, we're going to have this ending on A side, you guys have to look this way no matter what happens, right? And then only when we know for sure where the second guy is, we can switch.
I feel like this applies to Gambit as a whole. Gambit right now, and I'm going to put Na'Vi in a different category because I don't think they play the same brand of Counter-Strike in that regard. Gambit is one of the hardest teams to predict. And it is in a very general sense of the way. Would it be on the CT side, as you say, they're being very proactive, very forward-thinking, with like switching positions, having anchors changing around or not. This is not something we do. And then on the T side, they don't necessarily play set setup. We can say they play slow, because that's a fact. They will use the time. But they play these grimy, slow map control where it's really hard for the CT to know where the hell are they playing? Where is everyone? Are they 3 players to my left or 2 or 1? And Gambit can disguise what they do, and you're talking about focus. You lose your focus against Gambit. That's it. They need 10 seconds just to make the kills.
And just to kind of revert back to this Nip Gambit game, and on Inferno, it looked like a big struggle there on the T side. Is there something that perhaps Vitality could grab over on their CT side that they could probably throw against the refrigerator here that is Gambit?
Well, the thing is, if you look at that series, Gambit lost all 4 pistols or 3 pistols, and the one time they won it on Ancient, they lost the second round. So there's another one, example of how it is important for them to win those rounds, and they usually do. I mean, I don't remember any other time where they've had 4 bad starts to a half, really, right? So that's something they're not used to, and I think it's going to be difficult for Vitality to really replicate that in this situation.
What do you think, Maniac?
honestly, the way Gambit used to play, and I haven't seen that specific map you mentioned, but I remember that Nafany and his teammate on the B side, they try to push the envelope of fighting a lot. I mean, Nafany going down towards wood, I mean, staying towards the broken wall more than you see team used to, being aggressive in that 20 to 25 seconds in the round, you can punish that.
And you know, if I'm Vitality, I'm just like going for a no BS early start to my T side, right? Like I'm doing maybe the full-on A execute, what people call the mouse execute from second mid early on. I think you just need to make a call, like, because Gambit is so good, as you said, at disguising things, right? Sometimes they won't really fight for banana control that much. They'll just really throw a little bit of utility. They'll fall back and just leave Shiro on coils with the op and play 4A, right? And you're thinking, well, who gives away banana control and just plays one guy? So they're probably like 2 guys with full nades in some sort of a setup, and you're going towards A, and then it's 4 people there waiting for you. So like you can't count on getting a read on them. You just have to, based on whatever you've seen, you know, come up with a game plan, stick to it, and try to execute it the best you can.
Yeah, and that's basically the storyline of these next 2 gentlemen that we bring on to the camera with us, Harry and Hugo. I know you're over there. What's going on, fellas? No cap, Harry.
Yeah, no cap. I'll wear it for now, Trace. But yeah, man, no cap. I love you, bro. So yeah, Hugo, man, how are you doing? How are you doing? I'm looking forward to this game. Gambit taking on Vitality. Oh, it could be good. It could, and I hope it delivers. Vitality looked a little flat in the last stage of playoffs, right? In that playoffs round 1, round of 12, whatever you want to call it, looked a little flat. And I hope that we can have them show up here. Really, I'm going to home in on ZywOo, even though he's still been the guy up at the top of the board. We haven't had any of those like classic ZywOo performances yet, it feels like. And so I think if you want to beat Gambit, you know, you want to look to that today.
Yeah, he's still been one of the top performers of the event. You've got to keep that in mind, right? And I think more around him in terms of his team as well. Yeah, for sure. The playoff games have been weird so far. I think the groups were, I don't want to say like more competitive, but we have had like wishy-washy maps, even in that last series there, with Nip just kind of falling apart in the final one. I think Gambit are really going to, I said obviously to test Vitality like we're expecting anything else. You know, Gambit want to come in here and blow them out the water and lock in a 2-0. And I think, if anything, that might be reassuring for how these brackets run out, Harry. I think a lot of us are expecting the Gambit Na'Vi finale, and this is a great game to see if we can get there, to see if we can lock in a Gambit 2-0 and start strong. So we're going to find out as we jump into this quarterfinal. Gambit taking on Vitality for all the marbles.
Yeah, it's the matchup we've all been waiting for today. Vitality versus Gambit. Woo! I love this music. Nothing gets me hyped to get into a game. Like when I hear that guitar, when I hear those drums, oh, you know that action's about to begin.
Inferno. Let's get it going. Let's start strong. Vitality T-side beginning on their map pick. Let's see what they've been working on in the last 24 hours since they managed to take down Complexity. Hobbit. Aggressive B. Oh, that's a tap. That's a way to begin. ZywOo's going to quick trade, though, with a double bullet kill, finding the immediate dink. Now, this is a bit of a bait because you have Hobbit facing down B, and you're, you know, hoping the Vitality get that pick and commit into the 2-man setup, right? Reading into what could have been a 4-1. It's not the case. And so Vitality won't fall for it anyway. They go right back to this A site.
Yeah, they're looking to pick up the pace here. The pressure's really going to be on for Axal and Inters. They've got a double pit set up. And with Inters opening up, he wanted to just tuck in there and try to get back into cover, but he doesn't want to leave Axal all on his own. Both players in A now dealt with, and Vitality handed a little 3-on-2 post plant. Shiro and Nafany up in this one still, and looking to make their way in. It's going to be a pretty lengthy little apartments flank coming through for Shiro.
I guess Nafany's going to flash him in from this position. That's why he's also waiting. You've just cut off half your clock by walking through apps. This flash needs to be a godsend right now, or Shiro needs to hit some shots.
Yeah, already you're pretty much out of time here. Yeah. And so they still try to swing it, but they get locked down. Vitality, they're going to win that pistol. And now look to get off to a good start here. I'm also really excited to see how Shiro's looking, right? We've seen some flat Infernos out of him from this Gambit squad, but then, you know, it oftentimes goes on to recover throughout the series. I'm really curious if we're going to have him hitting the ground running here today, or if it is going to be another one of these slow starters.
Well, a benefit to that is starting on the CT side, right? Being able to, you know, run at AWP nice and early in the game. If Gambit are going for that for that pick on Inferno, they're not going to get that luxury until the second half. ZywOo, a player who's absolutely fine with giving up the AWP at times, not just letting Shock's primary when he's rifling well, but also just leaning away on the T side of this map until you feel like you need it. Don't hurry, it's quite the investment, and this Deagle provides quite the kill. Masuta up on the short side. Shox is going to take that space. We've still got these crossfires though. Dicing up. Team kill for Shox. Not what you want. Vitality are trapped out. Flash going over the top. Everyone's keeping the pressure on Vitality. They just can't get comfortable. They try and commit and they succeed. Only one man left up in the pit side. It's Axel needing to find a kill, and Apex will jump him down with a Mac-10. That looked lost for Vitality, but they clear out every player in the A site and leave it to another one of these possible retakes.
Oh,
close.
Mate, it's so frustrating. You know you've got ZywOo trapped. You know he's low from all these D tags, but you just can't find that shot to finish him. Gambit slowly through the apartments again, but Nafany might just die on the swing here. Shock's going to be the man to make contact, and it's almost deceptive in nature, right? You saw ZywOo here. You know you tagged him up. Apex is even pushing. Jeez. We'll get shut out there, and now his teammates might end up dying to this bomb. A lot of damage done.
Oh, run. Run!
No! Oh, it's close, but they both managed to get out, 2 alive, and a second round on the board for Vitality.
Yeah,
I do love how they deal with the pit player there in Inters, right? It's like they're letting him keep jiggling, and then Apex just kind of has that realization, especially once they deal with the site crossfire. He's like, well, look, I'm not going to let him keep jiggling this, peeking on his own dime. No, I'm going to chase this guy down. Inters was not ready for it. Helped out massively. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Helped out massively by ZywOo dealing with the site crossfire as well.
Yeah, it would have been very easy to panic, right, when that team kill comes in when 3 of your players are 50 health and you're all just sat by the cart, and Gambit aren't really committed to fights. So Vitality don't panic, and yeah, cool to start this series. Exactly what they need to be, taking on number 2 in the world. Gambit proven at times to be even more than that. Axel peeks mid, dies. Vitality, a nice patient round for a change, right? They have been setting their sights pretty fast in these first couple of rounds, but now they know there's almost nothing to gain from it. Let Gambit make the mistake. Let Gambit rotate round, and so they'll go and do so. Stacking B, leaving Hobbit and his D-Garmer up in the apartments. Probably will double save if he's given the chance, but Kyojin doesn't want to let that happen. Holding on for an aggressive flank as the rest of Vitality storm into these USPs. Should be with ease. ZywOo and Masuta finding openers and Inters. And once that smoke fades, he is a dead man. No one goes down with him. ZywOo's having a ball right now, 8-0.
Yeah, this is a very fresh-faced looking ZywOo out of the gate. Even though it's been only up against these pistols, he's still been the guy creating a lot of these opportunities in the first place. So we are getting a good-looking ZywOo from the get-go. I think that's going to put even more pressure on Shiro here on Inferno, especially with that CT side start, as you kind of alluded to earlier, right? This is where he should have the easier time of things. ZywOo can't hunt down the last man. Hobbit, always elusive. You know, if I was going to look at Gambit and give you some players to keep an eye on, it's definitely Shiro for the AWP point that we've brought up. And on top of that, I would say Hobbit.
On this map as well.
Yeah, he is an incredibly consistent player for the most part, right? Like, very, very rarely do we get bad Hobbit games. He is a monster at this B-bomb site, so keep an eye on him over the wards there and what he's able to get away with. That would be my 2 picks that could be, you know, the linchpins of this whole thing for Gambit.
Yeah, and you touted this as like a test of ZywOo, right? Like, we haven't seen him go off in any of the explosive ways that maybe we'd expect. He's been, you know, top of the team. He's been the guy to look for Vitality. But I don't think Vitality have actually been tested yet, you know, other than the group where they lost to Heroic. It was a clean sweep. The bottom 3 teams of Group A in Bad News Bears, Spirit, and Astralis, none of them really looked too convincing in that group stage. And, you know, not only that, but Vitality have had weeks since the group as well. Yeah, sure, that playoff game versus Cole was a bit shaky after the first map, but they picked it up pretty nicely. And so this is perfect, the perfect time for ZywOo to show what he's got. Shiro with the AWP though. Gambit looking for their first round on the buy, and ooh, this shot comes through from the AWP. It's a double face. Shiro trades at least, getting out with 10 health, and Nade would end his round, but Vitality don't own one. They back out of Banana. They keep 2 here for Gambit, who desperately want that info. Nafni fires off, but reflash back in, and ZywOo's waiting for it. Perfect. 4 health off the dink, and now Vitality look to recommit.
Yeah, that was all too easy for a guy like ZywOo to piece together, right? He throws his own flash. It's like an information play, right? He hears that player close, starts spraying, and immediately he goes, well, if there's an M4 pushed up that far, he's getting flashed in. He's re-aggressing. And so ZywOo is so ready for that. Wonderful little example of how you can use flashes to gather information, turn things to your advantage. And now the B bomb site is secured. Gambit are left saving here in a 3-on-4.
Yeah, that's the risk of like a CT player. Actually, talk about Hobbit, you know, and he falls into this conversation, I'd say. Like a CT player, if you get flashed, you've got to know when's the right time to spray. Like, oh, is it a bait flash or is it a flash where I'm going to get contact around the corner? I say Hobbit, who often will play like aggressive sandbags on the CT side, sit on top of it, you know, play off the back of Nafni or Shura on the corner with the orb. And you know, he's really good at when he gets flashed off to just not take that shot until he knows they're coming, and then he can drop back behind, play the cover. Shiro gave up B on a gamble after ZywOo got that pick, hoping Vitality would go back into A. That was not the case, and so this save has been called. Apex 1 kill would ruin everything here for Gambit.
Oh yeah, you've not even tried to attempt this round, and if you lose even one of these guns, you are in for a rough time. And it just so happens to be the most expensive weapon removed.
I like that for Apex. He waits till the bomb goes off. He knows that, you know, no matter where you are on a map in Counter-Strike, if that bomb goes off, the noise is so loud, you really don't hear footsteps like you do if it's silent. Shiro's knife out, mate. He thinks he has cover, but Gambit is saving their guns at the back of Pit. That's a really awkward one. That's when you're pissed off if you're Shiro. He went to save his ult before the round was even decided, and he won't even keep it. Hand it to FAMAS, apologetic teammates. But otherwise, it's a broken buy for Gambit. They're saving for the next. Vitality have really set themselves up for a strong T side to begin their map pick.
No, that much is at least looking guaranteed. Plus, I don't know how you feel about this, but in that Vitality complexity game, I almost got senses that like Vitality maybe got ahead of themselves in where they were at in that series, right? It felt like the normal team play, the normal, you know, kind of look that we get out of Vitality went away a bit, and it all just turned to raw confidence, which, while it was working, was really fun to watch. But when it stopped working, it's hard to, you know, like mentally reset yourself and go back to playing anything other than like this very, you know, free-flowing, kind of fight-hungry squad that they were. You know, it was a lot of 1v1s, it was a lot of heads-up plays, just people trying to flash themselves in and make stuff happen.
You know, there's no surprise that they got away with that on Vertigo, and they had like 3 or 4 players like up there on the board. Kyojin had that nuclear game, like 20-5, but then he really slowed down in the series, and you didn't have that like you know, cushion to fall back on. Of, oh, we've got so many performers right now.
The reason I bring that up is I think versus Gambit, you're never gonna let your foot off the gas in the same way, right? Because you know this team is so good at even taking the smallest of margins that you give them and then using that to come back against you. There's this little short walk up here with Apex splitting it on a long timing, and with Shiro dead, the only other player left in this A bomb site is Nafni. Now, he was discounted for a moment, but kind of drops the ball. The 5-7 not going to come through for him. And so Gambit are left saving again. We said Vitality are pretty much locked in. A good start to this one. That's their 5-0. Now up on the board with rifles looming for this Gambit squad.
And with how we're seeing Vitality play, it's no surprise that we have yet to see this T-side AWP for ZywOo, right? Like, he has no interest in bringing it out. Look at that round. Walks up, contact play. He's getting a lot of respect from Gambit. They're not trying to take fights. They're backed up, you know, on crossfires between apps and bomb site. And ZywOo just walks in, no flash, nothing, just headshots both guys. So, yeah, he's having an impeccable beginning to this game, and Gambit needs to start shutting it down. Obviously, that was a pretty weak buy as far as they come. Oh, nice kill, yeah, baited in, and Hobbit runs down Banana to get that AK, so it's a good save. Gambit playing the economy game, playing for the comeback. They're not sighing down the mic, calling GG at 5-0. They're just getting ready to get started.
But Hugo can feel so tempting to sigh down the mic at 5-0 and then just throw it all away.
We lost first gun round. No one has ever won a game after losing first gun round.
Yeah, that is the mantra of a lot of puggers out there. Well, look, Shiro's bringing out that CT orb. He's going to have another run at it. might look to get a little more involved, be a little more proactive. I think sometimes, you know, especially if he feels like he's struggling, Shiro can fade into the background. You know, that's something that we've seen from him on this map before. So I like that, you know, we're still getting this confident face out of him. He's double set up in the apartments with Axal in this round. With Intez losing short, alarm bells going off a little, but you've still got this double app surprise ready to pull through. Shiro is about to get faced. Shoxy waiting on the other side of the apartments. But will he go any further forward, or is he just here holding for a push? Looks like the latter for now.
Yeah, Gambit have realized that, Vitality have realized Gambit might be drawing another player back to A, so they're trying to get that, you know, face off at B and make some noise, draw it back a normal setup, and then maybe recommit into this A site. We'll see if the bomb goes back. It's been left on bench right now, working out which of the two is to their betterment. Shox, he enters the hallway as Shiro leaves. It couldn't have been better timing for him. And now Smoke set up to attack this A site. Gambit have pulled back Hobbit into B just to drop his smoke. As that goes on, will Shox's feign out of apartments keep Hobbit in CT playing this float position? Doesn't look like it. He's stuck up inside of the smoke. And Vitality, 20 seconds. Eventually they got to commit. Gambit have realized it's way too quiet.
Yeah, Hobbit trying to hold the line, sprays one down through the smoke. Now Shoxy waiting for rotations, but they seem all too aware. They need to get into this site, and there's just so many bodies. It is a damn good try out of ZywOo. He does everything he could have to make that round happen. But it will be Gambit finding their first in round number 6, now at 1-5, saving the AWP as well.
That smoke for Hobbit wins them the round, man. It comes down to the perfect time. Shox was just faking out apps over on the other side of the map, and Gambit realized after that smoke comes out at 25 seconds, a flash, a molly, all the utility out of apartments. No one pushed, so it's got to be a fake. There's no way they're just going quiet at the 20-second mark. They're waiting behind our smoke at B.
Yeah, right. It feels kind of awkward because it's one of those things where I wonder, like, Shox is throwing out his utility as Hobbit's smoke pops, and I almost wonder if that smoke was down before that, would Shox have even thrown anything? Because I think it makes it almost more obvious when all this utility comes into A. There's not a single footstep.
The B smoke.
Yeah, and there's no noise, and everyone at B is just hearing silence, seeing nothing. It's like, well, this is a fake, isn't it?
Yeah, so the most obvious it can get.
Exactly, right? It's one of those things where if the timings were a little different. Ooh, Hobbit and Nafany put a stop to these first two trying to entry into the top of B.
Yeah, that's reassuring as well, because if we see these first 5 rounds, it's been like these contact openers for Vitality. They've been given a lot of real estate. They've been walking up into the short side. They've been taking mid and apps for free. So, you know, they try it again. They go for that contact play once more, but both players from Gambit at this time facing, fighting, and smiting the Vitality players. Long smoke will cut off Shiro, but still got a teammate there. A shot through this would sell the fake so well. They're not going to check it. It's ready for a double, but he only gets 1.5. Yojin lives to tell the tale. Still not like Vitality are in this round, not yet. He's going to try and walk the smoke. It might be his best bet.
Yeah, it might be his only option, but he's left it a while, and now Shiro is going to be considering this inside of the site, especially with Axel watching his short walk up. And so there's Kyojin dealt with. You know that Shoxy was let loose on the short side. They've traded places.
Where's he gone?
Shoxy's behind you. Oh, it's all gotten weird. 15 seconds. Shox looking for a way out. And Axel will provide one in a sense from down in the pit. It's into the next round with Gambit chaining together 2 now. And looking to go on a little streak of their own. Haven't quite broken through that economic barrier that Vitality built up from the 5-0 just yet, but they're right on the verge of doing it.
Yeah, just that one shot for Shiro through the smoke as well completely baited them away from Inters in the corner. That's just talking about these swaps of setups, right? We've yet to see that much from Gambit with players changing positions and keeping their opponents guessing, right? At this level of CS, with the familiarity that these teams face in their opponents, you'll know where, you know, what's happening by the kill feed. Like, oh, we kill X player in X position. That means X player is in X other position, or they've swapped sites. You know, Gambit like to keep it fresh. And so,
I mean, an example of that, right, is even in like that force buy round, they actually sent Hobbit over towards A while the rest of the team stacked B, right? It's like to give this illusion where if you kill Hobbit facing early in the apartments, well, he's normally over towards that B bomb site. That's when you can kind of overread into situations, right? Maybe you assume that means it's an A stack on the back of finding this B anchor there.
And this is a pretty normal map to do it anyway for an AWP, right? Because you want to always keep it mobile. You want to always keep your opponents guessing, similar to like CT side and Nuke, where you're going to be firing shots off from heaven and then you're dropping ramp and then you're going back outside, or you're playing lower or committing into A. So, you know, Shira's going to be taking shots and then running and swapping positions with his teammates if Vitality runs slow rounds. And so far, they've not been doing that. They're executing at the minute mark, going right out of apartments. Inter's volley is very deep. They're already on his head. Axel dead. Inter's yet to be cleared. Do they know? Do they realize? It looks like it. Spamming his smoke as he just hides out inside of it. Vitality, it's a little bit too clear for their liking. They know there's more to be found.
Yeah, you hear a lot of footsteps on the other side of the Moto smoke, but they still don't discount Inters here.
They're in limbo.
But they just can't find him, and he's doing a lot of work by just not dying. Finally cleared out. You were hoping that this would have given some room to these long players in amidst the confusion. But Moto just kept getting re-smoked, and some pushes were denied. Couldn't have really asked for anything else out of Inters there. He's not in a good spot at all. He's trapped down in the pit. He tries to hide out at first to get away with the illusion of, oh, no one's here. Don't look in the pit, guys. And then he gets mollied again, and suddenly, you know, that big illusion all breaks apart.
Yeah, it was nice because Axel actually smoked his molly.
Exactly,
and then he had another left up for when they re-mollied him. Vitality never wanted to actually take the fight. They knew Utility could decide it for them. And yeah, like we saw the evidence there, even when you re-smoke it, all you're doing there is telling Vitality, I am staying inside this smoke. And so two players come in.
dying in a Molotov.
Sure. You're delaying the inevitable, essentially. Two players come, they swing him, they spray him. Vitality, they've really been doing their homework, it seems. 6-2. And this T side is the perfect pace to keep Gambit guessing.
Also, I've wanted a vintage Zywoo performance, and it feels like we're getting that now. More kills than the rest of Vitality combined. I haven't done the maths, but I'm just assuming.
Yeah, 5 more.
Nice. Hugo's done the maths.
Someone's got to. Right now, numbers are good for Vitality, though. Whoever and however you're getting there, you're not complaining. Back to a normal B setup. Gambit haven't really taken Banana all half. The one round they fought at Car was the pistol, where Hobbit went 1-for-1. We've again got this swing setup for Nafany and Hobbit. Retake Utility. Vitality just respected. They go, fine, we can wait 20 seconds. We've got nothing else to do, nowhere else to be. And so Gambit try and re-aggress, and also he falls off the top. The nades go right by him, though. Hiding in the smoke may have saved his life. Hobbit even rotates out. They don't seem convinced by this.
Yeah, with Vitality getting off to such a good lead, I do get a little concerned about what that's going to do to guys like Shiro. I think it's very important for him to have that degree of comfortability. I'm not a fan of his passive AWPing on Inferno. I think a lot of the time he can end up, you know, giving guys like James a run for his money.
Wow, yeah, he did overtake him in that.
He did, yeah.
Death stat, or I guess life stat. Flash on mid. Vitality are going B though, right? They're only trying to keep players here. They've done a good job at drawing Hobbit back. Their mid takes have been silent so far, usually just one long smoke. This time they're going to wrap it into spawn. Hobbit trying to get into position. The flash does nothing, and he sprays down one at least. Kyojin trades, and in they go to B. Nafany's still here. He's going to hear this one.
Yeah, I mean, you've just killed Hobbit. You know where this guy is, and Nafany has to do it all, and he does what he can. It's a nice double out of him. Shoxy left in the 1-on-3. Molly to force him out of position. And Shiro, no scope through the smoke. Here's him running away. And that's how he wins the round for Gambit. Great stuff out of Nafany as well, right? Had to get a couple there. Couldn't afford to go down without a fight. Puts up that double kill at close range. And would have loved to have made it a third, but he's got full faith in his team to come in on that retake.
Yeah, full faith in the no scope through the smoke.
Exactly,
all part of the plan.
All calculated. Look at this. Look how calculated this is. Look, woo! I meant to do that.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Even
it grows down with that. I would hate to die to that. Oh, that's not nice. That's not pretty by any means. Got the fan cams back. It's been a while. It's great to see you all here, supporting whoever. Vitality. Okay, they're starting to meet their maker perhaps. They're starting to meet the accountant. He's not got good news. Galil's out in this round. Masuta can't even afford that if he wants utility. Actually, he's just going to substitute it for the AK. Already had armor. So it's the final buy for Vitality if Gambit keep up the pace on this CT side. And even despite getting dragged all around the map in that previous round and faked out over on A, they still managed to get it under control. Good hold for Nafany, as you said. Need more of that towards B.
Yeah, this round could be the big momentum swing, right? For Gambit to start to leap back into this game in a very big way. So pressure's on for Vitality to try and make it work with less. Clearing out this top banana. We know that Hobbit likes to play on those sandbags, so you're going to be careful. Molotoving those out as you take this top B control. There's the re-smoke for Hobbit. Trying to keep this real estate owned. Now, you'll hear anyone getting tagged by that molly, and with that not happening, they're going to re-aggress into banana, taking top B off of Vitality again. ZywOo just having to trade places with Gambit here. The rest of Vitality set up for what looks like an apps pop, while ZywOo and co work this B control. Nafany's in a spot where he can't leave. He's got to stick around, and ZywOo's ready for that. Those are the kind of fights he wants. Shiro's been pulled around and is set up in CT, but missed shot to ZywOo isn't going to get given a second chance yet. My God, he's going in. ZywOo's off the leash, but Hobbit's going to put him back on one.
Yeah.
And now the abs drops come in. Inters and Axel aren't going to give up this A site easily. They're calling for rotations. There's a banana push coming in that's just missed the timing onto Apex, so he's going to get into this A bomb site to help out, and he spams Axel to death. Inters can't hold on, and so now Shiro and Hobbit have got to decide, do they want to give this 2-on-3 a go? As we say, this is a bit of a breaking point for Vitality if you win this round. That might tempt you in.
Yeah, you need a kill to come your way, though. No one's giving up anything for Vitality. No util other than flashes, and they're not keen to take fights. Bleed the clock. Let Gambit save. We know they love to do it. Sometimes you have to on this CT side. And is that call going to come through? No. Shiro's found the pick. Now that's going to reinvigorate you in. Where are the other two, though? You've not really got much info. Kyojin waiting in the graveyard. Shox has been put in one, and Kyojin's not biting. He's not baiting. He's taking two with him. Hobbit gets that kill last second. Doesn't mean a difference, and he's going to die to the bomb. 7 up for Vitality. And I got to talk about that ZywOo run through. I actually love that play. It's a full info play, right? It means one of two things. You get that pick here on Nafany, and then you see the AWP in CT. You smoke him off. ZywOo thinks one of two things. He thinks either B is clear and Shiro is locked out of the bomb site. I can take all this space and force rotates while I do this. Or, okay, there's a second guy in there. If I go in and I find that out the hard way, which he does to Hobbit back in New Box, well then I've suddenly got the info. Guys, it's 2 a day. You're already ready to drop apps. Just go for it. Just commit. I figured out the B stack is in. So, like, yeah, ZywOo dies after 1, but it's so much info. And even though it goes a bit scary up in the A site, that spam for Apex cleaned it out.
Yeah, you know, just seeing the AWP at B wasn't enough, right? Because it's very, very common for Shiro and Hobbit to trade places, right? Hobbit's often that guy up and leaving if the AWP's rotated around. So ZywOo full commits, gets the info. You're dead on, Hugo. Now we got a B pop, a fast round out of Vitality. They're constantly keeping you guessing with these pace changes. But Hobbit, this B site belongs to him. He's doubled up, and now he's called for these rotations to start pulling around. Gambit are not going to move quickly here. They'll take it slow. They're going to group up all 4 players back in CT and look to retake this as a unit.
Yeah, you have to win this round. Otherwise, this game suddenly gets super out of control. Vitality, they were just on the edge of being broken last round. They picked it up. Gambit had to save, and now they're coming in with so much utility. Nades at the back, mollies to follow. There's no smoke to put it out. You've got to fight for your life. Shox will do so. Nafany's taking a kill. Shox gets back to safety for now, but Kyojin can't cover, and Shox needs them all. Line of 2 out of 4. Shiro trades with a quick shot that he had to hit, but it doesn't matter again. The time eludes Gambit. No kit on either of the standing players, and Vitality find an 8th round. They keep slipping the net. They keep dodging death. And Gambit broken, not just economically, but mentally as well.
Yeah, and that's almost a round that you don't even believe you've won until you see them running away, right? Like you could see in Shox' reaction, he was very upset, and then there's the call. No, they don't have a kit. Suddenly that feeling, the apprehension, that feeling of dread turns to celebration, elevation, and up onto 8 of Vitality.
This is a rush. This is a full disrespect-paced round for Vitality. They bought 3 MAC-10s. They could have even got rifles here. They are not waiting. They have no more room, no more respect for Gambit, and they're just going to charge it right down B.
Yeah, but one of these big guns is here. Well, ZywOo will actually spam Shiro out. It's giving you a little more room. Once again, though, we know what Gambit are going to do here. They're going to pump the brakes. They're going to whittle you down with the nades, the utility. ZywOo on the receiving end of all of that damage, and there's more where that came from. Trying to plant the bomb again. ZywOo's a dead man to this nade, and even though in his dying breath he does get the bomb planted, a 2-on-4 needed out of Kyojin and Shox. Kyojin's got to play it fast and loose with the MAC-10. Chases down the AWP on Hobbit, and now he's armed with it himself. Throws it out the map to make this expensive at least. They're on the bomb, they're sticking it, and how on earth are you meant to peek that? 2 angles of elevation out of the CTs watching that defuse.
Yeah, that's you know, even that play there where it's like he could get lineups, he could get given kills to the AWP. That just shows how much Vitality are aware of the damage they're doing, and that's the reason they make the call as well. They probably didn't even expect Gambit to buy in that round, honestly. When you just charge it to beat, Gambit had a lot of utility. They had nades, they had mollies, and that's because they got up Famises to buy up fully with MP9s. So yeah, I don't think Vitality expected to buy there, but I actually like the disrespect call as well. However, that is a bit of a problem for Vitality. All these close rounds where you lose every player and the bomb wins it for you, they come at a cost, and that cost is now shown in Deagles, 2 of them. Also, ZywOo, 18 and 7 running a Deag.
His whole team of 18 kills.
Someone be a gentleman. Someone hand it over. I don't care if ZywOo says, no, I'm fine. Give him the AK. This guy's getting multi-kill openers in many rounds.
Here we go. I'm going to have to tell you about the ZywOo Deagle again.
You've done it before.
You didn't like it when I did it last time.
I mean, yeah, if he can do it, props to him. But really, it should not be coming through. Gambit are trying to wean their way back into this map. Wrangle their way under Vitality's skin. But they haven't had back-to-back rounds since their first 2. These ones cost you a lot. You've got to keep it clean here and now.
ZywOo's even taken the bomb. Talk about a team player. Here he is lining up the util for this long take. Flashing his team in, allows them to take this long control away. Shiro has given it up and is playing back in the bomb site. Flash dodged, Masuta playing anti, and now the apps drop comes in. There is a second player in the pit, but once more, Inters is the only guy remaining in this A bomb site. Nafany will find one through smokes, but ZywOo wrecks them with the Deagle. That's a big nade. Double up for Nafany. He will get wrapped by Apex. It's not clean, but it's still a chance in the one-on-one now. Just enough time to get that bomb planted. Apex, he fakes the plant, and that has lost the round for Vitality. The late swing from Hobbit means everything. He thought the short wrap was coming in, and it ends up being his undoing.
Oh, that hurts as well. He had a safe plant, and he had one at the back of the bomb site. He had cover. He's just thinking the Hobbit's right around the corner, ready to explode on that info, on that noise. That really hurts. It's not like Hobbit even called the bluff. He was just walking, man. He's just coming through apps, and he'll get there when he gets there. Lovely grenade out of Nafany. That's going to hurt for Vitality. They really wanted to win that round, and almost did with the Deag out of ZywOo, with the apps drop and Masuta's entry. My goodness, this game, it's so unclear.
Yeah, to make matters even worse, Apex, they're dying after time, really throws everything into disarray. Now, Apex is fine to, play it out with an SMG, lead from the front. He's all good there, but I don't know, you'd always rather an AK. Shiro, misses the opener, but Inters is looking to make up for it. ZywOo with a Glock versus Shiro with the AWP. This one should go the way of Shiro.
Thanks for his bodyguard as well. Certainly helps out. Ah, dear. 6-8. And yeah, for Gambit been given away back into this game. It's still a great half of Vitality. No one's going to be crying at the end of 15 as they've won it out on the T side of their map pick. But could have been so much more, man. Also could have been so much less if Gambit had kits in some of these retakes. So swings and roundabouts, I guess you take it. You've even overbought a FAMAS, but that doesn't matter. Maybe it's a gun for the retake if Shiro wanted to drop his AWP. Oh, right down middle. I like this. Gambit have not been in your face, but Shox is ready for it. Flash over the top, and he takes down Exile. Now he's ready for the AWP. He knows that with one comes another. There is cover. Shiro's got him locked in the corner. You can wallbang this. We saw it the other day. But no need. Shox dodges death, and Apex chases down. Like you said, leading from the front, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, the moment Shox baited that shot, Apex knew what he was doing. Oh, Hobbit trying to do everything he can to keep this A bomb site afloat. Here they come up through the short side.
Wow.
Hobbit will not let them in. He won't let them pass. Out of ammo. Should be good, but Hobbit will hold strong, closing it out with 4 on the USP and leaving this half split right down the middle.
Got the bomb down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywoo, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet. And he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before. And it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo.
Wow, we just got to relive some big Zywoo moments there in the break. He's looking to make some more happen here as he leads the way versus a Gambit that had a slow start to this map, but then roared to life in that second half of the half, so like the second quarter, I guess you'd say. Now trailing behind at 7-8, Gambit. looking to make some magic happen over on their T side.
Yeah, this is where they really get scary though, right? Shiro, P250 pistol, nothing new there. Nafany's got the nades. And they're heading B-bound. Still defaulting though. Flash is ready for Masuta to go back in after he makes that first contact. There it is. Flash calling for it. Gonna throw over two, in fact. Masuta's only good for the first. It's in terms of the trade similarities between the first pistol and this one. But do Gambit commit? They've still got a man back in middle.
Yeah, Hobbit loves these lurks though, and you know, a lot of the times you won't even see him activate unless everything goes successful over on the other side of the map. But what having him here does is it leaves the option open to come back towards A. Doesn't look like that's going to be part of the game plan. I think instead Hobbit wants to cut off rotations, but this peek from Apex trying to hold on, and he's helped out by Shoxy, dropping the bomb out in the open. Hobbit now has no choice but to come back and join in with this B play, and his timing almost couldn't be worse, right? Those players in top mid, they hear him, they see him running back.
Oh, Shox.
Shox will get into position over here. Quad now taking peeks out. Spots one, that's the bomb crossing. Now the second man spotted as well. Shoxy can't hold on. Shiro will get the better of him. And this leaves Kyojin and ZywOo in a 2-on-2 to decide how this half starts.
Yeah, Shox almost got into cover before Shiro saw him. Good realization. The man had crossed back to the new box, and we see that kit highlighted as well. It's available. Need the kills quick though. ZywOo looking for that pixel shot, nothing found. And he's got to worry about Shiro, who's ready to pounce from the sideline. Back of the head. Hitbox is so hard to hit, and Shiro, they don't realize where he's shooting strong. Eight shots rather in the gun left up, and they're running out of time. They chase him down. He gets one final bullet, can't connect, and they find the kill. ZywOo's got the kit already. Oh, it's going to be close, but I think Vitality have locked in a pistol.
Yeah, you're splitting some pretty small hairs there, but Shiro, as you mentioned, right, guy has one bullet left. Ooh, often so good in those clutches. That's the only reason a part of you even considers it, right? Shiro so often keeps his composure, keeps his cool here, but you've got one chance to make it count versus ZywOo.
Yeah, he even swapped out the PT-50 for the USP there, right at the top of B when he went back for the bomb in the first place. So I'm surprised to see that anyway, but it essentially comes back to bite him, you know, in the sense of not having the ammo. Not the end of the world, though. It's a big round for Vitality, man. They've started both halves super strong. They went 5-0 up with some dominant T rounds before Gambit could even get a grasp over this game. And now the same happens. Gambit are going to be in hot water. Vitality are in fire, though. Mollied out at short side. ZywOo's almost team killed there. Does get out of dodge. Vitality just want to reset. They don't like this. Hobbit has caught them resetting, and he's taken down one with him. ZywOo's so low, and he needs his pit player to do something on this cross. Apps player and double short. That smoke gets stuck. Bounce is weird. They take advantage of it, and they run him down, but ZywOo still brings more with him. Apex off the rotate, and he's going to finish the job. Vitality, they get rid of that fast pistol explosion.
That was a really nice little round as far as they go, right? That was just everyone attempting to like trade kills out on each individual push. Like their smoke misses and they go, that's an opportunity. They hear the boost getting dismantled in mid and players running back. Hobbit goes, well, that's an opportunity. Everyone's trying to seize these moments, but it's Apex running it at the end, getting all those trades, getting passionate about it. And putting 10 on the board for Team Vitality. Now just Glocks for Gambit. This round should be as free as they get.
No problems, right? No problems at all. Nades for free damage. Shox knife out, buddy. Careful. They're chasing you, and ZywOo has health. Does keep things clean, and they need to be in this round, right? You don't want to take any losses to P250s. Masuta committing down bottom B, catches Inters in the pit, and Shox re-aggresses on the short side as well. Ugh. God, everyone wants to get involved. Make that money. Make it rain. And shake that thing. It's 11-7, and Gambit coming in with the gun round that really must pick up pieces here in the second half. They can't afford to have the same slow start they did on CT side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you know, this is still very, very competitive. You can still put Vitality down in the doldrums. If you come in with a couple of key rifle round victories, this would be the first of two that you would need to break Vitality's money. But if that happens, you know, suddenly you're able to bring this game very, very close, and you keep Vitality under pressure constantly. If Vitality win this, they build up a bank, they would take a bonus round victory. Not only does that make you feel great, but it ruins Gambit's investments for the future. And it would just put Vitality in a spot that feels incredibly hard to break apart. Suter opening up at top B and now even getting flashed in. That's to try and repel anyone else poking their head around. Now, the mollies make it a bit awkward for Masuta, but he will still get out of there with his life intact. That kill goes untraded for Gambit. No real potential. Some nice protocols in place for Vitality. You know, they got that flash for anyone else trying to peek on the trade, then the late molly to deny a re-peek on the angle and get Masuta out of there. And it's let them keep this little man advantage now. Flashing back into top banana. They're going to take this real estate back. Now, you don't want to peek down because Shiro, he doesn't often miss those. Well, Tag shocks down to 10, but elsewhere, more fights are being won by Vitality. Gambit not out of the woods yet. They might have done a lot of damage, but it's still yet to even find a kill.
Every grenade has been used, but Gambit don't know that. Are they still going to commit to this? They don't look invested. Doubling back to ult mid with 20 seconds. They've not got a hope in hell, and so they want to retry it next time around. That's a 12 for Vitality. That's even more room in this CT side. And a flawless round at that. Woo! Saving a pretty penny indeed. You're going to let the SMGs try and farm, grab some guns maybe on the way out. And yeah, the bodyguard. Shox will even keep his. Why not keep 5 alive? Nothing wrong with that. Gambit getting away with 7. Keeping 3, but it's not like they can rebuy fully. Right? Axel can get, you know, an AK with no utility. If you want grenades, you're going to have to make substitutions here, and so they shall. This is getting very scary for Gambit as time ticks on.
ZywOo, any Krieg fans? Anyone been saying, oh damn, I really want to see ZywOo with that T-side scopey boy? Well, he's bringing it out, boosting Masuta as well here. Watching for a B play. This is a horrible B setup, mate. This is the one round where going B is just going to be a massacre. You got a player boosted for CT. You've got Masuta boosted at New Box, and then the Krieg of ZywOo at Dark. This is a real trifecta, a killing field in this B-bomb site. And not even smokes will save you from it. Gambit go A, meanwhile, they're going to reap the reward of this very barren A-bomb site, right? Shox, Kyojin holding on there. They're keeping a lot of utility between the two of them, right? Kyojin drops that smoke now as we get into the 45-second mark. Trying to keep them locked out of the apartments. Now they hear the flashes going off in top mid. That's where they call for rotations. But because you still have these mollies, right, these incendiaries to slow down the push, you're able to buy a lot of time. And suddenly, while there were just 2 players here, well, now you've stacked this site up with 4. You are ready to repel this offensive. This is great work, keeping those Molotovs in play. And it's bought you all the time in the world to pad out this site. They're going to take it dominantly. Shiro, 15 seconds and no room, nothing to play for, nothing to play with. The AWP's taken away and Vitality are up onto 13.
Yeah, these are very different T-sides right now in Vitality. They make that read at just the right time. They pulled ZywOo over. He disrespects the util out on long for Gambit, just runs right through to take down the long split player. And at that point, it's confirmed. It's, you know, you sail down the river if you're Gambit. There's no question about it. Vitality win every fight in the A site, more clean rounds. And that is proving to be quite the problem for Gambit right now. Saving strats for the semis, perhaps. Will they even get there? Not with a Vitality that looks this red hot. Just Tech9s now. And, well, if last round wasn't easy enough, this one should certainly be. Apex spams the smoke and gets out scot-free, and that leaves 2 more CTs of Banana. Got to worry about that scope. It can sometimes elude your vision, but Masuka's here for cover and for a double. Trading 2, ZywOo helps out. The bomb comes tumbling down, and this is just a lock-in round for Vitality. I can't believe they're keeping them so clean as well. And this round included, now the last 4 rounds won by Vitality, they've had 1 death. 1 death. That's multiple gun rounds. Gambit, this is it. Everything rests on this 1 buy.
Yeah, this is got to be your moment, because if it isn't, you don't get any more. Vitality about to take their map pick in a pretty dominant fashion. We were 8-7 at the half. Gambit yet to field the T-side round. We were wondering if they were going to be plagued with these slow starts again, and it looks that way. Is it a slow start if you never even got started to begin with?
Damn. Yeah, but Gambit, I mean, they had a recovery at least near the end of that CT side. They couldn't really get rounds back to back. Now they can't even get rounds. There's at least that little pocket of air, that 4 in a row, to keep things almost equal on the first half. We need a hero. Shira's 19 and 15. Hobbit's having a great game. Axel's silent.
Yeah, man, and that was, a problem the other day in that, was it Liquid matchup, I'm pretty sure. We had a very quiet Axel. We saw what that did to the team. It took him recovering for them to bounce back.
Especially when he's playing pit on CT side. And think about the amount of rounds Vitality just walked up into A with contact plays. This is a round done, at least Gambit. They've got a sigh of relief here. They've cleaned out the B-bomb site with 1 shot onto Apex, and they've locked in an 8th. Keeping it flawless is a nice feeling as well. Vitality will respect this decision, as Gambit should not go hunting. Forget the money, we'll deal with that later. But Gambit, you're not going to get given many of those freebies. A bit of a gamble, a bit of a read for Vitality, perhaps gone wrong. And that was only off a jiggle of Apex as well. It's not much he could have done, just caught by that fast AWP of Shiro, who has not been the problem in this map.
Yeah, a part of me even wonders, and you should, it's always kind of subjective as to whether or not this is the right thing to do, but Hobbit loves these lurks. The thing I'm worried about is whether or not they're going to be that impactful with guys like Axel being so quiet. Right now, it feels like you're really hinging on someone like a Shiro to be the guy to open up the round, like maybe a Nafany. Part of me wonders if maybe having Hobbit join the rest of the pack a little bit more might be a way to force those opening fights, because Axel is having a very rough game. You cannot depend on him right now to secure you those openers. And considering Hobbit's playstyle here on Inferno kind of hinges around those opening kills coming in, if he's going to be lurking over towards the apartments, it gets me a little bit nervous, right? We could end up with these rounds where everyone dies at B and Hobbit's just left sat in apps, for 30 seconds having a save. And I would hate to see him, not get to have an impactful T-side after the game we've gotten out of Gambit. Out of him in particular.
They make the same play. Vitality keep a solo man at B. This time it's ZywOo with full util on the AWP, but that means they have the read once again. The Gambit are coming back into their home ground. Nade in the corner is nice. Apex spams. He's really trying to sell it to keep Masuka alive. And he'll double back. Gambit, they're doing what Vitality did best. It's contact short by a good flash at least, but Kyojin looking into the wall, ready for it all, and he's dropped 2. Trapped to the back. Oh my goodness, he jumps out. Hobbit saving the day. You've got the 2 top performers here for Gambit to hold in the post-plant against ZywOo.
Yeah, Gambit, as you say, 2 top performers, and they're going to try and hold back ZywOo. Shiro will make it happen. And so they now take themselves a 9th, starting to find their footing. Similar to that first half, it's come late. Coming late's better than not coming at all. Gambit looking to play catch-up.
Yeah, right. We've seen Gambit put many a comeback already, just not just in history, but in the Pro League as well, right? We think about that, the Gambit Liquid 12-6 Mirage comeback. No strangers to success when they're on the back foot. It's going to have to be one hell of a map here, one hell of a balls up for Vitality. Oh, good ding. Kyojin still getting spammed. Get out of there. 10 health. Does he get given an AWP? There's enough to go around. We got 2 on this CT side. Shock says, no, mine. And so Kyojin will just have to deal with the damage done. Still solo B, still taking that risk. with ZywOo, is it really a risk? Molly at the top of Banana, Gambit need to clear out everything before they commit with an execute. And at this point, when a lot of footsteps are being heard, when nades are being used, you might even see another rotate come back. You're just waiting on that long smoke to fade. You'd love the info. You're not going to get it. Gambit have gone through the utilities. ZywOo needs something massive here. First found, Flick not going to succeed, and they're up above him, all over him, climbing into the bomb site. Taking one at least will tempt Vitality for a retake, but it will never begin if Axel found that kill instead. Bottom of the board, he's taking fights over the smoke, and Apex shoots him right through. That primes Vitality for the 15th.
Yeah, they're still concerned about this Hobbit lurk. That's why you've seen no one leave yet. But Shox has now spotted him down at the bottom of ramp. And so Vitality quickly pieced together, well, boys, we got a 4-on-2 in the site. Hobbit's off doing his own thing. And now that he's low, he's trying to make a big play coming in late through CT. This relies on Shiro and Inters holding the line. And now Hobbit's flank able to activate, locks the round in. Gambit up on a 10, and that's what I mean about Hobbit's lurking. It's all designed about everything else going right. If it all goes fine in B, he will find you that impact.
And he's want to major off these lurks, right? Man knows what he's doing at least, but yeah, he definitely needs Shiro to hit those first couple of shots, and a little backstab to close. Lovely stuff out of Gambit. They were down by a man anyway. Yeah. Hobbit gets spotted on ramp running Banana. That's what convinces Vitality that that is not coming through. It's one thing to come out Boiler and flank the A site into CT. It's another thing to do it from Banana.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. You know, and it is a little bit weird with Axel taking that fight. You know, when he's taken it, he knows that's the swing fight of the round. That fight there determines if Vitality attempt it or if you just win on numbers alone. And obviously, he isn't able to win that fight. That's what kind of spurs Vitality on, gets them believing. But in a way, if you're Gambit here, you almost prefer winning the round, removing all 5 players, than having them save and keep 3 alive. Don't get me wrong, that's not what you were thinking in the moment. That wasn't why you're like, Axel, peek this, mate, and die. And then we kill them all and win the round. But you're content with the results. That's what's been offered up to you. And finally, you're in a position where you can actually break Vitality's money.
Triple B now, quite the opposite setup for Vitality, as they've been making risks with these 4-man A setups. Gambit have 3 in a row. This could be the second coming of Gambit on this T side. Nice grenade. ZywOo, Molotov traps him at Banana, and the flash doesn't help him any better either. His teammates are trying to save him, and they go through the Molotov as Mizuta helps out, catching Inters and getting out scot-free. 2 insta-frags for Vitality has forced Gambit's hand, but even if they were to pop out halls right now, which is still mollied, they've got to wait for the bomb. Shiro's coming up on the mid side. He's going to throw in an A-smoke. They don't have a flash for it. They just run it dry, and Nafany needed to trade that. He does. Keeps this round up in the air, up in limbo, but the spray is missed, and Shox holds on. Shots from ZywOo not quite as successful, and now he's just playing with Shiro, who needs the clutch. No time for that second shot. Nice trade out of Shoxy, keeping Vitality up in the lead. They break that 3-round streak from Gambit and find 15 first.
Yeah, I do love the response, right? This idea of, well, maybe we've been giving them a little too much room, so they just fight for this top Banana with 3 players there. Not something that Gambit have had to be too worried about. You know, a lot of the time it's these late flashes back in to retake Banana control we've been getting out of Vitality. But there, it's an immediate brawl from the get-go that forces your hand at the A play. That's a top mid smoke throwing out a spawn there from Shoxy. Landing deep.
Axel, he's at least, you know, taking the brunt for the team. He's up first in Banana yet again. A lot of the times you're kind of just throwing your body at that first man, just trying to get the trade off, especially when you know ZywOo's AWPing this bomb site. He has been in some of these rounds.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of like the nature of it as well. Like, when you are the guy having to go in first all the time, you know, if you're having a great game, even then it can still feel like pretty rough at times.
Yeah,
right? You're the one running into
hands,
like a 1-on-2, and you know, you're expected to get one traded in those situations. When you're having a bad game, it looks really rough because you're the guy, you know, who's not feeling too confident, not actually getting those one-on-ones, but he's at least creating the space for his team. You know, the sacrificial lamb of Gambit.
You can't commit B here right now. You still don't have that bomb, even though Nathani's got a nice little lurk going on. Zyru's timing catches him. He had to watch Apartments and Long, and he's still able to catch him getting up into the CT spawn. That B split now has failed, and Hobbit's Apartment lurk. You talk about how things have to go right in order for this to work. Things are going very wrong right now until they're not. Shiro and Inters flip the script, double up, and Hobbit catches Kyojin on a rotate. He may die to ZywOo, and now they wonder where has Shock's gotten to. Shiro saving the day again, leaving ZywOo 32 frags right now in regulation, looking to close the map.
Yeah, but he's got a terrifying AWP to go up against, right? Shiro almost matching him in that firepower, in that head-to-head. ZywOo doesn't want to go for this one if it was never going to be in his wheelhouse. He's slowly taking a couple of peeks in, but if he's not given anything soon, it might be the save. Here he is, looking in, and Shiro gets the better of him.
Wow.
That Gambit AWP really started to come alive. And I tell you what, like T-side open, not an easy feat. Not an easy feat at all, right?
Yeah.
Even think back to that first half, ZywOo was rifling over the top of it. Don't get me wrong, the results are incredible, but the fact that a lot of this entry has to come from Shiro's AWP, and he's rising to that occasion in the absence of Axile, is a huge deal for Gambit, and he deserves a big share of the props for the reason as to why this game is so close right now.
I'm very glad you said that, right? It's not like he's had multi-kills in post-plants, which are where you want to get the AWP in this map, but in terms of breaking them into the B bomb site, he has done that round after round. So, yeah, big props to Shiro there. Even then, on that smoke fade, catching Shocks on the coffin. That was the third B player that Gambit might not have been ready for, but the reaction will do it for them. And now you've got overtime in the back of your mind if you're Gambit. Vitality's money is on the chopping block. Good shot from ZywOo. He gets out scot-free. Kyojin's still here. ZywOo's trying to sell it harder. Gets taken down by Inters' opener. And Kyojin, he can't go anywhere. He has to commit. He needs to take down one with him. And he sees that arm, takes a leg. Inters dead. Kyojin falls right after. Trade to find for Gambit. They know the site is weak right now. For a moment, it's only Shocks.
Oh, he does an Apex moving in to try and help, but no, now it is just Shoxy. Gotta do it all with the swing, the Famus. Can't quite keep the dream alive. Masuta, 1v2. And these have so often not gone your way. Not been a big clutch day for Vitality, but Masuta still undeterred, looking to make it happen. He's gotten very deep on the timing. This short player knocked out and ready for the pit fight. Masuta makes the clutch come through, hits that timing, and secures this map for Vitality, putting a stop to that Gambit comeback and denying any chance of OT. Now we look to Vertigo, where Gambit are having the time of their lives, but our Vitality about to ruin it all.
The brown bear? Who is it?
know you fear this prison. A prison you cannot smell, or taste, or touch. A prison for your mind, for your soul. I want you to break free. And I know you want to. You want to feel the taste of victory on your lips once more. And so, the choice is yours. You take the blue pill, and the story ends. You wake up in your bed, and you're coaching that spawn-based Counter-Strike you've always been dreaming of. Or you take the red pill, and I show you how deep the casting rabbit hole goes. The team you're coaching? Cloud9.
Think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Well, Gambit Vitality gets a little close, but ultimately Vitality edge out certain death there. It goes 16-11 their way. For us, we turn our attention to the DHL drop. That's right, get your little fingers together, get ready for the show, ladies and gentlemen, because the question is about to present itself. And it has to do with last season of Pro League. So if you're paying any attention then, or maybe you just have the quickest fingers on the internet and you can find Google faster than someone else, then you will find the answer to the question. That is, what was the highest overall ADR at ESL Pro League Season 13? Select your answer in chat by using exclamation point DHL drop space A, B, C, or D with your coinciding answer. And of course, we will reveal that before we jump back into the game. Speaking of the game, let's jump back into it. The matchup was Vitality versus Gambit. The stage was set for Inferno, and all things were smooth sailing, for the most part. And then it was a little close at the end of the first half. Wrap that up with a bunch of rounds put in order here by Vitality, and that's pretty much what you got. Where did Gambit get the fight from?
I mean, Yanko already offered an element of solution in the pre-show. He talked about pistol rounds, he talked about conversion, and about having good starts of house. Vitality did just that. They had, what, 5-0 on the T side, 6-0 on the CT side, and it just rained that wave right into the victory.
Yeah, we actually have it right here for you guys to show it, how it looks like. Really, you can see that it's much difficult. We showed it in the pregame, right? All the stuff about pistol rounds and how both teams are good at it, how Gambit has 3 of the top 5 players, right, in it. But, you know, once Vitality starts off 5-0, 6-0 and all this stuff, that's 11 out of 16 rounds really won at the beginning, right? So after that, Gambit does win some rounds, but that just also means you need to win a lot more gun rounds. All the rounds you're winning are gun rounds. While Vitality in that streak of rounds, there's anti-ecos there, there's easier rounds to win, and that just makes it much easier to play against a team like Gambit.
Yeah, and, you know, right there, when you start thinking about pistol rounds, you know, that's a crucial part of it. Also is Hobbit to the Gambit project, Maniac.
I mean, remember Hobbit, we talked about it. We said last time these two teams faced, he disappeared from the surface of the earth. Let's just say that's not the case right now. He's come here to play. He did put up a very good fight for Gambit. I'd say he is almost single-handedly responsible for their sort of comeback on the CT side. He was a multi-kill machine. He's had multiple occasions to make the difference, as we are seeing it right there. If it weren't for Hobbit, I think Vitality could have just ran with it. And this is to echo Janka's sentiment as well. They had to do it the hard way. All the rounds that Gambit were winning were through sheer individual prowesses. That example right there, where he just jumps in and out of the box, grabs that 4 kills, good example. Hobbit tried the best he could.
You say, you know, through sheer, but I'm saying through sheer-o, because obviously...
Talk about low-hanging fruit.
No, yeah, that was so low, I don't even know how I almost didn't trip on it. sheer-o having a huge impact too, and that's what we're looking for too, Janko.
Yeah, sheer-o was the highest rated player for Gambit, almost 30 kills at 29 kills, but I think it's still under all this conversation, right? There is one king on this server, and that's Zywo. I mean, ending up the game with 33 kills, obviously 1.86 rating, 112 ADR, and just came clutch for Vitality time and time again, really.
If you look at the other side of that coin, unfortunately, you have a man named Axile. He is towards the top 5 in terms of players 2021. He was nowhere to be found. He had 5 kills. For a man that's supposed to be an absolute assassin, right? 1 opening duels won out of 9. He tried it 9 times and only succeeded once.
Janko, weren't we watching a game with Axile over on Vertigo where he started, you know, pretty slow, and then somehow, some way got himself back into the game?
Yeah, I think also out of all the Gambit players, he seems to be taking the longest to go back to his like usual form that we've seen in 2021. And also for Gambit, I mean, wouldn't be the first time they lose the first series, first map in a series, right? And then come back, especially considering the second map is going to be Vertigo. But yeah, I mean, just 5 kills for a player of Axile's caliber in this sort of a game. And on Inferno, it's one of his more stable maps, really is a huge outlier.
Yeah, and that outlier, could that also be qualified under the Vertigo thing that we're about to go do, or where do we go from there? I mean, is this going to be an uphill battle one way or the other?
So the thing that Vitality did really well on Inferno, which they could do on Vertigo as well, is to stop the execute, is to stop the map control from Gambit before it happens. And I actually have a couple of rounds I can show you guys where Vitality, in their CT side, did everything they could to stop Gambit from gaining any map control. That's a good example of a protocol right here. We have Sai, which has that sandbag position. He's getting flashed in, Molotov. He should be dead. On all account and purposes, he should be dead. But here comes the flash through. Mizuta comes and helps, and then together, they clean that brokeable position. They've done that multiple times throughout the half. And this is one way to handle this smoke screen that Gambit sometimes throws at you. We said they are hard to read in their map control, in their default. Well, just cut a part of it. Just take apart the map control, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and it's also not really a position where Zywo plays that much, right? So that's where probably a little bit of preparation comes in, and that's sort of a setup tailor-made for Gambit. So good job on the Vitality side of things.
Yeah, for us, we keep our attention tuned over there towards Vertigo, the second map of the series. But I told you we were going to give you the DHL drop answer, and here it is. Please do pay attention. The answer, if you chose A, you probably chose correctly, because it would be 89. Now, with that said, perhaps we get a little bit deeper under this.
Or the Yu-Gi-Oh reference I always forget, Exodia.
Exodia. I always thought it was like Exodus or something, but Exodia is the one.
Now, you'll see elements of this in Yakinda's gameplay throughout, but he is always going to be finding an absurd success rate in his opening duels. I saw an incredible statistic from the CT side of Inferno, but it was, I believe it was Ezio. Yeah, they get out middle. Or the Yu-Gi-Oh reference I always forget, Exodia.
Exodia. I always thought it was like Exodus or something, but Exodia is the one.
Now,
Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hello guys, it's Vinny here, and today I will show you some pro tips on the Be Over Pairs anchor and what to do in some certain situations. So something basic that you should always have when you want to stop a rush is asking your rotator to do the smoke. It will land it really fast on the monster, and they will need it to. If they are rushing, they will need to go through here. So if you're normally it doesn't even matter your spawn, you're just gonna jump right here. You can do a pop flash for you, then don't need to ask flash, just turn and spam in the right corner. This is here because normally people rush in a single line, so they're rushing pistols and stuff like that. You will be able to get some easy multi kills. Another rule that we like to have when doing this is always playing together with your teammate. Doesn't matter if guys gonna play the safe setup when you guys just holding pit. What I like normally to do is having my molly and my smoke. I just do this little jump on the ledge, because in this way you won't be able to get an insta headshot. It's really hard to get to kill like that, only if you get lucky. And right away when you spot someone, you can do that molly, and your friend will be holding this smoke here. You see this black line here. When you spot the guy and you just they're getting up monster, he was smoking for you. And we land it real fast, and you just block the path from them. And that's an easy way to just block the CSG, because they would need to go all from this right side corner, and pretty much they can die from every angle on the side. So this is my pro tips from Overpass. I hope you guys learned something today, and thanks for watching.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
Gambit with their backs up against the wall. Team Vitality are map up right now in this quarterfinal. The only thing in the pocket of Gambit is the fact that they've just won 16 in a row on Vertigo. That's a nice feeling. 24 out of the last 26. The numbers all look good, but Vitality look better. Is that going to hold true here on Vertigo?
Well, you know, I'm gonna talk your ears off about that in just a moment, but let's give the pissed around the love, the attention, the respect it so rightfully deserves. Kyojin taking this peek down through the ramp. Now looking to swing in is dead to Nafany. So there's the opener for Gambit. They're picking up the pace towards this A-bomb site. Axel late lurking mid. Normally it's Hobbit we see over here, but a bit of a change is afoot. Nafany out on the short side, dead after one, and the trade doesn't come through for Shiro. Vitality don't want to overextend. They know they found a bit of a golden goose, and now they sit with a man advantage. Axel's lurk might just maybe deal with Zaiwu. And maybe you lower your guard a little bit there. Once you see you've dealt with Hobbit, he's often the guy coming in on these mid-lurks. Well, there's more lurks where that came from, my friends. Axel with a nice double to open. Shiro shuts down this late rotation, and Axel goes on to win them the whole damn round. So, what I was going to say, Hugo, to make a bit of a case for why this could be exciting, why the Gambit streak could get broken, is... you know, we saw that Liquid game go to OT. It looked like Liquid were going to be the team to break the win streak here. And obviously, Gambit didn't let that happen. They ended up winning that matchup. One of the big reasons why it got so close in the first place was that was another real rough performance out of Axel. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to not let that Inferno slow start get to him. And the fact that he just got 3 in the pistol, ooh, it's boding well for the Axel recovery story.
Yeah, in that game as well that you're talking about, he went 3 and 15 on the T side, right? He pulled it all the way back in. You know, he didn't have a great second half. It was more OT in the final few rounds of regulation where he stepped up. But yeah, that was a scary game for Axel. Liquid was just abusing the B-bomb site a lot. And, well, he started strong in this one. That is one hell of a way to make the haters forget. Forgive, maybe. We'll see if Gambit deserve that yet. Setting in towards this B-bomb site. Kyojin's here with the Deagle. He's not got any support, though, and that's a lovely start. Forget Axel, he's gone from this round. Kyojin, how much longer can he last?
Well, we've got these mid-lurks coming through from Hobbit again, so back to normality there. Hobbit isn't someone who really looks to go early. If anything, he likes these late backstabs like what we had out of Axel in the pistol. Apex has now taken ramp away, and so this is going to free up more rotations for this B-bomb site. Vitality hadn't actually stacked that many players there. Now they start to reinforce B, and they're going to need to. Shox, the Deagle's looking good! Shox has ruined the round for Gambit, and it's only Hobbit left. The Deagle in Shoxy's hands is blessed by the gods. Some kind of divine intervention there. Finds him the triple, and now they just got to finish off Hobbit to close it out. They've got the bomb at ramp. They're not fighting him. There isn't time, and so Vitality have stole that round away. Give me the replay of them Deagle shots. Damn, look at this, right? You think the first one's good, and then you go, oh, well, all right. Well, he doesn't get a third, does he? And then he gets a third.
Oh, that's one way to start the half. Flip the script immediately. Yake talked about how the recent pistols have been problematic for Gambit, you know, and when not, the conversions come through, and that is exactly what Vitality steal away today. No second round, no easy freebie. And I'm excited to see Vitality on CT, because while we hype up Gambit on this map, and rightly so, Vitality in that Cole game, they were incredible. They were all over that A site. They locked Cole out of ramp on the CT side. They went 10-0 up before things even ended in a 12-3. Barely let Cole breathe in that map. And so it was a lot of, you know, A shutdowns. Gambit know to worry about the ramp right now. They haven't really tried to test it too much. We'll see that later. Flash play, Kyojin goes over the top with a Molotov. That's a great combo there. Burns out Axile, forces him to reposition blindly as well. The re-aggro, not what Gambit were ready for. Everyone's here, and not for long. Oh my goodness, Tech9 tap back through the wood, or through the metal rather. 2-on-3, Gambit forged a path into B after all.
Yeah, Inter's nade knocks out Masuta. And so the revenge plan is well and truly afoot. This late lurk from Apex might be able to strip it all away, though. There's one. Can't quite locate that second man just yet, but Inter's the walking wounded, and Apex puts him out of his misery. Vitality, they do convert that after all, winning out these force by wars and putting Gambit onto the pistols here to try and get up to that 3-1 lead. It's kind of cool as well because both Hobbit and Nafany came out and said that, you know, that they do want the revenge against Vitality for that 2-0 loss they copped against them at IEM Summer. But are they going to get that? Or is it the dreaded HLTV curse? Now, I did quickly go back and look and see if they'd mentioned, you know, how, oh yeah, our Vertigo's really good. Everyone knows what to do on Vertigo. Or something cursed like that. And they didn't mention it. So maybe that bodes well.
If everything goes wrong, we'll be fine,
but,
you know.
But maybe you coming out and saying, yeah, we want to get revenge against Vitality, maybe that's the curse. Maybe that's the curse.
Sometimes you can't always pinpoint it, but it's there.
You don't know where,
Harry.
yeah, exactly. Curses work in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
Right, like for example, if I say, yeah, Masuta's gonna wreck everyone that comes to middle, and then they just don't go middle, that is still kind of cursed.
Yeah, in some small way, and you seem to have done that right. Gambit aren't coming to middle because Vitality coming to them, hunting these kills in T-spawn, easy freebies. It's only blocks after all. Apex keeps that AK for now, 3-1, flawless as it should be. And Gambit, they need some serious wizardry to get back on this T side. Yeah, that one hurt for Force, right? They were on quite this streak as well. I think it was 17 at that point before things finally fell apart in the round of 12.
The guns are back through now for Gambit, but look at this aggression. From the offset, they're looking to get in your face. Yeah, you trade that out, but it's still a MAC-10 for an AK. It's a ZywOo for a Nafany. Things could be worse. You also spooked Gambit out of ramp for the time being. However, Vitality now start to go back, reading into this that they've just dealt with ZywOo outside of A. We should be cognizant of a fast A push on the back of this. Not terribly uncommon to see Gambit do that either. Get this opening kill, try to work the ramp control a little bit more. There's that cross the short smoke throw-in to really give this illusion that there's still players at A trying to worm their way up the ramp.
Oh, this flank is so fast as well, right? They may have given up B. Kyojin playing retake might be a bit of a warning to Gambit once they get into the bomb site, but how much warning, how much time will they get to read, to realize? Because right now, Shock's coming in on the flank. He's going the wrong way, the long way. He might check A first, but now Kyojin just made the call. Careful, boys, they're in the B bomb site. Smokes it down. I'm hearing feet pittering and pattering. Shox is coming in to close the entire round. He needs his team to draw enough attention. No Molotovs for default, and with the player on top of the box, it's fine. Hobbit covers the flank, and Apex gets spammed on the lip of the smoke as all the kills come in for Gambit. Woo, they were ready for that one.
No, man, that's such a shame, right? That's just that's the fear of losing ZywOo at the bottom of ramp and expecting them to be taking more control. Once again, all linking back to when Shiro drops that smoke to give the illusion that players are either pushing up around it or taking short control away with no one to peek that. When Shox is lurking, he's like, well, I'll go look at A just to make sure we're not getting faked on here. Yeah. His timing would have been perfect if that was the immediate B-Rap. If you have any way of getting that info that ramp was clear, but because of Shiro's smoke, you never got that information. Shox wastes his time, and by the time he gets to the bottom of ramp, Hobbit's already watching it, considering one of these mid-raps.
And that's also because Gambit gets so much space at B. They're like, oh, it clicked in their head last time when we had Apex on that flank. Like Gambit looked back for a second in the 2-1-2, and they went, why is that CT play not doing anything? But then they started throwing utility, and that drew Gambit away for a moment. Well, this time there was nothing of the sort. There was no one throwing mollies on the bomb plant or denying space for Gambit. So they go, well, if they've given us this much room, it must be for a reason. Gambit go back to their default. Players holding early, delaying the ramp take as they will have to against a team like Vitality. Got to give them some semblance of respect with this smoke now. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not at all. Spam through it, finds ZywOo. Dead first. Shox bringing his orb into the picture, and Kyojin needs no help from the sniper. Takes a couple and then evades capture, leaving Shox on the angle.
Yeah, will they be ready for Apex? Will they just kill him through the smoke, XD?
Ooh,
Nafany, fakes the footsteps, but it's not going to work if Apex is already down and in your face. They're really relying on Vitality being up in the bomb site, right, and not having this ramp control. Apex making a big, push happen here. gets them the info that ramp is clear, and he's now fast flanking, calling for these rotations to come in towards the B bomb site. Shox just needs to buy even a little bit of time, but he's dead without getting anything done. Kyojin still facing, and Masuta almost caught in the open, trying to buy time for Apex's wraparound. I'm having deja vu. This time, Shiro's going to look to outmaneuver him, and he's going back to A. Bye-bye, Apex. You've got to retake this one, bud.
Yeah, he's got everything to play with, though. Kit, Molly, Smoke, all picked up off the back of these bodies on B, and he's starting to walk. Did Shiro hear him? He knows where he's coming from. Going to check spawn back turn, though, and he had to flick, and Apex was already deeper than he was ready for. Hit the perfect timing to start walking there, did Apex. And we saw the value of the flank come in this time, and that's because, you know, Vitality, again, are showing more face on B. Now, really, it's less for Apex and more for Shox, right? He gets blinded on bomb site. He's just getting flashed out, pushed up. Masuta throws himself into the round, gets involved with Kyojin, and so that's good for Vitality. It buys enough time for Apex to get one off the flank, but then Shiro, you know, good attempt, good play to go back to A, even if it doesn't prosper. Couldn't get back into CT spawn in time, was still scared of the elevator. 4-2. Gambit being tested, though, and that's a good sign for Vitality. Not just a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, that's kind of the nature of this, right? Like, you can go on huge streaks on maps, you can have a phenomenal track record, but all the good times have got to end eventually, right? It's very, very hard to stay on top for so long. You know, you think about Astralis, how they used to have Inferno and Nuke streaks going. I think it was Big who broke their Inferno streak, if I remember correctly, which was very unexpected at the time.
Yeah.
It's just very, very hard to stay on top because you're consistently having to... You don't want to stray too far away from the golden formula that you find, right? But you have to keep innovating as well, because the more games you play, the more research your opponents have, the more well-versed people get, the more your playstyle becomes the meta, becomes the norm.
Here we go into B. Kyojin's been spotted. He can't really see them above the wood. The smoke does a good job of keeping them a one-way. Masuta throws himself through, and similar results coming in for Vitality. They're falling like flies. Apex just trying to keep this one alive. He can't. Only ZywOo. They chase him, and he gets some damage off. 20 health. ZywOo might want to give it up. And so out he goes, hoping Gambit feed him on the escape. And if they don't, it might have to be a save for ZywOo. Hate to have to call it. Vitality, though, really just throwing themselves into the bomb site there. Masuta caught out on a limb, swinging off gens, just trying to trade kills, but Gambit have really good spacing coming up into that B site. And I also like that way that Axel used the wood and the smoke on the top of stairs to essentially one-way Kyojin in the bomb site. He could barely see anything. It looks good for us because we have X-ray, but I can guarantee Kyojin is not as fortunate.
Yeah, it's very promising that we're getting a good start out of Axel, because otherwise that could have opened an avenue for Vitality to just abuse this B site in the second half, right? Something that we saw the Team Liquid squad do to great results while Axel was having a bad game.
Well, that's all Gambit are doing right now as well, right? Like, trying to take on the rookie of Kyojin. Rookie's a term, right? Like, the least experienced player inside of this roster right now for Vitality. So, yeah, it's working. Even though Kyojin is certainly not seeming to be the problem, it's the retakes that aren't coming in. Even when he's going 1-for-1 or getting a double kill, Vitality are having trouble with the retakes unless the flank pops off. Mid take, line up though, Inters cleans house, and ZywOo, even though he wins his A fight, he's the only rifle in this round. Gambit could have just committed into B there, they didn't want to. So now they go weird, they go slow and low, and they group up back in T-spawn, crossing towards A. Where has ZywOo gone? They hoped he's rotated out of A after cleaning the entire ramp, and in fact he has. So this is a perfect play for Gambit. Should be nothing that can go wrong, but we know these flanks have been apparent in rounds gone by. Shox is trying to activate yet again.
No, Shox is making a big play here. He's getting all the info that actually there's no one at B, so it's either mid or it's A, and ZywOo is now cleared middle. They hear the molly landing at A. They learn the terrible truth that this is the A play. You're going to be constantly paranoid about these late mid lurks, right?
dear.
ZywOo's looking forward right now, looking into the bomb site, not quite able to open up. And with Shiro already posted to deal with this flank, there's not really anything Shox can hope to do here.
Get the gun from top mid.
Go get that AK from top middle.
Really do have to give it to Axel though. Like, how do you reset this impressively after such a shambles of a map where you go out of Inferno and you feel like you lost your team that game, right? Like, that's probably where your head's at. You know, a lot of rounds you're thinking back to moments where you could have multi-killed, where you could have just saved the day. And then you come in here. I guess that is the motivation, right? Like, I can't let that happen again. I can't be the reason for my team's failure. I've got to pick up slack. And he did in the pistol round with that massive 3K right there, killing ZywOo. If ZywOo gets that kill and then gets time to hide out on boost, Shox gets in on the flank. Gambit are probably watching for ZywOo. There are ways that round can get out of control, but nice shot out of Axel to keep it even. And now we see the round start to get picked up for Gambit on this T side. It was inevitable. It was always going to happen. It was just how long Vitality could starve them off.
Oh, this mid lurking from Inters has been great, just not letting them get this control that they're hoping for. And this already feels like a little bit of an adjustment out of Gambit, right? We've drawn attention a lot to these Hobbit lurks on mid. Well, he's not really poised here alone a lot of the time in the early round. A part of me wonders if that's because something that Liquid were doing really well against this Gambit squad. Currently, the team in the Pro League that have come closest to beating Gambit was taking this mid fight versus Hobbit in a few of the rounds and using that to convert like an early 5-on-4, take an early advantage. Whereas now, Hobbit is always joined by Inters on this mid play. They hold early, especially up against, you know, anti-ecos where they've only got pistols to worry about. And now they're both double splitting this mid to be. It is almost a full stack here, but it's going to get dismantled by the mid lurk. Masuta left up alone, and Hobbit's already holding for this rotation. It should be a locked-in round for Gambit. And Hobbit's going to make it so. 3 kills from the man, and Gambit are up in the lead.
Yeah, you've got to buy here, but you're not happy about it if you're Vitality, right? You would love that AWP, can be so influential on the CT side, and now that Shiro started to get picks towards B with his, you're wanting it more than ever, however, not an option. Not going to full save again. So Vitality throw everything but the kitchen sink at Gambit. Trying to keep things even again. Back to Orb on A, finally. Gambit taking here out of spawn, and they get a leg shot off through the crane into Apex. Gambit have not been going here early.
Something to note, you don't have the kit in play, so you really don't want this to come down to a retake. Oh, ZywOo playing that one-way smoke is able to deal with the man on the other side. Hobbit brushed aside, and so what started as this early, you know, 5-on-4 for Gambit. ZywOo is quickly flipped the other way. Playing it pretty fast and loose with the info plays at ramp, and that will eventually come back to hurt him. Kyojin's also deep at B. And this could either be the thing that makes the round or breaks the round for Vitality, and it might be the latter with Axel opening up like that.
Yeah, it's such a great way to peek it as well from the left side. His teammate's going to trade if Axel, you know, gets caught by stairs player. Now Shox is in. They don't know about this. Oh dear, whiff spray. Couldn't pick a target. And Axel is the entry man right now, just opening up bomb sites, mainly B. And even though Gambit show a bit of face on A, trading 2 for 2, they run right back into that bomb site that has given them so much in this T side. Super going to save an AK, and that is all the Vitality have going for them now. They're going to have to full save, keep some pistol armor, and go in with the next. That's going to give Gambit even more room on this T half. It's going to be 7 rounds, you would assume.
Yeah, it must feel so frustrating to play against Gambit on this map, because it's like the only way it feels like you can beat them is by making these info plays happen, right? By trying to get ahead of the curve, because they're very, very good at gimmicking and you know, like shimmying your CT setups around and misdirecting you, essentially. So everyone's keen to make these info plays happen, but it ends up turning that round from a 4-on-3 into the 3-on-2, you know, B take that we see before our eyes. Both ZywOo and Masuta playing for these deep angles. ZywOo gets caught here, trying to look down ramp for the info.
Insane.
Don't get me wrong, you weren't expecting Shura to hit that, but he does hit those. And then once you lose ZywOo, the pressure was really on, right? You had to start to split that defense up, lean away from B, put more bodies in the A bomb site. That's why Masuta starts to feel, Kyojin rather starts to feel the pressure to play up close outside of B.
Yeah, this has got to be getting in Vitality's heads. We know they're an emotional team, right? But they just win a first map. They go 4-1 up on this CT side. Everything feels fine and dandy. And then Gambit have that late activation that we were worried that would never come through. Got to keep our heads in it if we're Vitality. 5 on 4. ZywOo grabs a quick pick down ramp and scurries out without the gun. Couldn't get it. Re-molly and re-flash. Apex is ready to throw that in. Get ZywOo involved once again. Hobbit's getting closer though. ZywOo might not have the choice, and Hobbit takes the headshot. Smoke on the Molotov. Masuta with a 1 rifle. Saved over. Needs everything. He needs to live. The nades are not going to let that be easy, and he's caught by Inters up on the ramp. Even if he made it past that man, there was a short player who was already out onto default. 4 on 2. A site lost now. We've barely seen Gambit touching this site. Not more than faking out the ramp play. So now they're finally getting executes off, and these are things Vitality have yet to have to deal with. They were just trying to figure out how they can stop these B executes and find these right timings on flanks. And now they've got a whole different problem to worry about.
No, and I would expect to see more of this, right? Bullying the B-bomb site and Kyojin when the rifles are out, knowing that if anyone's going to make mistakes, it is the lesser experienced player, someone like Kyojin. Right, because when it comes to the A-holds, you've got like the most tenured kind of experienced guys here for the most part. You know, Apex and ZywOo playing off of each other towards the top of ramp, and they know what they're doing. They know how to put a stop to what Gambit are up to here.
Yeah, and last eco as well, we saw Vitality basically stacked fully on B. That was around the Hobbit came in on the mid lurk and was able to stop them from construction, right? So you know that Vitality is just trying to pad up the B-bomb site. It's the mind games, it's the in-game leading aspect of CS that always keeps you guessing. And it's getting stressful here for Vitality. This one's slipping through their fingers. It's far from done. But you don't want Gambit to 11 for you. You need a round here on the CT side to get the juice flowing again. Shocks with the orb now over ZywOo. Sometimes a factor on the CT side of this map. Oh, ZywOo. Oh, shooting is a death warrant. That's just going to draw them back into you. Nafany fires through, seeing the tracers with his Krieg. Gambit still love to run this weapon on this map. Molotov will lock Shiro out. He smokes it to keep position. And this ramp smoke fades at the same time.
Ooh, Apex playing with fire. Oh,
shooting through this.
Jeez! He's still alive for the time being. Oh, he's just trying to get out of there, but he's on a timer and he knows that he will just have to run away and concede this territory. And this is why Gambit are infuriating. Like, while this has been happening, while we've been focused at ramp, everyone else has just been holding all these other avenues, denying info plays to Vitality. And so it feels like it's grinded to a halt, but this is all by design for Gambit. They're keeping the pressure on Vitality. And sometimes doing nothing is the best way to get in your opponent's head, right? Make them misread, make them over-rotate, start to get anxious. Now you set up back in towards one of these B plays. Difference this time is it's Shocks trying to hold the ramp, but not even that is enough to put a stop to Axel. While Axel's selling this, mate, the other guys are going back up ramp. Gambit, just the king of rotations on Vertigo.
Yeah. Vitality can stop the bomb here. If they get a kill in the next 15 seconds, maybe they can win the round, but they throw themselves into the fire and the flames, and Gambit win every fight involved. Who cares that Axel dies at B? His job is done. His fake is sold, and Vitality bought it above market price. It's only Kyojin. 1v4, just trying to get out with a gun. They don't want to let it happen. Jump to bait this shot. And oh, Kyojin almost hits another. They're coming from both sides. He still hit wallbangs. Orc below him, man above him. Where do you go? Where do you look? Nowhere. Back to spawn. Gambit find 8. And that is a perfect round with all of the B executes that we've been seeing out of Gambit. Just that one entry for Axel, getting rid of the solo B player and the Orb of Shocks was enough to make Vitality pull the wall over their own eyes. Shout out all the cameras and the fan cams. I see Ollie, I see Layla.
Yeah, we got familiar faces in there.
Richard was there earlier.
Richard Lewis was in there earlier, yeah. Supporting the Nip boys. It's one word for it. Nade into Nafany, but nothing to write home about. Mate, Gambit on this map must just feel like such a paradox because you can't just give them the ramp control or else they're really going to wreck you with it. But a lot of the times in trying to fight for it and giving away a man early on, like the first fight versus Gambit is weighted so heavily. Like if you go down a man early, it so feels almost impossible to recover against this squad. And so Kyojin's Deagle opening up. Well, now you just fall back. You play the 5-on-4.
Yeah, he has been doing a really good job of B. Like, we have seen, shuffles of him and Shock swapping positions, but Kyojin's been pretty damn good at getting away with absolute murder on this B side. They know. They've seen something. They've seen a leg, a shadow, just enough to keep them interested. Hobbit going to molly him forward. Shock's, where can he go? Nowhere. Hobbit's got that frag, and now you know there's a man in your business, in your B side. ZywOo wins that fight, and that will send the bomb back. Inters was trying to cross bridge to go A. Now you've got to commit to B.
Yeah, finally, right? You're not letting Gambit shimmy these rotations around. You've got them fighting you head on, but Shiro fully content to do so. Wonderful bit of AWPing, a great little sequence there to open up the B play. ZywOo, they're anticipating a flank, they're anticipating a wraparound. He's here fighting them head on, the Krieg in hand, and Shiro, the last man still to beat, has already crossed the ramp, but he is looking to fight ZywOo. Smoke goes a little deep. That Molly going to force the reposition out of Shiro, and ZywOo's one step ahead. Finally gets to come into his own, grabs that round for Vitality and puts them up onto 5.
Oh, dude, that's a ZywOo round right there. The one tap onto the bomb planter as well. And he reads that perfectly. He's expecting Tetris, but with no one peeking out on the left side after he dropped the smoke seemingly on the bomb. He realizes there's only so many positions Shiro could be in. Perfect Molotov. If Shiro's playing stairs, that's a very hard clutch for ZywOo, but great shots out of Shiro to get them there. Vitality just trying to hold on, man. Like I said earlier, trying to stop that 11-4 from going down against them. Well, they've done that at least. They've stemmed the bleeding. There's still a long way back to Recovery Road. Nafany having a bit of a quiet one alongside Mizuta. But otherwise, all the familiar faces doing well on the scoreboard at least. Gambit's money looks like it's plummeting, but it's actually absolutely fine. We've got plenty of cash to rebuy until the end of this half. Vitality are not going to be breaking that. They just need to break the steam, break the momentum of Gambit on this T side.
Oh, and Gambit switching up the pace. This time they want to fight you for ramp control. They get up in the face of ZywOo, and they almost get Apex. Now he will swing back out, finding the 4-on-4. Mizuta. Oh, that could have been the play that gave it all away. Instead, it's the kills that might lock in the round. This might force an immediate reaction out of Gambit. Into the B-bomb site they go. Kyojin needs to get one at least, and they're up close. They're about to wrap him. That's a free kill. Axel throwing into this 1-on-2, but he's made it a doable round now. Just Mizuta left to beat. And with the bomb on his back and a whole minute, 10 seconds left on the clock, Axel, the way he sees it, he's got all the time in the world to get tricky with this one.
He heard Mizuta drop off Con as well, so he just ran away to fake it. Mizuta hasn't fallen for this. He's still here. He needs to pick a good spot. He can't just be out in the open. Get some cover. Hope that Axel doesn't believe you're truly here. He's even got a molly to get weird with it. Checks out middle. We'll hear this bomb go down on B. There's the steps, there's the info. Can he get the molly out, or does he want to remain invisible, silent, sneaking in off of Con? Axel aggresses, gets up close by the gens. Hard spot to clear, but he's not ready for Mizuta. Waiting in heaven. It's a free round for Vitality as they find yet another. Great play. I talked about the bottom fraggers. Well, we had Nafany just run up ramp, get that opener. Mizuta did the same right back to him, rushing the smoke. And then Kyojin, that was super weird. Like playing out on Tetris, he heard that Axel got up right beside him, but he decided to take that deep player first. Knowing that Inters was throwing utility for Axel, he caught him with nades out, but it just meant there was no chance for a multi-kill. Axel so deep. One was enough. Mizuta picks up the round.
No, and that must feel really good for Masuta. Like, Gambit are very, very good at getting you to doubt your decisions, getting you to play an uncomfortable style of Counter-Strike. And there, he just goes, I'm kind of tired of it. I'm going to push through this short smoke, and I'm going to do some Masuta killing me on my terms.
Yeah.
And it always feels good like that. Oh! ZywOo and Apex, they do the damage to open up in this round while ZywOo's pulling the attention in. Apex gets the kill. And we say these first frags matter so much when you're up against an annoying, tricky team like Gambit. Well, Vitality might be able to get 7 to close out this half after all.
Yeah, Nafany, that play looks crazy, but keep in mind he is 5-4 in opening duels. Like, this guy has been really good at opening up rounds. So his 5 kills are all opening fights. And so, yeah, you know, often getting traded after that, but it worked in the previous to at least get them up ramp. He tries it again. Apex was covering ZywOo, though. So this time not going as well. Hobbit, though, grabs a mid kill onto Mizuta, immediately gets a bit of revenge for Gambit. They needed that. Bomb is still outside A. 2 are grouped up at B, making noise. Shiro's holding on, hoping one of these early flanks to come in, but Vitality have leaned away from doing that, and after losing mid to Hobbit, there's no way you're going to be seeing a flank in this round. Just about holding your bomb site. 2 on B, very committed, and it's not often been that way in the past. Got that default player trying to bait them in. Bomb is still A. Keep this in mind as Gambit look to sell the fake for 20 seconds.
Hobbit blinded by Inters and didn't realize he was burning.
Shiro's clutching right with the round right now.
This is all designed for Shiro to win it, right? The guys at B, it was just, look, do as much damage as you can. Shiro is going to try and win this one alone. Bomb planted for a ramp or short post plant. He's got options open. And still a Molotov in hand. Bear that in mind as we get into crunch time. ZywOo's got a smoke for it, which might save their bacon, but we have to see if that gets used on the ramp angle or over towards short. Both players creeping in. Apex going ahead of ZywOo.
Oh no,
but he takes the kill. Shiro with the quick switch. Happens to the best of them and the rest of them as well. So it's a 7-8 half after all for Vitality. Gambit might lead the way, but the Frenchmen are hot on their heels.
It's our first tournament with Ivan after a long time, so it's a bit strange feeling to play with Finn again, because we didn't play with him like 1 year or something like that, maybe even more. So it's something new for me at least. So we need to work a lot right now, more than before, because it's like friend which you didn't see 1 year or something like that. You have a lot to speak, so we're just trying to fix everything, our communication and our work with Finn, how we should work, which thing we need to fix and how it will be work. So that's it.
It's kind of new stage right here, because the guys, they are grown up, and we have to establish good working. And this first time I'm working with the team after vacation, and the guys working first time after vacation. So we're just establishing our working process now. So we'll see how we'll be.
Well, Gambit have long ruled over Vertigo. They've been the kings in line to the throne on this map. 16 wins in a row. Right now, Vitality are hoping to usurp them and take that title away while knocking them out in the quarterfinals. We're split once again, neck and neck heading into this second half. Vitality now beginning their T-side. Gambit. Dual Berettas on Nafany. Hello.
All right, let's see what they've got for us. We've got a triple B as well for Gambit. Quick ace smoke for Vitality. They ran this pistol the other day. It was fake. This one is not. Mid-air for ZywOo, and he decimates the Julies, picks them up for some a reason or other, and looks to cover the plant. There's no way they can stop it here. Gambit have to respect that and come in for a retake with no kit.
Not even ZywOo could get me to like these, I bet. Here we go. Let's see. Come on, ZywOo. Give me something cool. Don't just die with nothing. ZywOo, Dooley's out. Oh, Masuda's going to help him. And maybe ZywOo with 2 guns is more dangerous than ZywOo with 1. Inter's dead on the wrap, and it's just Shiro left. Chase him down, boys. 8 on the board for Vitality as they pick up the pistol and immediately deliver a tie game.
Yeah, I think we had questions after we saw Vitality look really good against Cole for a map and then struggle and then only just close out the third after a bit of a comeback. You know, it was a weird series, and we were wondering if Vitality were really here to play in these playoffs. Well, this has no other answers. This is speaking for itself. Vitality, a map in the pocket, a pistol round on a comeback. This was Gambit fully controlling this game at one point, no longer. Vitality, they want to end it in style. They want to end it in 2. They want to break streaks and hearts for Gambit fans alike. Just pistols here. Now, Vitality, they won their own second round forced by as Gambit took the T-side pistols, so you can never count these Deegs out, as we already know. But a conversion would put you truly in the way of taking this series.
Yeah, they just heard that little one-way pop at the top of ramp. They can see it, so they know what the intention is. Spamming that out, trying to force that opening fight.
Ooh, misinfo B, the flash peek over the top of Wood, and Gambit see nothing. They fully leave the bomb site. They leave only Exile there, actually. He just stays around. And now Vitality are bringing the bomb back. They know Gambit have just gained misinformation, and they're selling the A fake hard. Gotta go soon, though.
Masuda, the guy to dedicate to that, right? And for the time being, as they're seeing him, as they're spotting this guy, they've now flashed into top ramp, and they realize, well, it's clear. Axile has called the B push, and his Deagle takes one to the grave with him. Leaves Gambit a man up in this retake, a 4-on-3. Now, there's this wrap coming in from Nafany. How do they want to use him? Are the 3 players going to push first to draw the attention away, or are they going to have Nafany try to be the guy to open up this round? Looks like the former. They're slow on the approach. Apex throwing flashes over to enable this peek out of Kyojin. And he's really got to stand tall, hold the line, but he can't. Everyone's dead. And now this wrap from Nafany is even more dangerous. ZywOo can't regain control. It's going to be damn close without the kit, but I don't. Do they have it? It's real close.
I think they got it.
I think they just about got it. 9 on the board for Gambit. And that last second retake goes their way.
Yeah, also the plant's not for stairs, which is fine, right? Like, you're worrying about the fast flank. You don't really need to. You know Masuda sold it enough, but that means you just can't play stairs as a post plant. Like, ZywOo has to stay in the site to fight with his team. That's fine if that's what you want, but it means that flank is even more deadly. Less map control for ZywOo there, and yeah, everyone falls to those pistols just flooding out of CT spawn. No other way to put it. Vitality just gets turned into mincemeat on that B bomb site. Gambit, they do what Vitality did right to them. Win that second round force by. Vitality were able to go 3-1 up off the back of this. Well, Gambit have the same fate, because that round really does mean everything after falling to pistols. Nades for the back quad. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's
He survives the first 2, and Axile's going, oh, thank God. I'm so glad they only... Oh, my God. And then there's just more nades going off. And now that's triggered a rotation. Well, of course it has. You've just seen 4 frag grenades rain over the top of the B stairs, mate.
Yeah, that's a painful one. Smoke misses. Don't know who threw that, but it lands nowhere. Was that Vitality smoke? I would presume, but yeah. Let's just walk past it like it doesn't matter, like it never happened. Reboost for Nafany, getting him up on the boxes. Shuriken what's short as well from Boost. They've got Deagles, right? Deagles the perfect counter to this position. The one shot needs to come through, but the smoke is down, and that eludes vision on both sides, swinging the sight to take down Nafany. Shura spots it. They got more nades, at least one more to land, and Hobbit jumps over to take out a double with a lovely Galil spray. 2 Ts left up against the world, and Bomb Plant is not going to be respected. They go right through the smoke. Apex can do nothing about it. Back to the drawing board. Gambit here on to 10.
Yeah, that 11th round is looming. Really nothing that Vitality can do here. It's a shame as well, because they had this really, really nice nade stack opener. You were hoping that that was going to put them on the path to success, but just the raw firepower of Gambit, that smoke push from Hobbit, where ZywOo actually just kind of walks into the bullets. Like, they were actually meant for the short guy behind him. Very unfortunate stuff, but a wonderful round from Hobbit. And this should be a nice, clean one. Not really too much to get excited about here. Oh my God, Shiro, you need to check this, bud. Oh, he didn't check it. He didn't check it.
Oh dear.
Well, now ZywOo's armed. He doesn't have armor behind this, so shouldn't cause you too many problems.
Yeah, 11 rounds, easy, right? Like, free, man. Nothing can go wrong.
Nothing can possibly go wrong.
No, it's just a free round. Glocks, you know.
Oh, playing sandbags, but they do have a nade. That's the one bit of utility they got out of that ramp push.
But they haven't announced their presence, so they don't want to now. And Glock's not going to do much against Nafany here. I'd love to see that nade go in.
Would be cool.
Right before they push, but I don't think it's going to. Inters.
Come on, Kyojin.
Oh,
it's all you've got. Your Glock is bad.
Yeah.
Just throw the nade anywhere.
Oh,
no. It's the one spot that doesn't have anyone on it. So unfortunate. And so there's the mow down. Inters to close it out with a double, and Gambit up onto 11.
Yeah, and now, you know, Nature is healing, Gambit are returning to the CT side, dominance, and yeah, of course, we yet to see a full gun round out of Vitality, but they need to start strong or not at all at this point. Overpass is our third map of the series, should we need it. Gambit certainly believe that. Vitality could have really had, not a lock-in, but close as it gets with that pistol, if they managed to get the Anticos following. Gambit have thrown a spanner in the works. Vitality going to have to pull out their own toolkit. Using Gambit's own smokes against them up on that ramp. No one committing behind it though, and Gambit, no, they fight through the smoke. Spamming as well. We saw Vitality get the bad end of the stick with some of these smoke spams. Oh my God, Gambit got in front of the Molotov. It actually didn't even bloom. Kyojin's dodged 2 AWP shots. ZywOo spammed out the short player through the yellow.
If I'm not mistaken, Kyojin didn't spot Inter's cross. Yeah. I don't think he knows about him here. But ZywOo's opening up the A bomb site. We can forget about Kyojin for now, but we can't forget about Inter's wrap. Kyojin would have called like, nah, I got the AWP out of middle. Yeah, they could have hit a timing and crossed in, but no one's really considering it.
And it's a fake.
Inter's wrap. Missing all these timings to do any damage as Vitality set up outside of B. Now, he could come in on a fast flank. A lot of this is just going to depend on if Axel can take players out. With him falling right away, should just be a save here for Gambit. You can see that ZywOo never left that A bomb site. He was looking to deny these saves, knowing that Gambit, you know, once they end up in like a 3-on-5, they love a save.
Yeah, it's like that NAF flank from the other day as well. It's like, you know, you just got full faith in your team to win the bomb site after you've sold so much on A that, yeah, you're here to backstab. If things do go wrong and suddenly Gambit are all over the bomb site, you can run the flank. If not, you're stopping the AWP from going anywhere. Now, ooh, Shiro hits those. But he'll need to back up, skirt into ladder. Inters has his stairwell at least. And so these guns should be kept. That's reassuring for Gambit at a bare minimum. Inter stops Masuta, Shiro walks back out of danger, and Gambit avoid harm for now. Nice entries for ZywOo though, right? It was Inferno-esque. It was him, you know, pinpointing this T side on Inferno with so many opening kills, so many multi-kill rounds, getting them into bomb sites, men down. And Axel, the woes of the B site anchor have only just begun.
Oh, every one of these rounds, Gambit are giving middle a look in. Back to this slow ramp control. You're already going to notice some like key differences between... Ooh, that's lovely. Between how Vitality approached this mid control and how Gambit were doing it. A lot of the times when Hobbit goes mid, he doesn't throw a lick utility. He just hangs out, you know, gun up the whole time. There's been a couple of timings where Kyoji could have got caught throwing flashes. It also gives away that you're middle, but if the intention is not to go middle and instead just to hold this control and deny the flanks, that's actually good.
Nice.
Shiro equalizes us into a 4-on-4, and now we do have a bit of a mid-take, but Hobbit is here, keeping an eye on it.
I like that idea. They throw the nade and then Kyojin swings in the smoke of the nade, but it doesn't do much to stop the rifle. Holding on is Hobbit, and these double orbs are destroying right now. Oh, bye-bye. Get out of my B site, says Axel. In turns where he may have fallen to shocks, Axel lifts the team up. Couple off that AWP, and he is having a game right now. It's the inverse of what we saw in Inferno for this fella. Top of the team. And joint top of the circle with Zywoo as well. Shiro there on that peak down ramp onto Zywoo. He even dodged what he thought could have been a flash. It was a smoke. Goes back in for more. Double dipping. 12-9, and it's Gambit time. He's even holding for the run boost. Very sweaty.
Yeah.
Ready for everything.
And, you know, the double orbs fielded now for Gambit. I haven't even really seen this Iwu warp yet, so, you know, will we ever?
Yeah, he didn't really run a CT, and he definitely doesn't like to run it on T side of this map anyway, so wouldn't be surprised if it just never comes in. But maybe, yeah, maybe that's a problem. I mean, it's a preference, sure, but could be a means to an end. It could be a route to pick up rounds. Maybe, you know, desperate times for Vitality might require it. But the money right now is just not there. Vitality with a near full eco. Just a couple of Deegy boys, and they're running out middle, trying to split this B site. Hobbit has been good at holding strong here, though.
Yeah, Hobbit, mid-king, he won't mess this up. No way he messes this up. Come on. Give us that big, juicy double. There's one. Ooh, there they are. Brushed aside, nice and easy.
Oh.
Okay.
It's one hell of a
Apex and Shocks. Shouldn't get much more interested than this. And Shiro looking to make that so does get flipped around as Apex finds him. He wanted to juggle the AWP out of there, right? He just didn't want them to get to have it for free. He was running towards the edge of the map to try and throw the AWP off. Wasn't ready for the quick trade. And it must always feel like Gambit just one step ahead. You know, whenever you try and get tricky with it, they always still have numbers where you're looking to end up. These guys really are so good with their rotations here on Vertigo. Hobbit even said he thinks that's their biggest strength, right? Their ability to just rotate on the fly and have a very good understanding of when and where it's applicable.
More smokes down and more spam to be found, but nothing connecting as Gambit play back in the bomb site. More passive this time. Haven't really seen much boosting over the yellow wall. Maybe that could come through. This would be a good round for it. They're facing on all fronts. Look at the layered defense. High and low. Gambit wait for the commitment. Been a while since we've had these full smokes over on A. Vitality have really got this control and got this respect from Gambit. It's only temperamental. Flashback in. Nafany's going full send. And oh, Masuta fully blind. He saw nothing but white. And he doubles up in the A site. Gambit feed the beast. And they're going to come to regret that. You might even call the save here and now. If smokes come down, you're just locked out.
Yeah, for Vitality's sake, I hope they do just run the smoke exec. Like you say, right? Once you get smoked out of the site, it's over. You should be saving.
Double orb. You're just hoping for luck shots.
Yeah, so Shiro's going to be here, just pottering shots in through the smoke. But will he be able to get away with anything? No. Now that the smokes are down, Shiro's just playing a deny this bomb plant on the spam.
Yeah, that's why teams go for non-default plants, like even a little bit wide or a little bit behind the single box, not double. Like even that is not super default. You're not tucked in the corner, because we started to see teams, you know, and players pick up like wallbangs, lineups to actually deny bomb plants as well as the nade setups. And Gambit, yeah, they had to save that. They really did. Unless Shiro gets a random smoke shot, like, no way. Look at this. It's not like the flash fades. It's a perfectly thrown flash. It's a perfectly played peek by Gambit. But Masuta holds mouse 1, pulls it down, and rocks up with a 10th for Vitality. Gambit feel that they may have the best game sense in the world right now on the map, but there's no outbraining that.
No. And it must feel very weird for Masuta. Like, you never actually saw anyone, but you won the round for your team.
Yeah, the flash phase, you're like, oh, okay, thanks. Could I get that in a box to go? All right. This one's still up for the taking for Vitality. They've not been in control of this T side though. They've only had single rounds reset by Gambit with, you know, multiple picked up on the CT side. So is this going to be the exception? Is this where Vitality can start to pick up rounds in a row? They're going to go right through the smoke.
Yeah, here they come. Nafany trying to get cheeky as well. The timing on this is real good, and he's out of there like a bandit after getting that first. There is a late mid-lurk coming in for Shox, with the rest of his team taking this ramp control, still fighting for it. How much room is he going to get given here? Axal scoped up on the mid-angle to try and shut down any mid-fakery. Shox might be in for a bit of a rough time. Nafany at short. There's that late trade. You do get your revenge for Masuta. Oh, no. And Axel, the timing on that, bud, is atrocious. We talk about it a lot. It feels like in CS, the moment you look away, that's when an enemy peaks. But bro, I mean,
yeah,
that is awful.
And for nothing as well. I don't know why he moved off the angle, only for a moment. He doesn't get killed though, but Shiro will. Kyojin lights out entries in this round. That's both up on short. Above the smoke, Hobbit does find a bit of vengeance, a bit of space for Gambit to breathe. Axel's so low though. They've got a Molotov, it goes in. Axel's got to run away, and Hobbit goes over the smoke. That's 3 for Kyojin in this round. It was Masuta doubling up last time. This time, it's Kyojin with a multi-kill of his own, and that has done enough to send Gambit back into the B site.
And saving here doesn't guarantee you any kind of investment next round. It's not like you're going to be able to invest rifles around this. This is a very good spot for Vitality to really make this a competitive game. It looked like for a moment there, it was going to get away from them. It was going to elude them. But now they're in this spot where they can start to close the gap. They can make Gambit sweat. Remember, it's not just that 16-map win streak here that they're playing for. They want to keep progressing. If they lose this, they go down 0-2 in the quarterfinals, and that's the end of the run here in the Pro League for Gambit.
Yeah, this is the team many expected to be in the final, right? Especially on this side of the bracket of all sides. Right? OG waiting in those semis. A flawless group stage run for them. Taking down NIP 2-1. And Na'Vi, Heroic, Liquid, ENCE, all these teams sit on the top side of the bracket as well. So for Gambit, this should have been the easier half. This should have been their way to the final. But right now, they may not make it to the semis. And Vitality, you can't say anything but well earned if they can do it. And that's still an if. Gambit are holding the lead by 2 rounds. Starting to call out pauses as well, trying to figure out what's going wrong. Nafany even started with yet another opener. It's all he was doing on T side. It felt like his only kills in the first half were opening frags. And right there, he gets through the short smoke, gets a pick, survives back to the bomb site, and Kyojin still gets a triple entry eventually. So, he said that save won't do much in the short term, and here's the result of that. 3 pistols alongside the M4 and the AWP.
Oh, they want to try some mid-aggression. Kyojin just drops down, gives it up, but this is going to let them flood into spawn. Second man, they heard him running around at the generator, and so they're going to lock in that frag. At this point, you're probably just going to take a bit of a gamble if you're Gambit. Only 3 players and not well armed versus the still standing 5 rifles for Vitality. They're going to group up over towards B. And what you're saying here is essentially, like, if they come B, we have a good chance of winning the round. We have a good chance of stopping it. If they go A, we save this AWP, we save the M4, and we run it back again in the next.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Vitality are also still waiting, and I like this call. You know, they've gotten 2 kills, but because the kills are so early, they just want to bleed this round for everything it's worth, right? If there are more info plays for Gambit, we will punish them. If it's not, then Vitality know as much as Gambit it's a stack. And this is where you might want to, it's a dangerous idea, but send in a probe, right? Send in a player to get that info, see if they can spot 2 players in the same position. If they do, then that sends you elsewhere. So right now it's a fake out for Mizuta. He's going to die, or at least try and clear out the A site before anyone commits on B. Right now he's faking it, but Gambit aren't moving, Gambit aren't budging. And so will Vitality make that rotate call? Yes, they had to. It was a dangerous decision to not. He's going to tell them to watch out for short. He still hasn't cleared that, but otherwise Vitality made the right rotation rather than walking into the stack.
And I like that Apex just leaves that ugly little mid-fight there. He goes, well, look, the only way we let them back in is like if I give a gun over, they go 3-on-4, suddenly they're looking to give it a go. But if I don't fight it and we have the 5-on-3, it's just a numbers game, mate. They will look to save these guns again.
Yeah.
And so Gambit, they try to hold on to the M4 AWP. Axel could justify, you know, like trying to hunt for one of these guns. You know that Vitality are going to come looking for you as well, right? Like, they also want to try and keep you on the back foot in terms of the money. And so, you know, if you're able to find a hunting player, get a gun into Axel's hands, that's a nice little bounty to take with you out of the round. Regardless, there's no ignoring this 12-13 scoreline. Vitality are building back into this. Gambit came into this series wanting revenge, but now we're at a point where it might end up being the same result. Vitality just 1 away from tying this game up.
Yeah, on different maps as well, right? You mentioned that summer matchup where Vitality took a 2-0. It was on Dust and Overpass. Yes, Overpass is the 3rd map of the series, but if Vitality keep this up, Harry, not only will Vengeance be lost, not only will the streak be lost, but we'll never even get to see the same maps. That's 4 different maps Vitality have taken Gambit down on in important matchups.
Yeah, this round really does decide a hell of a lot, right? Gambit come in with everything they can muster. The AWP save forward on Shiro. He's done in that. Zywoo has finally bought one out.
Yeah, it's been a while. Inferno, I think, was the last. Molly's over the top. Not what you want. The reaggression is so dangerous on short. Nafany will tuck in the corners. Zywoo fires off the AWP. Now they know it's in play. And that's a big question mark in and of itself anyway. Was that Molotov from Gambit a missed one? Was it Vitality trying to stop the boost up? I didn't see where it came from. But it could serve as that purpose. Flash does nothing to Nafany. He's going to get this info very quickly, and he needs to as Vitality set up this B play with a boost. There's a lot of control here for Gambit. They have 2 players. Axel's waiting for the other boost. He's going to cross into the bomb site with Inters. Perfect timing.
Saw him.
He's seen him. He's going to try and spam. He doesn't know about the double setup, though. Dig through the wood. Oh, it's a bit of a mess. Mizuta with the entry. Kyojin follows up, and Vitality are hoarding the site.
Yeah, and with Hobbit dying, getting nothing done, it's another save out of Gambit.
Oh, my goodness.
13-13 and a flawless round to get Vitality there. If they weren't interested in hunting last round, they definitely are now. Everything hinges on removing even one of these players. If you take out this AWP on Shiro, you have ruined the future for Gambit. Nafany, you might not get away with this M4, bud. There's a lot of people coming your way.
Oh.
And he tries his damnedest to hold on. 2 out of 3, but it's not enough. Shiro's getting hunted as well. It's an entire pack of Vitality. They know that by removing these guns, there is nothing left for Gambit at 13-13. Now they know where he is. Shiro's rung the dinner bell by getting that kill. Look at this, both Apex and Kyojin hunting it down. They do not want to let the AWP get out of here. Shiro, if you save this, it would be impressive, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, Zywoo wants it. That's his. Wrap it up, put it under the Christmas tree. It's all for Vitality, 13 all. And this is incredible.
With no money available now, Vitality are going to take the lead. That is just bound to happen. Only USP's out for the Gambit squad.
Yeah, and you've got to give it to the young guns as well. Or I say young guns, it's not always age, but you know, the newer players of Masuta and Kyojin, especially on Kyojin, the entries that these guys have given us on this T side have been incredible, right? Like both players leading the pack into B there, getting a killer piece. When Gambit knew it was coming, Nafany had just cleared out the entirety of the A ramp on a fake that seemingly looked like it was going to fall on dead ears. No, double entry. Kyojin's had that 3-piece round on A. Masuta doubled up off the flash play when Gambit tried to retake ramp. They've tried different things. They've tried to lock out Vitality. They've just been unable to. Now the T's call a timeout. Now the Frenchmen take a breather and let Gambit stew in the moment. It's hot, it's brothy, and it doesn't taste good. Hero orb given to Shiro from Inters. Got full faith in the sniper. He'll need to be.
Yeah, it's a pretty gnarly call, but you know, I like that they've done it. You're still able to fully invest next round, including the AWP. It just gives you that much more to fight back with here. And it's also not something that Vitality are going to expect at all. The reason they hunted so heavily last round was to ruin the economy this round. When you see Shiro has an orb, you're so surprised. Shox, will he be ready for this double close angle peek? If he goes into B, there shouldn't be a way he survives this. And so he needs to be patient here, does Shoxy. Oh, no, he's heard the drop, but that's a bait to try and get him to peek. And now Shiro still hasn't given up that the AWP is posted here. It's ugly for Shox, but crucially, he's still alive for the time being. Doesn't have a teammate nearby, and he's probably asking for help. He's probably calling for it. Hobbit down at the bottom of ramp has gotten in the face of Masuta. And you're not out of the woods yet, especially as these B players get armed.
Yeah, someone needs to throw that AWP right out of the map, right here, right now, at the bottom of A. You cannot let that fall into Gambit's hands. They don't even know about the AWP.
That's what I was about to say. You still don't know that Shiro is donning this AWP. That's the worry for me. You need these openers, and Apex will provide them. A 3-on-2. But now that AWP is looking to surprise you. Axile needs to hold on to the site, and with him dead right away, Shiro is just too far gone from this round to play into it.
Oh my goodness.
I thought we were going to see an earlier rotation out of the AWP, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
But now he's left saving.
He had to in this position. He was too far gone. Both players get lined up on short. This is quite a calamity for Gambit. It felt like it was about to happen, Harry. We had 2 pistol kills to start the round on Vitality's default. A must-win trade from Masuta. A double, triple in the round for Apex. Up on A, and Shiro saves. They never knew about it. It never fired a shot. At least means that that risky investment doesn't hit you in the face economically. Inters could have still bought with 4,400 in the next round, right? But even despite that, why give the info over? 14-13 after a 16-map winning streak for Gambit. It might all fall apart right here, right now.
Yeah, and it's one thing to have a streak like that broken. It's another by the team that you swore vengeance against to knock you out of the quarterfinals and break the streak, right? There must be so much racing through Gambit's minds right now. And the only thing they've got to focus on is how to put a stop to this Vitality T side. But you've got all these external pressures weighing in. You've got all these worries. You've got this big win streak you're trying to protect. You've got a deep run you're wanting to commit to.
Oh, no!
And it's another opener for Vitality. This time it's traded by Inters. He does what he can to keep this even. But Vitality aren't content with that. They don't want a 4-on-4. They want a man advantage. So they've put Apex in the spot to give that over. That's a tag from ZywOo's orb through the scaffolding, through the smoke. And Nafany's now got to give them respect.
Yeah, and he's not.
Oh my god, they're walking up ramp.
He has
and
no idea.
Considering it. Shiro's dead. And I love that from Vitality, the contact play. They hear the AWP firing off at ramp. They hear the tag. And so Vitality just walk up. They go, look, they're giving us room. Right now, they're readjusting. No one is considering that Vitality were going to do that.
Yeah, not even me. That caught me off guard. I was about to make a point. I thought Vitality would get some respect. No surprise that Gambit are caught off guard as well. The last thing they expected, knives out, 15 round the corner. Gambit, they're going to go for it. They're going to throw everything they've got, but no kit right now. Re-smoke for the ramp, but there's already a player in the middle of the bomb site. Masuta wins his fight. The flash is not helpful, but it won't hold you back either. Hunting the final kill. Inters trying to get out with his gun. and it's tails between the legs of Gambit as Vitality sit a frag away. They've got it. Masuta, man of the hour right now. Take a bow. 3 in the round, 15 found, and Gambit with nothing.
Yeah, man, Masuta and Kyojin both deserve their praise. I mean, you brought it up already, but just to refresh your memories, right? This all started with that double blind kill from Masuta to begin this T-side round spiraling. Then the next round, Kyojin gets a triple opener, if you remember, over towards the B-bomb set. So we've had, you know, both these guys stepping up in back-to-back rounds to kickstart this Vitality T-side, and it's coming at the perfect time.
Yeah. This was, you know, Vitality couldn't get back-to-back rounds. They got reset in the second. Remember, they won pistol, then they got forced on. Gambit built a streak. It was looking like the classic Gambit CT comeback to Cruel. And then 6 in a row for Vitality. Right here, right now, you're witnessing history. Gambit, they've got a double AWP, a triple FAMAS, a desperate buy, and one that lacks a kit again.
Yeah, this is streaks getting broken, and as you say, history getting made. You're trying to knock Gambit out, put a stop to so many victories for him, and it might all fall apart versus Vitality, the bane of Gambit's existence. Anthony, is he ready for the boost? It would not surprise me if he is. He's trying to peek over it, but there's short smoke in the way. Oh, just do it. Oh.
It's hard. It's really hard to see down there, even with the height advantage as a CT. Anthony waits for the fade, but now he's caught with the AWP in the open, nowhere to go and nowhere to hide from Apex. Leading by example to find the first, and now you can just let them sweat. Shocks his B-lurks as well. Well, he's not come through with massive, you know, lots of numbers, high impact kills off the couple he has found.
This is looking like all the makings of a mid to be one of these A-lurks, perhaps out of Masuta while they poise for it, posturing themselves towards middle of the rest of Vitality, and in they come, Kyojin with the opener. It's all starting to fall apart. Shiro and Axel, they will hold strong, but now you get the info that there's 2 at B. That means there's 1 guy on A, and that 1 guy might be about to have a bad day in the office. Axel, or Hobbit rather, holding the line. Zaiwu dead, and now Apex looking for a bomb plant. Masuta needs to cover him, and he will watch for this cross. Apex gets out of there. There is a ramp lurk from Axel. Fast flank from the B ramp. Apex is ready for it, though. And so this is a 2-on-0. Now 1v1. Shiro, Clutch King versus Apex, and he is going to keep the dream alive for Gambit for the time being. We're going the full 30 rounds as Shiro clutches it out to find 14.
No kit, no problem. He's got it, and even saves the AWP as well. This man's swapped off the AWP for the multi-kill retake, and what a good job for doing that. Downgrading to a FAMAS. Ugh, puts tears in your eyes, but Shiro keeps the game going, and Vitality, that looked like all the makings to a round, a 5-on-3 into the post plant. Quick pause. Vitality don't want to botch this opportunity. You give Gambit overtime, suddenly they got their second wind. We saw this exact situation in that Liquid matchup. Remember that in the group? It was Liquid to hit 15 first. It was round 30, Gambit pulled it back. That was also 14-14. And as soon as you put Gambit in overtime, they had the second wind. Axel, who had been quiet all damn day, came back in with some massive impact on the CT side. And he's been at the forefront of this entire map as well. So don't give Gambit the opportunity. Don't give them the satisfaction.
I mean, that's what you got to wonder, right? Like, is that the chance that you have? Is that the best chance you're going to have? Because when you get to OT and Gambit have got more room to breathe again and that pressure is gone, they will start to look like an entirely different beast.
Shock's going through the motions. And back to the A-ramp attack. You're still being smoked off. You're still boosting, but not for long. Flashes go through, and that sends Apex back. It even sends Anthony further forward with the SMG. Often see this get wall banged on Molly. He looks like he wants to go. Do they have a flash for him? It's a risky play to start the round, but they're going to do it. Smoke, Molly, flash, he's got it all. Here he goes, fully through. Everyone's blind, including him. He sits in the smoke, and they take his head off. Zaiwu follows up. Hobbit's gone. You need Shiro more than ever now with the AWP. He is all that stands on this A site.
Yeah, Vitality, they're not going to just explode on the back of that double. They're almost hesitant, thinking, why would they face us so liberally? If they got more here than they're letting on. Shiro has been given some time to set up on the short side. Rotation from Inters leaves him in the bomb site. Shiro is going to need to emerge as some big hero now if Gambit do want to take this to OT. He's got the big ticket item. He's got the big green gun. And Vitality, they're trying to give Gambit enough rope to hang themselves, as it were. They go silent. They force this B stack out of Gambit, leaving just one man on shore. That Molly either pushes him forward or sends him back. He's got no choice but to fight for short, and he has dealt with Apex. Now they start to take the site. There's a late lurk coming up the short side, but Masuta beat Zywoo to it, and now it's the Famises for Gambit. Axal and Inters in a 2-on-4 to save the streak, to save their place in the Pro League playoffs. They've got to do the impossible.
Double Famas, double smoke, and they've got the kid as well. Nothing else falls in the favor of Gambit, and Vitality is just bleeding that clock, waiting for this fade, using every bit of utility they have. Here comes Inters, got to give it a go. Masuta, man of the hour, drops Axel, hunts the final kill, and even though he falls, it shouldn't be a problem. There it is for Vitality, 16 streak broken for Gambit, the CIS squad, and their streaks can't hold strong as Vitality lock in a semi-final spot.
in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn a flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
Ok, Jay.
Là, c'est crevette.
Qu'est-ce qu'il monte sur la
Je
crevette?
chercher. Crevette toujours. Il est sur la crevette,
PJ.
Nice les mecs. PJ les gars.
Oh, baby. Vitality. They get it done, and we jump right into the ESL Pro Tour and DHL presenting the DHL MVP. Vote for your MVP of the tournament. Do it right now. Use your Twitch channel points to vote, and we will catch up with that winner after the grand final. Of course, many candidates here after this matchup because a lot of people had to have hands on deck for this one. A matchup that took us all 30 rounds, but Vitality closed it out at the end of the day, and that is surely something that we can be thankful for, at least if you're in the Vitality camp. Now, with me, and I don't know if they're thankful or not, but we got Maniac and Yanko.
Always thankful. Look, I think be humble. Sit down, some would say. We have to take a minute to appreciate and respect what Vitality was able to do on that Vertigo game. And I'm talking about winning 8 out of 9 T rounds. They were facing a Gambit defense that had everything they needed. We had the double AWP setup coming in for Gambit. We had individuals popping off. We had Axile doing the work on the B side. Usually when Gambit hit that stride, when they hit that rhythm on the CT side, you cannot play against them anymore. They close it down and that's over. And somehow, Apex, Vitality, were able to find they were back.
Somehow, some way. And for Vitality, obviously they advance. They move forward. And that's about the most that you could ask for in a series that probably had you sweating at one point, Yanko.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a great series. Sure, in the first map you feel a bit like Gambit losing 11-0 once you combine the both has really hindered them. But here, that was just an amazing game to watch. It had everything. It had great clutches, some great individual rounds, and also some ballsy calls.
Tactically, yeah.
On that T side, I mean, to come back against Gambit on T side really and be able to close it out in regulation from Vitality, I think you have to give some props to Apex. Absolutely. Not just for his individual performance, which was above average in this series, but also for some of the calling and some of the leadership, really.
And it goes for both teams. Unfortunately, if we go back to this very last round, you know, for Gambit, it didn't pan out. But this is the definition of going all in, putting it all on the table, trying to win back. It's Nafany and Hobbit, I believe, flashing themselves into the A round, trying to make the difference. Nafany has an MP9. That's round 30. If they lose it, it's out. And I mean, obviously, at the end, the clutch is just, it's a non-factor. It's a 4 versus 2. Vitality have done everything they needed. But the fact that you're Nafany and you're willing to put it all, try it with your MP9 to cross that smoke, that just tells how that game was. That was an all-in game.
I think the frustration was palpable at that point for Gambit, especially for Nafany. Right around before that, they tried the double up, right, and he had a sort of a shot above the smoke. Missed it, goes for the re-peek, right? Like, you know, sure, he's not an opper. Maybe you can say he's not really aware that if you try to re-peek like that with, you know, 20, 30 HP, you're gonna die. Doesn't matter who you are. But I think more than that, it was just the frustration of not being able to close out the game, of constantly losing players early and then just having to gamble kind of with the disadvantage and just forced to save in so many rounds.
So hypothetically, and I'll just put this in your guys' court, we're going to run some Apex highlights. You guys can just catch up on the man that he is, especially his numbers. You know, he breaks even, but hey, guess what? That's a dub. Either way, I'm saying hypothetically speaking, if we did go to Overpass, you know, if you did outlast right here and find your way through to Overpass, would it have ended up with a Vitality dub?
I'm not too sure, Trace. I'm going to be real with you. The fact that Vitality last time around was able to beat Gambit, and we know their work ethics, we know how they are able to figure out solutions. I think that could have been a very hard game, also judging by how heartbreaking it would have been for Vitality not to close that out on Vertigo. So had we gone to a third map, I think everything would have basically thrown out the window. But for the boys of Vitality, they did the job early on.
Yes, they did. Speaking of boys from Vitality, we're going to be bringing one on right now.
Who is it?
And it's not Shocks. It's Apex. Apex, man. What's up? It's been a while.
I told you guys. I told you.
Yeah,
that's why we brought you. I was able to come back on Thursday.
Just so that you can tell us I told you so.
Yeah, that's it. I finished the interview. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
So a little bit of a follow-up here, right? We're looking at this Vertigo game. You guys seemingly, you know, your back's against the wall almost. You find yourself in a pretty rough spot. Talk to me about some of the decision-making when it came down to taking risk there to take that T side back.
Well, to be honest, that Vertigo was tough because I felt like we had everything in City side and we just won only 7 rounds. But we knew always they were going to be, and we lost all the rounds in not even a close fashion. So that was really frustrating to lose those rounds because we felt like the A ramp we did the job with IWU and they couldn't like come on A side. But yeah, the B side wasn't strong today, unfortunately. But it happens. So that was pretty frustrating at the beginning. Then we lost the second run after the pistol, which is pretty bad. And then we just try to speak together and find a solution. I just wanted to play slow against them. We kind of did it, and sometimes we did some we took some our responsibilities to do individual things, like this 14-13 run when we just went through the smoke slowly and killed them both from behind. And yeah, that felt good, really good.
In that second half and that crazy comeback that you had, at what point did you start to feel like they were shaking, like they were losing control? When did you start feeling that you had the upper end, making the comeback?
Well, we know Gambit really well because we practice against each other a lot, actually. So I really know how to face them a little bit. And I just know that on this side, if we have the control and sometimes they don't know, they don't have info, it's really hard for us, for them, because they always play like that. They don't play without info. Nafani is obviously the player that gives info for his teammates, and it never happened. So when I knew that we had the good control of the map, that they didn't have much info because we did all the first kills most of the time, I felt we were going to come back. And yeah, that 14-13, that 15-13 run or so, we felt it was alone B, but there were 2, and we went back to A, and that was like this crazy run. But overall, I felt like we played good today, and that's the most important.
Cool, congrats on the win. I have a question more in regards to, for example, on Inferno, you started first half 5-0, second half 6-0 in general. We also touched upon it in the pregame. You guys have a very high success rate in pistols, also force buy wins and so on. Would you say that's a big part of your game, that you always have a clear game plan, your preparation seems to be really on point as well, and when you guys can execute that, you win most of your games?
Yes, I think we have also good preparation. Zaiwu was showing up on T-side Inferno. Sometimes it can be good, you can see. So
sometimes,
it was really good. On Inferno T-side, the thing is, we lost like 2 crucial runs at the end, like this Hobbit hero play and this double nade from Nafani. So yeah, I was a bit stressed about that T-side Inferno because we felt we could have done better. But yeah, we started the City side so well, and then that was pretty hard for them to come back.
Apex, I have a question in general for Vitality. I look at your performance today against Gambit. I compare that to the game against Complexity that was a little bit more shaky, obviously. I have a feeling that for you guys, it's sometimes better to play against a team that could be considered a favorite, a team that, there is nothing to lose. You're moving on against OG. First of all, do you share that feeling? And is that any impact moving on against a team like OG?
No, I'm not sure about that. I think, as I mentioned last time, it's more about playing against a team that has nothing to lose and that are playing like really, not really smart as a team, like just doing individual moves, trying to do more individual things. And when those players are playing that way, for us, it's harder. It's true, and that's what happened against Complexity on some sides. But yeah, we just need to have the control on the map, and when we have the control, I feel we are like really, really good, and we win like most of the game in that way. But no, it's not about like being favorite or not. It never happened with the team. We still new with Kyojin, who is like a big rookie in the team. So we're still learning in some aspect of the game with him and just trying to work more and more. But I'm really happy because today he played good and he's playing better and better. Obviously, sometimes he has shaky maps like Overpass last time, but he's learning from his mistakes, and I'm really happy about that.
So I think the last question I'll kind of put in your court here, it has to do with this game you've got coming up against OG. Last time you guys played against each other, to my record, was IEM Summer, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Result didn't go your way. Apex, how does it go differently for you this time?
Well, it's always a nice game against Alexi. I like to play against him because it's a bit of mind games, but it's not a problem. I don't feel worse than him. So it's always really good to play those games. We're gonna prepare well, just thinking about the way we want to play. They've been like really good the last 6 matches. They won all of them, so yeah, obviously it's gonna be a tough one, but I just expect to have a good game against them and see you again on Saturday winner interview.
I think that's the trick,
That'd be
man.
great.
Just say you keep coming back, and I guess you keep coming
Exactly.
back. Thank you
I
so
will be
much.
back.
We'll see you around Apex.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'll be back.
I hate it. I hate it. I just realized OG doesn't have to play Ancient again. Because
How have they done that?
Vitality vetoes it for them. They
They're
get
gonna
rid
win
of
the entire
the
event.
5-map pool, dude. They're gonna get like they would potentially come to the grand final with just playing 5
Then they
maps,
might
yeah.
have to.
But great from Apex. What he said, I think also love the part, you know, the complexity and all that thing. It's not so much about underdog favorite, but that you can actually team playing proper CS. You can get an easier read, like it's easier to predict because you're gonna follow the right steps. And if you play a team who's more loose, that's why people hate playing against Furia, or they hated playing against CIS teams, you know, in the beginning, or CIS teams that are not Gambit and Navi, I guess, is because they're much tougher to read. Like they can just do things that don't make any sense to you.
So speaking of Gambit, that would be the finalists from Season 13. They're done. They're out of the running here. But we do have our first set of semifinalists in OG and Vitality. The brackets look something like this. Maniac, would you mind?
Yeah, I can absolutely take you through it. Obviously, waiting for us tomorrow is going to be Navi versus ENCE, quarterfinal at that, and then Heroic versus Team Liquid as well, trying to figure out who is going to be the other semifinalists, because as you mentioned, we have OG and Vitality ready to square it off for a place in the grand final.
Yeah, Navi, ENCE, Heroic, Liquid. That Heroic Liquid one is... I don't know the spice of flavor it would be, Yanko. What do you think?
We'll see. There's a lot to talk about tomorrow to dissect Team Liquid playing against the Danes. But yeah, I think for this one, obviously the big takeaway is Gambit not making it even into the semi-final, right? And, you know, they've had one shaky result for their standards.
It is.
But it's a first land and they're aware of it. Here also, they lost to a good team. It's been a close game. So now we talked about their schedule. It's more relaxed in the second part of the year than it was in the first one. They have some time. I think actually they don't play the Blast group, so they just have the RMR after that. So these are massive amount of time to just see what went wrong, reset, and hopefully, you know, do better next time.
I mean, quite clearly, our standards for Gambit are extremely high. Like, this has to be clear. We have extremely high standards. But this event in Cologne as well are the first few events where I see cracks, at least individually. I see players, you know, zoning out of games, being more frustrated than usual. We had Axide in the first map. It's very rare for him to check out of a game in a playoff state. We had here Nafany, quite frustrated, you know, pulling out the AWP. These are signs I wasn't really seeing when they were winning.
But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens now, because this is them facing adversity, right?
It is.
Dude, it was crazy in the first part of the year. Just final, title, second place, title, and so on.
Yeah.
Now you're like, you know, quarters here, quarters there. Team spirits might be going a little bit down. So now you have to, right? This is where everyone faces this sort of a bump in the road, you know? So now it's up to them to show that they can push through that they can come back stronger next time, Trey.
Yes, and we'll hit our shots and come back stronger next time. Yeah, some of that. Speaking of shows, I think we're about done with this one for the day. Yanko and Maniac and I will be returning tomorrow. It's Friday. Don't act like you have anywhere better to be than watching this stream right here. We got the quarterfinals continuing tomorrow for ESL Pro League Season 14.
Shakes to the sound of the
So Chad, you ready to taste my steel again?
I need a minute. Fixing the loadout, trying to make the weapons a little bit more in sync. I want the thermal lasers. I want the pulse cannons.
I'm hands off the phone, dude. I don't need to change a thing.
You had the bots carrier in the last game.
Bot 3 is my boy.
Yeah,
okay?
So how about a different game mode?
You got it. What are you thinking?
Deathmatch?
What, less bots?
2v2.
Okay, game on.
Let's do it.
Game on. All right, mate. You ready to take me on again?
What's the score again?
Test your metal. Oh, metal. Not bad.
But what's the score?
1-0.
To who?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's going to be 2-0 in a 2v2.
2v2 deathmatch beatdown club. You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm starting.
2, 1, go.
What am I supposed to do? There's 2 of you.
Well, hello. Oh, hello.
Run! Oh, I killed your friend. I killed your friend.
All right, wait, are you out now? Oh, wait, you're back.
I'm deploying again.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm dying, bro. I can't.
Oh, wait, did you
It's
kill you
over.
again?
It's over. No.
Oh! From downtown.
Yeah, you dunked on me there.
I only have 351 HP left.
Yeah, I'm running through my mechs like a bit embarrassingly quick. Wait, who's that? Okay.
Wow, I feel like I can just live it. I can just live. I've won the first round.
GG.
All right, so there's a bit of a time element there as well.
Okay.
I'm going for the clean sweep here. That's not ideal. Oh, no, you're not.
Barely got away with that.
Bot 2 to the rescue.
Barely got away with that. Shields are up. Mutual respect. I think I can just kill you.
I think yours going to run out first, though. Oh, you can just kill me. I got 4. That's it.
Well, that's surely it.
That has to be.
So that's 1-1.
Yep.
Does that mean it all comes down to this?
Yeah. I can't.
5v4 to survive.
I can't.
Bot 2, survive.
This is ridiculous.
No, your bot might kill it. Your bot might actually kill mine. I'm distracting him at least.
No.
Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a close one.
2-0. I got MVP
Spurs.
though.
Yeah, you did. You were playing a good game. I'm not gonna argue that.
All right.
8 kills.
Yeah, we said it before, but now I am legitimately looking forward to the next game because I'm close.
You got really
close. I'm close now.
I was an assist king. Actually, I was really helping bot 1.
13 frags.
Utilize his frags. I got 10.
All right, good game.
Good game, man.
Good game.
Yeah, let's get the next one going.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.